It helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Happy Monday. Meghan McCain joins us at 3 as the war in Iran enters its second month. Are the cracks in the Republican Party starting to show as members look towards re-election? Mondays with Meghan, live from D.C. at 3 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos on air, online, and on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right. Got so distracted. Talking with John, it was such a good conversation with John Riches from over at the Goldwater Institute. And the topic of water, the bureaucracy, what happened was there was a stay by the governor's office across the board. I'm going to let him explain what the judge said. But in essence, you have to show... if you're going to develop a piece of land, you're going to subdivide a piece of land, you have to show the state that you have 99 years worth of water, 100 years worth of water in order to develop that land, that specific one, and build houses on that land. The governor's office said if there's any shortage anywhere in Maricopa County, they're going to put a moratorium, so no homes were allowed to be built, is in essence what was happening. So the Goldwater Institute and the Home Builders Association challenged this in court, and here's what happened with the judge.
The legislature makes the laws. The executive enforces the laws. Everybody learned that in social studies class in middle school. Here, the executive was not only ignoring the law, it was just making it up. And that is not the way our system works. If the state is going to impose a policy that is so draconian that it literally stops all new home building in the areas where we need it most, the legislature needs to be the one that makes that policy. And so the judge agreed and said, look, this is a policy. It should have gone through rulemaking, and maybe even if it did, there's questions as to its legality, but it sends a message that in this state, we're going to respect separation of powers. The legislature gets to make the call about significant policy questions, and the executive branch gets to enforce it. It doesn't get to make up the rules as it goes along.
So there's a couple of really important things here. One of them when it comes to building and the message it sends. Specifically, and if we have time, I may let you hear a little bit more of this. It doesn't apply to multifamily. So you, in those same areas, instead of building individual homes, you decided you wanted to build condos. You wanted to build an apartment complex. You don't have to do the same thing. It's so odd when it comes to water usage and almost arbitrary. So the Home Builders Association had to be so frustrated. We don't have enough housing in Arizona as it is. We're not building enough homes. We don't have the workforce to do it. And this was another hindrance to that industry. So it's frustrating in that regard. But the other bigger overriding piece of this is all executive branch. It doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat. If you are in the executive branch, and there have been a lot of challenges to the Trump administration where the Trump administration wasn't successful. It's happened to every president. And this is when our system works. This is how it's supposed to work. The governor says, her office, her people says, we believe that not only is this the right thing to do, but it's within our purview to do it. And you have the others that come in. You have somebody that goes to the courts and says, we don't believe this is constitutional. We believe that this is an overreach of the executive branch, that this kind of a change in the rules has to be a legal change made by the legislative branch. And the judge agreed. The system worked here. So, you know, the legislative overreach is scary to anyone. But the message it sent was the other part of this. The unintended consequence of this is the ripple effect when this message was put out. When the people in Buckeye were told this development is not going in Buckeye because we may not have the water to sustain it, that may not have been the intended message, but it certainly was the message. All of a sudden, you've got developers and business people and leaders in industry, the Arizona Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the local GPEC, Greater Phoenix Economic Council. When you have these organizations that come out and they're like, hang on a minute, we can't be telling the world that we don't have water. Yes, we do. We have water. We have managed it properly. We continue to manage it properly. We're looking at the next generation of proper management in the next generation. We're doing all of those things. If you tell industry that we may not have water, all they have to hear is may not. And you're going to scare them from investing here. It is a scary message to send. And it's not an accurate one. If it was an accurate one, that would be a different story. It just isn't an accurate one. And that's the part of it that frustrates people, is it may not be the message you meant to send, but then the message wasn't corrected. So the judge settled this. It was just different. All right, in a moment, we are going to talk about the shooting at the White House. Our friend Steve Hooper joined us to discuss what he believed were maybe some oversights and some things that may change. We're going to talk about this and what they may do to fix things next.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Are you still eating a hot sandwich?
I took another bite when Becky Lynn was doing the news. It's a hot sandwich. But I think it's a little spicier than I thought it was going to be.
You're going to make it?
I might not make it.
Might not make it,
how
but
it goes.
I'm good for now.
So it'll be good for ratings. Let's see if Gatos makes it till 6.
Outspoken, weekday afternoons 2 till 6. Watch Outspoken on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on 92.3, KTAR.com, and the KTAR News app.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Somewhere right now, a teacher is staying late to grade papers and spending their own money to buy classroom supplies, and they never ask for a thank you. We believe they deserve more. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and our presenting sponsor, your Valley Toyota dealers, we pay tribute to a teacher with a $2,500 bonus. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and nominate a deserving teacher. Pay tribute to a teacher is sponsored by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield Permanent Ceramic Coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield Permanent Ceramic Coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free YMCA swim lessons while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 10:31. I'm Patricia Valencia. The White House is holding a meeting regarding security today in the wake of the incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend. The Secret Service is conducting an after-action review on possible lapses when authorities say a gunman ran past security in an effort to try to get inside the ballroom of the Washington Hilton. Sources say he was a guest at the hotel. ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett talks about the difficulty of securing a hotel before high-profile events.
Any way that you can get to the ballroom, people should not have access, or at least has to go through a human person, a Secret Service agent or uniformed officer. But I'm going to guess here that because of fire codes, you can't lock down that elevator. Yes, you could put a Secret Service agent in the stairwell, of course, but you couldn't shut down the stairwell just because of fire, etc.
In an online video after the shooting, Arizona Congressman Abe Hamadeh thanked his senior law enforcement advisor for getting him and 2 other congressmen, Representatives Marlon Stutzman of Indiana and Andy Ogles of Tennessee, to safety. Stutzman appeared alongside Hamadeh and described the moment gunshots went off.
I was actually sitting with the News Nation folks, and we were actually talking about how, here we have all this freedom in our great country, and all of a sudden, like 50 to 75 feet over my left shoulder, gunshots go off, and we all just jumped underneath the table.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs also reacting, calling the incident horrifying and saying violence has no place in our politics.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
An attempt to stop the planned ICE detention facility in Surprise via a lawsuit from the Arizona Attorney General's office. AG Chris Mays argues the building was designed as an industrial warehouse, not a detention center, adding that DHS and ICE have not conducted an environmental review given there's a chemical warehouse located across the street. In a statement to KTAR, ICE says prior to purchasing this site, ICE carefully evaluated the use of existing facilities to help minimize environmental impacts.
Thunder win it 121-109. Oklahoma City takes a 3-0 lead, which, as we know in NBA history,
and it's do or die time for the Phoenix Suns. They trail Oklahoma City 0-3 in their first round of playoff series, and another loss tonight will end their postseason.
It'll be an uphill battle against the defending champs, but Suns fan Julian isn't giving up just yet.
We got to do better defensively, but Monday we can do it. We're going to do it.
What makes you feel like we can?
Just because you got to have hope. If you ain't got hope, you ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have hope. Let's see what they do.
Game 4 is tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. Tip-off is at 6:30. You can catch that call on our sister station, Arizona Sports, on 98.7 FM. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And now let's check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. 2 crashes on the west side, a crash with injuries in Glendale at 99th Avenue and Camelback, and a bicycle-involved crash that's going to be at 43rd Avenue and Peoria. Make sure you guys drive safe on those valley roads. In today's sunny skies, a high of 82. Fair for your Tuesday. We bump up our high to about 87. 70 degrees right now in Mesa. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Well, Donna here, imagine getting tossed into jail and losing everything you have because of an AI mistake. It's Tech Tuesday, tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
What seems to be a never-ending news cycle, was a very strange occurrence, the White House Correspondents' Dinner and the shooting that happened and the suspect that they now have. And we talked with Steve Hooper. If you're not familiar with the show, Steve is a frequent guest because Steve and his wife, Linda, both between them have over 50 years experience in federal law enforcement with the FBI. Steve started his federal law enforcement career with the Secret Service. So in texting with Steve about some opinions on what he saw, obviously someone that has an eye for these kinds of things. By the way, he was on the FBI director's security detail when he was fairly new, I believe, with the FBI, so he has been a dignitary protector. And it's talked about how this actually worked. And everybody's assigned a person, which I knew ahead of time, but they have teams of people that are assigned a dignitary. So when something happens, you go and you take care of using your protocol, your dignitary, President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, Kash Patel, the FBI director. But the questions about how did that guy get that close, one of the things Steve said that he defended was that the guy never got in the room with the president. That's the goal. They fulfilled the goal. But what could be different? When you're in a hotel with 1,000 rooms, it is much more difficult. That perimeter can't be pushed out much further. Patricia, have you ever been to an inauguration?
No, I have not.
Okay. It's something.
Every time something happens in D.C., I always think about when we went back.
Yeah.
Of like the places I've been, if I've been there.
So they pushed out. I was there for the first Trump inauguration as a member of the press. We actually did our show from the press tent on the Capitol Mall grounds.
How's security for something like that?
When you went? So what they do is they push out about a 1 mile circle around the Capitol. And they may have even pushed that out even further. They use not only concrete barriers and fencing, but they used dump trucks and garbage trucks and city buses, and they would be overlapping each other in intersections, so you couldn't drive through with a vehicle. Mm-hmm. And then they have checkpoints to get through. Well, we didn't know this, there was only one media checkpoint, and we were not told that. So on the day of the inauguration, we all were at a checkpoint.
It was the wrong one.
And it was the wrong one. And it was interesting because I think the doors opened at like 5 in the morning. So we could see it was TSA or Secret, so whoever it was that was inspecting, letting people through the gate. You had to go through the mags, the same machines people went through, metal detectors. And so we were waiting. All of the media was waiting to go through. And they didn't say, you could see us we could talk through the fencing. They never said a word. And then when they opened the gate and we all tried to go in with our equipment, they all said, you can't bring your equipment through here. We had to walk all the way around the fencing to the media entrance. People were furious. And it was just a debacle. But it was getting through. Every piece of equipment had to be inspected. At the Republican convention in Cleveland that year, we had a rental car, and we had to drive into a tent, and they had bomb-sniffing dogs, and they had those mirrors that look under the vehicle. They opened the trunk. They looked through everything. So in those instances, you have this overwhelming security. But in a hotel situation, it was harder to push that back. But what Steve said that was interesting was that when people took a defensive posture when that guy ran through there, that they kind of took a step back. He believes that what they will look at moving is that next time something like that happens, you step forward and confront them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As opposed to letting,
get in their way.
Yeah, because he opened fire and they were in to take him down before he got in the room, but he should have been stopped sooner. And Steve brought up something I hadn't thought of. Like, he could have been somebody that was late to the dinner, that just was trying to
run through.
But you still have to stop them to find that out.
Yeah.
To
get that conscious to stop anybody that's making an action like that.
And if there's a video, and if you once they tell you to look for this, you look for it. The video of when Ronald Reagan was shot, and he was leaving a building, and a guy named John Hinckley Jr. shot him, and the guy was in a mental institution for years. They finally let him out, but in his deranged state, he was trying to get the attention of Jodie Foster, the actress.
Mm-hmm.
He had a crush on Jodie Foster, and he thought that if he for whatever reason, if he shot Reagan, well, he was standing there with a handgun, and nobody was checking him. And when Reagan was going to get into the limousine, this guy opens fire. And you don't catch it originally because there's so much chaos going on. They're stuffing Reagan into the car. But the Secret Service agents, and I don't know how you train to do this. I don't know what you go through to train to do this. If there's a loud bang, whether it's gunfire or anything else, the human instinct is to kind of...
Right, to duck down.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They make themselves bigger. So they open their arms and legs, and they make themselves a big target to shield literally a human shield in front of the dignitary they're protecting.
It's crazy.
Can you imagine the training that goes into? Because then when you watch that video back, there was one Secret Service agent that got shot, and you can see as the shooting happens, he turns and faces the noise and makes himself even bigger. And I thought
that's like fighting human instinct. That's a talent.
Have you seen the movie In the Line of Fire with Clint Eastwood?
I have not.
John Malkovich. That's a movie you should rent tonight. It is that good. But the whole premise of the movie is there's a guy, John Malkovich, is threatening the life of the president. And they're trying to catch him before he
does anything.
But the backstory is that Clint Eastwood is on the presidential protection detail, but he was with Kennedy when Kennedy got assassinated, and it's haunted him ever since.
Oh, now I need to watch this.
It's such a good movie. But in it, I don't know how much of it is actual truth, but there's enough that we know about the Secret Service of, are you willing to take a bullet for the president or whoever you're protecting? That's the big question. And these people prove it over and over and over again, that whatever dignitary they've been assigned, that they're willing to take the hit.
Themselves in front of everybody.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah. I couldn't do it.
And then the last thing I'll tell everybody that was one of my favorite things about Ronald Reagan was how funny he was all the time. This is the famous quote was after he was shot and they took him into the hospital. His wife, Nancy, came to the hospital. And can you imagine? He was wounded. And he said to his wife, sorry, I forgot to duck.
Oh, what a lighthearted present.
But yeah, to have that sense of humor in that moment was pretty remarkable. I want to remind everybody that the Amazing Arizonans podcast is available. The brand new episode dropped today. Her name is Jordan Rose. She is the subject of our interview. She owns the largest woman-owned law firm in the state of Arizona in our state's history. A phenomenal story. KTAR.com, the KTAR News app, or the KTAR YouTube channel is where you can find it. I want you to make sure you go and check it out. It is a fantastic story. All right, coming up in a moment, we are going to talk about the U.S. economy. We'll get to that in just a moment. Right now, it is Moving Team 6. I was with Tim and his wife yesterday from Moving Team 6. We had a great evening out together. These are just good people, and I think any good business starts there. When people say that honesty and integrity lead the way, the proof is in the leadership because they don't compromise. They don't compromise in training their employees. They don't compromise in paying their employees. They don't compromise in equipping their employees. They set them up for success, and then they say to you that your move is their mission, and they mean it. They're going to show up on time, which is expected. They're going to have great attitudes. They're going to be courteous. They're going to go to work. They're going to respect the fact that it's a very stressful time for you because moving always is. And they're doing a great job making sure that move is done efficiently, and they're honest with you about pricing. It is the best moving experience I've ever had. Go to movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website. movingteam6.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For 42 years, Dolphin Pools has delivered affordable luxury, the kind of backyard paradise that turns every day into a vacation. And now, with our brand new surprise showroom, it's easier than ever to bring your dream to life. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's #1 rated pool builder on Google and Yelp, and we're Google guaranteed. Buy now and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. The hot Arizona days are coming fast. Visit dolphinpools.us and build your paradise today.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to consider refinancing and saving money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving, and tell them Gatos sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 10:47, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now. The last of the cheaper oil shipped before the U.S. war with Iran is now being offloaded, refined, and sent to gas stations. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed with no peace talks planned. Crude oil trading higher, 44% higher than before the start of the war. Analysts say the idea of $5 pump prices is not far-fetched over the next several weeks. And protesters hit the streets in Mesa and Phoenix to rally against the expansion of ICE detention centers here in Arizona and across the country. It was part of a national day of action against ICE. Organizers say they are pushing for due process reforms as an expansion of detention capacity is happening statewide. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Wayday now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Spend Mother's Day at Chase Field when the D-backs take on the New York Mets. The first 15,000 moms get a Mother's Day jersey courtesy of Dignity Health. Visit dbacks.com.
Arizona has a permitting problem. We'll tell you how it's affecting homeowners and contractors tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
All right, time for another non-scientific, unscientific poll. How about this?
I love those types of polls.
I do too. I do. Both of you. The question is, how much money would you have to consider yourself wealthy, rich?
Like in the bank.
Yeah, money.
Rich.
Your value, your net worth. What would your net worth need to be for you to say in your mind, I'm rich?
I need at least $5 million.
Okay.
Okay, I was going to say $2 million.
Okay, fair enough. Good.
Okay.
Good answers.
Good.
Rosie O'Donnell.
What about you?
Me? I'm a little closer to you with $5 million. I think that to be able to live off of the principal and not touch it and live a comfortable life, to me, that would be rich. And so I think I'd be able to do that. I mean, I'd be able to do it with a lot less. But I'm saying
right.
to consider myself rich.
To be rich.
To consider myself rich.
Right.
Rosie O'Donnell had something to say about billionaires. Okay? Listen to this.
I think with the praise of billionaires and everybody thinking that's a great thing to be a billionaire, it should be embarrassing to be a billionaire. It should be embarrassing to have the ability to help society and choose not to. I mean...
So...
How are they not helping? Like, I don't understand.
So I just looked it up. I just decided I'm going to do a search.
How much money does she have?
Rosie O'Donnell's net worth. Somewhere between $80 and $120 million.
She's a lot closer to the billionaire than I am.
So, and to give her credit, she's got a kids foundation that donates money and it's funded by her for the most part. That's all great stuff.
Does she still live here?
She moved and then I think she came back.
Of course.
I think she snuck back.
She snuck back.
Well, because, she made a big deal of leaving.
She did.
And I'm sure she has nothing. I think she moved to England, or Ireland. She moved to Ireland. And nothing against Ireland. I would love to go to Ireland.
Yeah.
But she missed home, so she came home. But $80 to $120 million, you are filthy rich. You could put that kind of money.
But that's why she said to be a billionaire. She's not a billionaire. She had to give that little loophole.
Oh,
She's still rich.
Do you think her life is much different than a billionaire with $120 million?
No, not at all.
She might not have private jets and multi-million-dollar yachts or whatever, but her lifestyle, she could, on a moment's notice, charter a plane and fly anywhere in the world for as long as she wanted.
She could, on a moment's notice, move to Ireland.
Yeah. Write a check for a house.
That's pretty rich to me.
Write a check for multiple houses. But is that not a strange view of the U.S. economy or the world economy?
Yeah. Well, what is she doing nowadays besides
Nothing.
making videos online?
But she's doing exactly what you should do after you've been successful in TV and, and she's been wealthy for a long time. And I don't blame her. If I had $120 million, I wouldn't do anything either.
So
it would be charity. I would just give my money away.
And they're not like many billionaires in the world, so she's pretty much calling out certain people.
Well, here's the thing, and I've talked about this before, and I've never met them, so this is not like I'm promoting friends. I don't know Bob and Renee Parsons. I don't know them. I've never met Mr. Parsons. I've never been in the same room with Bob Parsons. Haven't. And if you don't know who he is, he was the guy that started GoDaddy. And then when he sold it for billions. He also is PXG Golf and Scottsdale Harley, and he owns real estate. Bob and Renee Parsons, and I never want to leave his wife out because I've never met her either, but together they have the Bob and Renee Parsons Foundation. They spend their time giving away millions of dollars a year. Millions of dollars a year. Their chief counsel, who we just had on the show, you met Christine Jones. Christine, and she's been a guest on the podcast. Christine did very, very well. I don't know how much money she has, but she did very, very well as the chief counsel for GoDaddy. She was in that inner circle. And she's also a very successful lawyer. She has a successful law firm. One of the most entrepreneurial, kind, benevolent, philanthropic people I've ever met. And the idea that these people, and I don't think she's a billionaire, but that wealthy people somehow are greedy. And this is a wealthy person saying it. I'm only worth a paltry $80 million. The billionaires have the ability to help and they don't. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The money, who do you think supports Phoenix Children's Hospital? We donate, individuals donate, but very wealthy people invest. There was just a billionaire in Texas, him and his wife just underwriting a hospital and a medical school. Writing a check. Even the people I disagree with politically that write huge checks. I don't just demonizing people that are wealthy.
I was going to say, I don't know what's so bad about being a rich person
Nothing.
these days.
Nothing. But we've demonized it. It should be embarrassing to be a billionaire.
If you're a billionaire, I'll be your friend.
Okay. Well, then, but
I'm not embarrassed of you, friend.
So if you're all of us work for a living. If we're not supposed to like billionaires because of the lifestyle or whatever else, what if you're worth $100 million?
Where does the line? Where do we draw the line?
When do we say
how much money you have?
Yeah, give me some. Give your money away. I've never understood that mindset of somehow people are poor because you're rich. It's just not the way the life works. It's just not true. It frustrates me because most people don't compare themselves, and that comparison is the worst part. That I may think I have a pretty good life until I see yours, and now I'm upset that I work so hard for my life and you seem to have it easier, and so I'm jealous of your life. That's a ridiculous way to look at life. Ridiculous way to look at life. Final hour of the show, we're going to talk about Iran. That's coming up. We've got Did You Hear This? We've also got to talk about the White House shooting and what we've learned there, and then our story roundup. All of that happens in the final hour of the show. Stick around.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's Gatos, and I hired Advanced Window Products, and I love my new windows. Advanced Window Products, right here in Phoenix. What does that mean for you? It means no middleman markup and faster turnaround times. You're a homeowner. Get custom-built windows for your exact home. That's what Advanced Window Products does. No generic sizes or retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products builds your windows themselves right here in Arizona, so you get higher quality, better fit, and better pricing. How about this offer? Mention Gatos, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. 480-746-4280. Make your home quieter. Upgrade your curb appeal with windows built specifically for your home. Stop overpaying on electric bills. Your windows should pay you back. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. 480-746-4280. $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more and mention Gatos. AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Patricia Valencia. The suspect in the shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner allegedly sent his family a critique of hotel security and claimed his plan to check into a hotel ahead of time allowed him to get weapons inside. ABC News Chief White House Correspondent Mary Bruce witnessing the chaos.
The president, first lady, and the evening's entertainer Oz the Mentalist seen talking on stage when a loud bang was heard. The First Lady visibly shaken, appearing to mouth, "What happened?" Law enforcement immediately rushing in, swarming the ballroom. Secret Service forcing the president to the ground, rushing him off stage.
And we're told that members of his family are being cooperative, particularly his parents in California. There was also a phone call that was placed to a police department in Connecticut around the time of the attempted attack.
Caroline, as the noise started unfolding, says to me, "Get down," and we quickly hit the floor.
That's ABC White House correspondent Karen Travers, who was on stage next to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt when the gunfire erupted at the White House. She tells Arizona's Morning News, at first, nobody was sure what the noise was.
To me, it sounded like maybe something in the program was beginning, something that was part of the entertainment. The president said after that to him, it sounded like a tray had fallen.
Well, Travers says leadership from the White House Secret Service and the Department of Homeland Security are going to meet to look at ways to improve security. President Trump believes the response was excellent. And a former FBI agent says Saturday night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner wasn't due to lack of security, but a slow response. Steve Hooper joined the Mike Broomhead Show and says the Secret Service did its job.
They stopped the threat before it became a threat to the president. The president and the vice president were never threatened. They kept him out of the room.
Hooper adds that measures could have been taken, such as using only one elevator leading to the area where the dinner was held, as well as assigning law enforcement officer to the elevator to monitor who entered the main floor of the event.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
An attempt to stop the planned ICE detention facility in Surprise via a lawsuit from the Arizona Attorney General's office. AG Chris Mays argues the building was designed as an industrial warehouse, not a detention center, adding DHS and ICE have not conducted an environmental review, given there is a chemical warehouse located across the street. In a statement to KTAR, ICE says prior to purchasing the site, they carefully evaluated the use of existing facilities to help minimize environmental impacts.
I don't want the shutdowns, and I've never wanted one.
U.S. Senate Republicans are using the reconciliation process to get the Department of Homeland Security fully funded. Arizona Republican U.S. Representative Juan Ciscomani says this needed to happen, and it didn't commit to signing off on what the Senate comes up with just yet.
We're talking about FEMA money, TSA, we're talking Secret Service, we're talking cybersecurity, the Coast Guard. All these entities are within the Department of Homeland Security, so we need to fund that.
Meanwhile, Arizona Democrat U.S. Representative Greg Stanton says he will not vote for any funding that goes to ICE until policies related to masks, warrants, and more are changed.
Thunder win it 121-109. Oklahoma City takes a 3-0 lead, which, as we know in NBA history, has never been come back from.
It's do or die time for the Phoenix Suns. They trail Oklahoma City 0-3 in their first round of playoff series, and another loss tonight will end their postseason.
It'll be an uphill battle against the defending champs, but Suns fan Julian isn't giving up just yet.
We got to do better defensively, but Monday we can do it. We're going to do it.
What makes you feel like we can?
Just because you got to have hope. If you ain't got hope, you ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have hope. Let's see what they do.
Game 4 is tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. Tip-off is at 6:30. You can catch that call on our sister station, Arizona Sports, on 98.7 FM. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. There's a new crash in Peoria, 91st Avenue and Deer Valley Road. Also a crash with injuries at 99th Avenue and Camelback, and a crash clearing at 43rd Avenue and Peoria. This traffic update is brought to you by Sweet James. When an injury from a car, truck, or motorcycle accident changes your life, call the attorneys at Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000 and sweetjames.com. And today we got sunny skies, a high of 82. Tomorrow as well, sunny skies and a high of 87. 68 degrees right now in Glendale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values, strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, as we look at what's happening in the Middle East, we can't update things without looking at what's going on financially. Still, the mixed day continues on Wall Street. But when it comes to the oil prices, Brent crude oil trending up. It's at 108.75, 108.78, somewhere in there. WTI, West Texas Intermediate, trading at 96.5. Pushing, about 96.66. The reason why we keep watching the oil prices is obviously what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz and what's going to happen with Iranian oil and the world supply, but commerce. What also will happen if commerce is stopped, if this blockade continues? How much will it interrupt commerce? How soon before the world begins exploring permanent options in different places? There's a bigger question here about commerce and the Strait. There is international law, and this is the part of this that I'm a little baffled by, and I don't exactly understand, and it's got to be a simple answer that I'm just not seeing. But if we have worldwide agreements on the passage through international waters for any ship around the world, that it has already been deemed international waters, that no one nation, even if you're in close proximity to that water, can you start levying charges and asking people for fees? Because what it's going to do is it's going to be like toll roads. And you're going to have, no matter where you're going, you're going to pay exorbitant amounts of money, and prices of everything go up around the world. And then there isn't competition other than the competition to see which one can get the most money. So if the world isn't on board by telling the Iranians, you cannot hold the world's economy hostage because you're at war or at war with the United States. That's the commerce side of this. So I don't really understand where a lot of that's coming from. But the other part of it is the need to have done something, and the constant conversation about whether or not Iran was dangerous to anybody in the world. They are the number one state sponsor of terror on the planet, bar none, end of story. The proxies that they have, the Iraqi proxies that they still have, the things that have happened in Syria, what's gone on between Hezbollah to the north of Israel and with Hamas and with the Houthis, this has been their goal forever. We've talked about it over and over again, that in their constitution, that not only do they believe that there should be a one world government that is run by Sharia law, they also are supporters of any uprising or revolution that happens anywhere in the world that thinks the same way. What they've done to brutalize their own people, what they've done to terrorize the world, and that's exactly what terrorism, the definition of it is, using violence to alter people's behavior because they're afraid of more violence. And so the only question is, when chanting death to America, are they closer to the ability of doing some of that? And how many are acceptable? I want to know how many lives can be lost where it's an acceptable amount where nothing gets done. The Iranians submitted a deal. I don't know the status. I've been looking, but I don't know the status of it. What they wanted to do was break up some of the negotiations. They wanted to negotiate a deal where they would open the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. opened the blockade of Iranian ports. Now, the leverage that the U.S. has gained from the Iranian ports seems to me to be the best leverage they have, and I don't know that the U.S. is going to give that up. The Iranians also want to have a conversation about nuclear capabilities, But they don't want to have that now. They want a different agreement to open the strait and renew commerce. And then once commerce is renewed, have a future conversation about their access to nuclear energy and the enrichment of uranium, which is also another strange thing, that they don't need to enrich uranium. They can buy it from other countries to power their nuclear reactors, which, by the way, are underground. Their missile capabilities, when they claim to have a space program, all of these things are verifiable. That doesn't mean that you have to agree that we're doing the right thing by being there. But not acknowledging all those things is a ridiculous thing. It's just not accurate. It's not consistent with what the world's been saying for decades. So the deal gets submitted. Will the U.S. any of it? Will the U.S. agree with any of it? Right now, time is on the side of the U.S. And that, I mean, for this strategically. Where it's not on the side of the U.S. is in the court of public opinion. The U.S. citizens, I am in the minority with U.S. citizens. And I'm okay being there. I'm in the minority with the Americans that believe that this is the right thing to do and that we're doing it the right way. Two separate issues, by the way. There are plenty of times when you could be doing the right thing but doing it the wrong way, or vice versa. And in this case, I believe that we're doing the right thing. I think we're doing it the right way. History will judge both. But to not acknowledge that something was going to have to be done about the Iranians, I think is a politically motivated statement that you don't want to acknowledge. You don't want to acknowledge that this is a necessary thing. And it's unfortunate. It's truly unfortunate, I think, for us. I think down the road we're going to have different answers when we see how things turn around. Right now, I mentioned earlier today, I understand how bad it is for people. I spent $153 yesterday filling the tank in my truck, and it is shocking to see it. I'm able to. I didn't have to. The days, and it felt like it wasn't that long ago when you're on a budget. You've got people in the house that are counting on you, and so sometimes you got to put $20 in gas in your vehicle just to get to and from until it's time to get paid. That the idea of me being able to, and I know this sounds dumb, Patricia, that we laugh about some of these nonsense things sometimes, but being able to pay my bills early. I pay my bills, but I pay. What I mean is, I feel good about being able to pay. I enjoy paying my bills. Where it's a chore for a lot of people, I know what it's like to not be able to, so I pay them early when I can. But also to be able to pull up to the pump and set the that little lever that puts the autofill.
Keep going.
Yeah, the autofill, and then stand there and wait for it to be done, and then look up and be shocked at how much it is. Right. But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the ability to not have to think
time.
about it.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been, and I don't wish it on anybody, but it was great formative time for me, that when you have to budget your money, you appreciate it more when you have a little extra.
Yes, definitely.
Right?
I do all the time. I'm always like, oh, and I'm like, let me just try to save it.
Yeah.
It's not always that I have
How's that work out with
money.
2 kids?
No, it doesn't work out at all.
Till your daughter needs a bat for baseball or a glove or
Those
cleats
things are
or
expensive.
Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, I hope she stays an athlete because it would be fun to watch her, grow up as an athlete. But it doesn't get cheaper.
No, we already have a tournament in Pine Top, Arizona at the end of the month. Yeah, that's not a pretty penny.
Is she kind of an equipment person yet?
Oh yeah, she loves her bat.
Okay.
She has to have her certain glove. She's a lefty.
I was watching a video the other day of a old baseball player saying, "What are we doing?" and talking about a kid 10 years old, and he's got 3 bats in a bag, and each bat is $300. He's got 3 different bats in an equipment bag.
Haven't gotten
2
there
different
yet.
gloves.
Yeah, she's all about her.
So by the time you're all in, you're in for about $2,100.
And they all have to match.
And everything has to match. And you've got a kid that's 10 years old that hasn't really mastered one bat, that's walking around with $2,000 worth of...
I was going to say, with $2,000 worth of equipment in their bag.
But the ability to say yes when you think it's appropriate
Right.
I hope everybody enjoys that, and I hope they enjoy it because maybe there's a time when they couldn't. That was the thing for me, you know?
Yeah, it's very eye-opening.
It is. It is absolutely eye-opening. All right, speaking of eye-opening, in a moment, Patricia gets us caught up on the big news stories. We call it Did You Hear This? It happens next.
War with Iran.
Trump making claims that no one knows who is in charge in Iran, but we have heard that claim disputed by regional policy sources, including one who said, look, there may be differences in approach within the Iranian system, but there's no clear evidence of fractures at the level of core decision making. So just big questions about where all of this goes from here.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and summer's almost here. For the confidence to look your very best, come to Red Mountain Weight Loss. At Red Mountain, you'll find the latest programs and medications to help you lose weight, from GLP-1 meds to RM3, their signature medication, and the fastest way to lose weight. Their doctors specialize in weight loss so they can help you overcome issues that cause weight gain. Get a customized plan for your body. Not an app, not a chatbot, real medicine with real oversight, getting real results. With programs starting as low as $149, you could lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month. Trust the experts at Red Mountain Weight Loss, where you'll get the care you deserve at a price you can afford. Meet with them in person or go online. They'll ship medication directly to your door. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain, and tell them Gato sent you.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hello, I'm Dr. Emily Ho, a fellowship-trained breast surgeon at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast surgeons collaborate with a multidisciplinary team to ensure the best outcomes for our patients. With appointments available within 24 to 48 hours, you can receive the care and support you need without waiting. Our convenient locations bring together all the services you need under one roof, making your journey less stressful so you can focus on what matters most, you. Trust Ironwood Women's Centers for your breast cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today for academic cancer care in a community setting.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. The man who authorities say tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner with guns and knives has been charged with attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. He appeared in court moments ago to face charges in a chaotic encounter that resulted in shots being fired, Trump being rushed off stage, and guests ducking for cover underneath their tables. Cole Thomas Allen was taken into custody after shooting on Saturday night and is charged with federal court in Washington. Authorities say an officer wearing a bulletproof vest was shot in the vest but is expected to recover. Again, the man who tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner has been charged with attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. Taking a look at Wall Street right now, the Dow is down 80 points, S&P 500 is up 8 points, and the NASDAQ in the green 43 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
It's Gatos for Aria Dental Implant Center. They're changing lives every day. And Lee is going to tell us how Aria changed her life. Lee, tell everybody how you were feeling before you went to Aria. What was the issue with your teeth?
I had a lot of missing and broken teeth, and I was very self-conscious about my smile. And so I decided to make a change, and I heard about Dr. Joe, and I went in for my consultation and felt very comfortable with his office and very knowledgeable what the procedure would be like, and I decided to move forward and go with it.
How has your life changed because of Aria?
I'm no longer always thinking about my teeth or whether or not someone else is looking at my teeth. I don't even think about smiling anymore. If I feel like smiling, I just smile instead of trying to hide my smile from other people.
Lee is a perfect example of how Aria Dental Implant Center can change your life. Go see Dr. Joe today. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell him Gato sent you.
Dave Ramsey here. Not every home improvement needs a full remodel. Sometimes one smart upgrade can change everything. That's where my friends at Trevec Remodeling and Roofing come in. For over 20 years, they've been helping homeowners love their homes. Their smart refresh projects transform your kitchen or bathroom, like new countertops, cabinets, a backsplash, or shower conversion, without changing the floor plan. Real improvements made in days, not months. And if you're ready to go bigger, Trevec handles complete remodels of any size with clear communication and solid craftsmanship you can count on. Call 480-367-1171, 480-367-1171, or visit Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, building dreams together for over 20 years.
LaDonna here. Imagine getting tossed into jail and losing everything you have because of an AI mistake. It's Tech Tuesday, tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, time to catch up on the headlines. Did you hear this?
Did you hear this? Broomhead reacts to today's hottest news stories.
All right, so the man who authorities say tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner is being charged with assassination of President Donald Trump, or attempted assassination. What do we have to say about this incident? What was your first thoughts when you saw it happening, and what needs to be done to stop this?
Well, I was really happy that they found the manifesto and that the kid's family, or this guy's family, it was very strange to see that he seemed to be a pretty accomplished teacher. There's a public schools joke in there somewhere, but I'm serious. The guy was teacher of the month or something, so he seemed to be well adjusted to the people around him. And I don't know what pushes people over the edge. My first inclination was I'm glad nobody was injured, because when you run into a crowded building and you open fire, somebody was shot in the bulletproof vest, but return fire, there's always the possibility of somebody, an innocent bystander, getting hit. So I was glad nobody was injured, but also seeing how quickly all of those dignitaries, because if you look at the line of secession, and the president and the vice president and the Speaker of the House and the FBI director and then so many other people that were in that line were there, getting them out, getting them all safe was a remarkable thing as well.
And no U.S. peace deal yet with Iran. Instead, Tehran is reaching out to Russia for more support. President Trump, meanwhile, ruling out in-person talks and saying Iran can call on secure telephone lines if they want to negotiate. ABC's Martha Raddatz with more.
We'll deal by telephone, and they can call us anytime they want.
As the war enters week 9, the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, Iran refusing to negotiate until the U.S. ends its naval blockade. On Friday, the president could hit another roadblock. The 1973 War Powers Resolution may force President Trump to seek congressional approval to continue the war past the 60-day mark. On May 1st, that 60-day threshold will be reached.
So do you think it'll come to President Trump seeking congressional approval to continue the war past the 60-day mark? How's this going to play out, you think?
See, that's the way the government is supposed to work. You know, and if the rule says you have to go and get congressional approval, I think it's time that we start holding Congress accountable. And what I mean by that is we focus on the executive orders that all presidents make. It's not just Donald Trump. It was Barack Obama started expanding the power. Joe Biden has done it. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that Congress can't get anything done. And if we force them to do something, and in this case, they may not have the answer that I want, but if the President of the United States says, okay, we're going to request from Congress permission to continue with what we're doing, now Congress has to make a decision. Not a theoretical decision, not some opinion in a speech from the floor. They actually have to vote. And then you have to figure out whether or not you're going to vote in favor or against. And then the American people can see where Congress actually stands. So I have a little bit of a different opinion on this because I think they should be able to have their voices heard, but hold them accountable so we can see how they vote. I like that idea better. You are listening to Did You Hear This? Every day at this time to catch up on headlines.
Thunder win it, 121-109. Oklahoma City takes a
The Phoenix Suns have one more chance to avoid a sweep. They trailed 3-0 in their playoff series against Oklahoma City Thunder. There's never been a team in NBA history to come back and win a playoff series after falling 0-3. So what does the team need to do to get that dub tonight? Do you think they will? Do you think they can? What are they lacking in this series?
Oof. Well, I don't know that the Suns are really lacking a lot. It's just that they're playing against a team that has so much of everything. They're big, they are fast, they are strong, they can shoot the ball, they play defense. This is the team to beat. And so this is what happens when you come in as the last seed. You've got to play the number 1 seed. It's only happened one time in March Madness where a 16 beat a 1, and so we know it's miraculous. I think the Suns are primed for the future. I think they've got to play better defense. They've got to be more consistent, but it's hard when you're playing a team that's good. I think they've got a great core. I think this is a valuable learning experience. I think in the end, you are going to be able to see them do better, and they're going to learn from this experience, but I don't think there's much chance they're winning this next game.
Well, Game 4 tips off tonight at 6:30. Mortgage Matchup Center, downtown Phoenix. You can listen to our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. I hope you are way wrong on this, mister. And finally, imagine running 26.2 miles in an average pace of over 13 miles per hour. For one man in Kenya, there's no imagining it, as we hear from ABC's Jim Ryan.
Sebastian Sawe has broken the 2-hour barrier, finishing the London Marathon Sunday in 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Yomif Kajelcha came in second, also beating the 2-hour mark. His fellow Ethiopian Tigast Asefa set a new women's record. All three were wearing Adidas trainers, and the company's stock price surged after the race.
So you played sports, Mike. Were you a star athlete? Any crazy personal records? What was your mile like?
Running was ruined for me because it was punishment.
Right, I know. Every time I say the same thing.
I wrestled in high school, and so our punishment was running. And we had to run bleachers, and so when we never ran for anything that was to get in shape. We didn't run even for fun.
It's only because you were bad.
And then
doing bad things.
I had my very first girlfriend in high school was a year older than me, and she was on the cross country team. And here's how they practiced. They would this was back when you could be, they would pile all of the kids into the back of the coach's pickup truck. They sat in the bed of the truck. The coach would drive them about 5 miles away, drop them off, and say, "See you back at school."
And
they'd run back to the school. And I thought, there's nothing about that sounds appealing. Nothing. Running 13 miles an hour.
I know, I was just thinking
but to do it for 26 miles?
No, thank you.
To average that speed?
I can't even do it for 1 second.
No. You know what? I'll be honest. The only thing I do at 13 miles an hour is fall down at my age. I can fall down that fast.
I've seen you.
Okay,
Witness.
There you go.
Man, that's fast. 13 miles per hour? I can't even fathom what a human looks like running 13 miles an hour.
And why you'd want
I know, right? Unless I was running for my life, then I'm...
Right. That's what I said. I run when something's chasing me. Other than that...
That guy's chasing his dreams.
Yeah, well, that's a dumb dream. All right. I'm going to make so many runners angry. I'm just joking. Listen, I will be honest with you. I have the utmost respect for anybody that can do that because it's got to be a mentally grueling thing. I just can't imagine. All right, the White House, the shooting, what we've learned, and who we've learned it from. Next.
Arizona's Morning News, the Valley's only all-news morning show.
The director of research with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy agrees with the decision by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to send more water down the Colorado River. They plan to release 1 million acre-feet of water from upper basin reservoirs to help stabilize reservoirs on the lower basin.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News. Weekday mornings 5 till 8. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Your home would already be paid off if you had reached out to Life Changer Loan the first time you heard these ads. Instead, you pretend to love your low rate, even though you have 25 years left of mortgage payments. Stop the insanity. Take the time to learn about a Life Changer Loan and why we have all 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. This is not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
The award-winning Home and Flower Show returns this weekend only at Westworld in Scottsdale. 300,000 square feet of vibrant floral displays and home inspiration, unlike anything the Valley has ever seen. With Arizona's best contractors, stunning landscape exhibits, the home flower and plant marketplace, live competitions, expert seminars, and more. You have to see it to believe it. Get your tickets now at mchomeshows.com and experience a home show redefined.
LaDonna Harvey here. It is home selling season, and you know that the biggest mistake you could make while selling your home is settling for less money. The good news is you have an Orchard backing you up. That's not going to happen. Lowball offers can really wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less because you are just too tired of this nonsense. Well, that does not happen. You don't have to settle with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents right here in the Valley can help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. First, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. With Orchard, you don't have to settle, and you certainly don't have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much you could get for your home? Visit Orchard.com and get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
What if you could ask 3 financial experts anything about your money and get straight answers? That's 5Q IQ, financial power-ups with Trajan Wealth. Each week, fiduciary advisors Marty Bryant and Corbett Leduc and me, industry veteran Jeff Jr., tackle 5 listener questions on retirement, taxes, investing, debt, Social Security, and the headlines that keep you up at night. No jargon, no fluff, just clear answers. 5QIQ, Saturdays from 3 to 4 on KTAR.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drought Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Enjoy post-game fireworks at Chase Field throughout the season. For dates and tickets, visit dbacks.com/fireworks.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 11:32. I'm Patricia Valencia. New today. The man who authorities say tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner with guns and knives has been charged with the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. He appeared in courts moments ago. Thomas Allen was taken into custody after the shooting on Saturday night and is being charged in federal court in Washington. And in an online video after the shooting, Arizona Congressman Abe Hamadeh thanked his senior law enforcement advisor for getting him and 2 other congressmen, Representatives Marlin Stutzman of Indiana and Andy Ogles of Tennessee, to safety. Stutzman appeared alongside Hamadeh and described the moment gunshots went off.
I was actually sitting with the News Nation folks, and we were actually talking about how, here we have all this freedom in our great country, and all of a sudden, like 50 to 75 feet over my left shoulder, gunshots go off, and we all just jumped underneath the table.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs also reacting, calling the incident horrifying and saying violence has no place in our politics. And a former FBI agent says a lack of DHS funding could have contributed to the shooting outside of the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night. Steve Hooper joined the Mike Broomhead Show and says while the Secret Service agents are getting paid, agents gathering intelligence prior to big events are not.
So the agents are getting paid, but they have intelligence analysts that are not. Their intelligence analysts aren't working. So their ability to assess threats is minimized by this DHS funding issue.
Hooper adds that ultimately Secret Service did their jobs by keeping the shooting suspect out of the room and far away from the president and other dignitaries. He adds it wasn't a lack of security, but a slow response that could be improved.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
A new lawsuit from Arizona hopes to stop the planned migrant detention facility in Surprise due to the chemical warehouse across the street.
Surprise Mayor Kevin Sarter told KTAR last week he has no legal grounds to stop the facility. Now, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays argues DHS is rushing to expand detention capacity, adding the warehouse isn't retrofitted to house humans.
That operates, quote, like Amazon Prime, but with human beings. DHS and ICE have run roughshod over federal law.
She wonders how the 500 to 1,500 migrants will be evacuated in case there is an emergency at Rinchem, the chemical warehouse across the street. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
In a statement to KTAR, ICE says prior to purchasing the site, they carefully evaluated the use of existing facilities to help minimize environmental impacts. And now let's check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Look for a crash in Tempe on Mill Avenue and the US 60. Also a crash in Sun City at 99th Avenue and Grand Avenue. And another crash with injuries in Glendale at 99th Avenue and Camelback. This traffic update is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends on April 30th. dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Sunny skies for today and a high of 82. Fair for your Tuesday as well. We bump up our high just a bit to 87. 75 degrees right now in Tempe. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and remember all the supply shortages during COVID? Well, we might see a replay because of the war in Iran. We'll talk to Megan McCain about that. 3 o'clock, Mondays with Megan, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. You can catch the Megan interview on the KTAR YouTube channel.
I'm going to get back to this thing with the with what happened at the Correspondents' Dinner, but I'm still kind of wrapped up in this economy thing. We talked earlier about what it would take to make you feel rich, but what would it be, either one of you, because I just like the perspective of we are so generationally different. What is the one thing you wish would change for the economy in your world?
Probably just the cost of living right now.
Okay, but that's too broad. Give me something specific. World? Is it gas prices? Is it food with your family?
Probably food.
Okay.
Groceries are super expensive right now.
Okay.
Day to day for me, I would say gas prices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think for so many people, it could be, and either one, there's no wrong answer.
Right.
Right? There's no wrong answer. But because what's going to end up happening is, will you guys not own it yet, but you have your homeowners. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to worry about that yet, but you will, and that's when you start thinking about that, which I don't want to put pressure on you, but when you start thinking about where I'm going to live, how convenient it is. So now I want you to think about this. You have to find a place to live, and you've got to find something affordable that you can pay every month and not sweat it. But the affordable places that you can find are so far from work. Now think about what you're spending in gas, because now I got to spend, if I live closer to work, maybe I can, does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a weird place to start out. And I think it was one of the things that was the best thing for me, but I was so bad at it for so long, was as long as I could look in my account and I knew that checks were not going to bounce. That to me was financial planning.
It was.
You know what I mean?
Your head above water.
Right. But it didn't alter, like you said. We joked about it earlier, you said if you have some extra money, you're like, oh, it's nice to be able to have extra money in my pocket. Let me see if I can try to save it. That thought never entered my mind.
I try to see how long I can hold on to it.
Okay.
Let's just say that.
And I never thought that.
I can never do that, though.
So you're a good saver, right?
I try to be, but sometimes, you're like, oh, I have extra money. What can I buy with
Might
it
as well.
instead of,
Yeah.
well, how can I save it,
Because
I deserve it.
I look at, I have friends that, I have some friends that are really good with money. And looking back on it, my mother was good with money, not by design, but by necessity. I have friends that are really good with money and worked. He was the breadwinner. They made a decision that she would stay home and raise the kids. So they sacrificed that income. They never had cable TV. They had 2 cars, but only one of them had air conditioning. So his wife drove the car with the air conditioning with the kids in it, and he suffered the Arizona summers.
That's funny you say that because we have a car that the air conditioner's not that great. So I use the one with the better one when I have the kids.
Right.
Vice versa. Makes sense.
But they made choices in order, and then they were able to make it work. You know what I mean? Cell phone plans, only one of them had a cell phone because the other one work provided. And it was the base. This is before what we had now, but they had the basic plans. They didn't upgrade their cell phones. They lived very, very frugally.
Yeah, you have to be smart.
And they were able to, but they were able to do it. So I wondered, if I lived like that. Now I'm starting to sound like Dave Ramsey. If I lived like that for 1 year, I wonder how different my life would be.
Probably better than you deserve.
Yeah. Right? But
no,
that's not wrong.
I was going to say that's what Ramsey said.
Yes, that's not wrong. And I wonder if or would it be worth it to me? I think that's a better question. Because we're looking at the economy now.
What are you saving for? What are you going to? What are you worth? What is it worth for?
Well, it's just I guess the financial freedom part of it. If you had the discipline, if I was your age, I would say when I should have been much more disciplined when I was Elizabeth's age. That if I had been more disciplined, because I made a pretty nice living for an electrician living alone for a while. If I had been better with money, I'd be in a much better place today for retirement.
Right. I wish I would have been better with money. I would have known what I know today, because it wasn't until recently, that I have my children that I'm like, oh, this matters. I need to save.
Looking at putting money away for retirement, I never thought about it when I was younger. And I look back and I thought, I know that I could have easily put away $100 a month, $150 a month. That if I'd had,
I tried.
Well, I
Been
didn't.
There, done that.
I didn't. I look back. I just went and had fun.
I was going to say, basically, I tried it for like a month, maybe here and there sporadically. I was going to do it. And
so is it, but is it that, yes, we should do that so that someday we can live the life we want? That's a smart way of thinking.
Right.
The other way of thinking is you don't know what tomorrow holds.
I'm going to die tomorrow.
Yeah.
You never know. Yes, it is. It's totally both.
I never imagined, and it wasn't a morbid thought that I was going to die.
Right.
I just never imagined myself being 40.
Right. Living
I'm
in the
almost
moment.
60. I never imagined I would be in my 40s. So I never thought about planning for anything. It was like, well.
Even now, so when I have an extra, a couple of 20s or something, I'm like, what's going to happen next week? Can I spend this right now?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be fine. You know what I mean? Like just random thoughts like that.
Concert tickets.
Never, No, that's a yes, always. That's never a thought.
So the reason why I'm asking is we're looking at we played the Rosie O'Donnell thing earlier about criticizing billionaires. And I know that unless I win Powerball, that's not a consideration for me, that I'm going to be that wealthy. But I wonder what effect I could have on other people's lives. And that's the motivator for me, is if I accumulate enough wealth where I'm self-sufficient, which I'm self-sufficient now, but if I'm able to put enough money away, I would love to be able to give money away.
I know, me too. I always say that every time. I'm like, I wish I had that much money so I could give it away.
So what I do is, like, I have a friend who just had a medical issue, a kid I've known. I coached him in football. and they did a fundraiser. So I was able to donate to that. When St. Mary's Food Bank pops up or St. Vincent de Paul pops up, I can always donate something, and I do. But it's smaller amounts compared to what people that are writing significant checks for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
but it makes a difference.
And I wonder if I would like to be able to do that before I'm done. Before I'm done on this earth, I would like to be able to give somebody a significant amount of money.
I volunteer as tribute.
It changes their life.
You'll change my life.
Yeah, will change your life. All right, we are going to do what we always do to end the show. We are going to do our story roundup, and we'll get to it here in just 1 second. You know, summer's almost here. Time to get swimsuit ready, as they say at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Pool parties, beach vacations, you want to look your best and be confident. Red Mountain Weight Loss, the leader in medical weight loss. They have a bunch of different programs, all of them supervised by doctors who specialize in weight loss. They offer compounded GLP-1 medications. Their patented signature medication is called RM3. It is the fastest way to lose weight. The doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss will help you overcome the issues that cause weight gain, slowing metabolism, menopause, hormone imbalance. Get a customized plan. It's not an app. This is how they are going to help you make sure you can lose the weight, look swimsuit ready, be confident all summer long, and do it because you promised you would by next year. They have programs start as low as $149 per month. They have online video appointments. RedMountainWeightLoss.com is where you can go. RedMountainWeightLoss.com, or dial pound 250 on your smartphone. Key phrase, Red Mountain.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Way Day now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to consider refinancing and saving money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving, and tell them Gato sent you.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
Dishes into the KTAR News Center. The man accused of trying to kill President Trump was just in court. ABC's Mike Dubusky has more.
Cole Allen has been charged with 3 counts of trying to assassinate the president, with the hearing wrapping up just moments ago. ABC Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas was in the room.
Very calm. He was in a blue jail jumpsuit. Again, extremely calm, very respectful as a judge, answering questions. Yes, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. What took place in terms of as a matter of business is that he's scheduled for a detention hearing this coming Thursday, in which the government will make a motion that he should be held for the entirety pending trial.
Allen allegedly rushed security at the White House Correspondents' Dinner this weekend while armed with guns and knives. No one was seriously injured in the incident. Sources now say Allen appears to have shared posts that were critical of the Trump administration on the social media platform Blue Sky in recent weeks. This is ABC News.
Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
He's your Huckleberry. He's Mike Broomhead. And this is another Story Roundup.
All right, the Story Roundup today. We've got so much to get to as quickly as we can. I'm going to start off with this, a study on COVID. All right?
Another one.
Well, yeah, because this one is about the COVID vaccine. Study inaccurately claimed that the COVID vaccination program prevented 3.2 million deaths. So the long-term fallout, I think, is this. A lot of people are distrusting the medical community because there was so much information that we were told was right, then we were told it was wrong. And I understand from the beginning, a lot of it was brand new and they were just trying to figure things out.
Uncertainty.
The difference here is that we were telling people they were horrible if you didn't listen to whatever we believed. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I was kind of caught in the middle. Everybody, I have tons of friends refuse to get the vaccine. And I thought, good for you. You have every right. You don't want to put that in your body. You shouldn't. The other people that said they were horrible human beings and they should lose their jobs and lose their kids, I just thought, what in the world is wrong with you? The other side of it is I went to my doctor at the time with the information they had. My doctor's been my doctor forever. And he said, based on the life, your public life, based on all your interactions with people, I would get the vaccine and I'd get this vaccine. So I did, based on a doctor's advice.
Which you're supposed to do.
Which my friends who didn't get vaccinated wanted to kill me. You're an idiot. And I said, leave me alone. I leave you alone. I tell people to leave you alone. All the information I have now, I would never get the vaccine again. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I made decisions at the time. We just were so all over the place with crushing people.
Yeah, it was
ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. So these studies, I just hope we can get back to trusting the medical community again, because I don't know, it's going to take a while. How would you give the Cardinals and the draft? A, B, C, or D? F?
I think they did pretty good for themselves. So I would give them an A.
I would say A- to a B+. It was really, I thought, made some good choices. And then do you remember the name Diego Pavia?
Yes, why?
Okay, he was a quarterback for Vanderbilt. He came in second behind Fernando Mendoza in voting for the Heisman Trophy. But remember, he came out looking kind of thuggish with his brothers and
I
all
saw
that.
the memes.
Undrafted. He got invited as an undrafted free agent. He got invited to the camp for the Ravens. But here's the guy that was considered to be the second best quarterback, and nobody wanted to touch him because you're paying these guys guaranteed millions and millions of dollars. And especially if you're the quarterback, if you're going to act up,
it's not going to look good.
This kid cost himself a ton of money. I've got a couple of more I want to get to. When it comes to U.S. Forestry Service, illegally rounding up wild horses. Have you seen the wild horses here yet?
Them. Yes, I have.
Have you?
I've never seen people rounding them up.
Well, if you go to the Salt River, which is one of the cool things to do is tube the salt in the summertime, they're in the river. I have video and stuff. I'll have to send them to you. It's very cool. But people are concerned about rounding them up or getting rid of them but they also do a lot of damage. So they've got programs where they actually shoot darts that sterilize them so that they can't reproduce.
Yeah.
So they're trying to do what they can but we do this with hunting as well. The reason why they pass out certain numbers of hunting licenses is because they're counting the herds and they're making sure we've got managed herds. I don't know we're not going to eat the horses, at least I'm not, but what we would do, wild horses, what's the difference between a wild horse and a wild elk? If you got to manage the herd for the good of the herd, why wouldn't you? And especially the good of the environment around there.
People are just up in arms because they're horses.
Yeah.
And they're pets.
They're pets.
And they're pretty.
So this is my favorite so far. I love this. Everything about the White House Correspondents' Dinner surrounding the almost shooting that happened, one cop gets shot in the vest, the death that could have happened, the dignitaries in attendance. On CNN, their very senior correspondent in Wolf Blitzer was describing the night because Wolf Blitzer was there. You know who that is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. This is what Wolf Blitzer said.
We had just finished the first course, which was a delicious salad.
How many times did he say how delicious the salad was?
We had just finished the first course, which was a delicious salad.
And in several reports, he's quoted as saying the salad was delicious.
Yeah.
I want to know who's paying that man.
3 times. 3 times he talked about how good the salad was.
I just want a salad.
Now, if we were talking, if something like that happened where, unfortunately, if we were at an incident where something happened and you said to me, what happened? And I said, well, we just gotten done with the first course and we were just about to do something. We were watching Oz Perlman, The Mentalist.
Right?
Yeah. But how many times would I have to say, I almost got shot. I was at this correspondent. We had just finished the first course. It was a delicious salad.
With crescents.
Yeah.
You had to explain it. You had to digging on that salad.
And if you haven't seen the video of the report, the journalists in the room stealing the bottles of champagne and wine off the table.
I bet you the video of that guy that's still eating during the shooting is having a delicious salad.
He's having
a
delicious.
He is.
All right, we are out of time. Have a great day, everyone. God bless.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's Gatos. Injured in an accident? You need a law firm insurance companies take seriously. That's Sweet James. For over 25 years, they fought for injured victims with experience in more than 500 trials and a 98% winning record. Insurance companies know they won't back down. Trusted by thousands across Arizona and the official
plan, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Washington, D.C. is not the place to travel to commit acts of violence. The Constitution and the laws of the United States permit us to register our views through our voices and our votes. What they don't permit is making your views known through violence, especially violence directed at the President of the United States. This is anti-democratic at its core.
Thank you, Judge. Excuse me. Thank you, General. This one hits a little differently. We were all there. Many of you were there. Many of you watching were there as well. The President was there. The Vice President was there. The cabinet was there. And what you saw, described by the General and the U.S. Attorney, is absolutely true. The President spoke on late Saturday evening with the message of unity and a backing of law enforcement, and we have followed through on that message of unity and the effectuation of law enforcement across this country. This FBI is grateful to the United States Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, and our interagency partners, including the Metropolitan Police Department, for swiftly jumping into action. All of us on there put us in a unique position, but all of us also acted uniquely. The Washington Field Office jumped into action immediately, sending a mobile command center to the scene, along with our evidence response technicians, who showed up in speedy fashion to make sure we could collect the evidence that the prosecutors and the department needed to make this announcement today. Also on scene, you were told about the brave heroics of the United States Secret Service and other members of law enforcement. And that should be celebrated by every single American. They did exactly what they were trained to do. They stopped a massive attack from becoming even worse. They stood in the way, they safeguarded America, and they should be nothing but applauded for their bravery and their dedication to their mission and their selfless sacrifice to this country. The FBI, along with standing up mobile command units, evidence tech response team, and Washington SWAT on scene, also established our NC3, our National Crisis Coordination Center, almost immediately. And almost immediately in parallel, we stood up our command center at the Washington Field Office under ADIC Darren Cox's leadership. Throughout the evening, we immediately began working with our Department of Justice partners to find the evidence necessary to effectuate the legal process necessary and enter into the suspect's room at the Washington Hilton successfully and lawfully and obtain the relevant evidence for exploitation that was on scene. Back at the headquarters division and the Washington Field Office, we were coordinating a national scale investigation that literally spanned from coast to coast. As you heard, FBI agents, along with the interagency, were immediately dispatched to the suspect's home in California, where we conducted interviews that provided critical information about this horrific attack. We also dispatched investigators and agents to New London, Connecticut, where we conducted further interviews that provided necessary information that you will find in this criminal complaint, as the United States Attorney has just laid out. While officers were working diligently through the night to conduct those interviews, we were also conducting interviews of witnesses on scene. Those interviews are ongoing. As you know, there was almost 2,000 people there. We are sifting through and prioritizing who to talk to, and we will get to each and every one of you with any bit of relevant information. Again, we ask everybody who has any relevant information, like I did on Saturday night with the president, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Any piece of information is information we want to have and must receive. On top of the on-scene response by this FBI, the headquarters response, and the Washington field office response, the FBI flipped on its enterprise-wide response to this critical incident. What does that mean? We dispatched fixed-wing assets across the country so that we could immediately transport evidence that was acquired in California and Connecticut and sent it to our laboratories in Quantico for analysis. We collected the shell casings on scene, including the firearms and the weapons that the judge talked about. Those were also sent to our Quantico laboratories for immediate analysis. America should be proud that this FBI acted with the urgency that was needed for the moment that we had to answer. The president rightly said that we will act in a unified fashion, and it's because of President Trump's leadership and backing of the blue, every single person in law enforcement that I stood with into late evening hours on Saturday, early evening hours on Sunday, and all day yesterday and today are thrilled to wear the badge and defend this country. Each and every one of them deserves our thanks, and I encourage everyone listening to go out there and shake the hand of a federal agent or police officer and say thank you for doing their job. Thank you for training endlessly to make sure they meet the mission requirements. And for me, as the director of the FBI, I want to thank our headquarters components for working diligently with our prosecutors and make sure that the American public knows it's not just federal agents that do this work. It's our intelligence analysts, our support staff, our laboratories, our fixed-wing assets, our critical incident response groups, our hostage rescue teams. Agents sprung into action, got out of bed, and haven't slept since. These prosecutors haven't slept since, and I promise you they're not going to be sleeping. They are going to give you every piece of evidence. As the journal said, we will make public, when appropriate, to protect the integrity of this investigation, to make sure that due process is served, and we will meet the highest standards of the Constitution, as we always do. And that is when we will continue to disclose information. I know the public has a yearning for information, but just remind yourself of how much information you have already received, how transparent this administration has been. In less than 48 hours, you know almost every single thing we know. And what we have not told you yet, we will tell you in short order. So once again, from me, as director of the FBI, I want to thank the interagency. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and their director, Mark Wayne Mullen, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General of the United States, Attorney Pirro, and Ada Cox for springing into action on a night that should have been celebrating free speech, but we will be doing it again shortly, as the President said, and we look forward to seeing you all there.
You've been listening to the U.S. Department of Justice holding a press briefing on the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting on Saturday night, following the suspect's hearing in a federal courtroom today, where he's now been charged with attempted murder of President Donald Trump. We'll have more breaking news notifications on this throughout the day. Make sure to stay with KTAR. And now let's go ahead and do a check on traffic. We got John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Patricia. Still have a crash in the East Valley. Westbound Loop 202 prior to Alma School Road. Right lanes are blocked. Heads up for slowing as you head over to the 101 or the I-10 this afternoon. 35th Avenue, Union Hills. Look for a crash there. Bell Road west of 67th Avenue. That crash in Glendale is in the clearing stages, and still have that crash involving light rail, 22nd Street and Jefferson. Traffic is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any GLP-1 medication or their signature RM3 program. Hit pound 250 on your phone, your keyword, Red Mountain. John Roller, KTAR News.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other.
so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When you lose someone you love, your world stops. The last thing you should face is a maze of legal and tax complexities tied to multiple bank accounts, life insurance policies, annuities, unclaimed or hidden assets, and a myriad of state legalities that may require probate action. At Enterprise Estates Advisors, we're true fiduciaries. That means we work for your family, and we focus on providing the needed services so you don't have to worry. We work closely with the executors so they understand our process, agree to a timeline, and guide us through the disbursement. Our goal is to provide your family with an efficient process that can bring an estate to close in half the normal time. Call us when you experience a loss in your family. Enterprise Estates Advisors, where asset recovery is our promise to you. Give us a call at 623-387-3141. That's 623-387-3141. Or find us online at enterpriseestatesadvisors.com to learn more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
KTAR News. We now join the Ramsey Show, already in progress.
Our books, articles, anything and everything Ramsey has put out content-wise is in there. And it's wild how personalized it can get because it will remember you and your situation, but you can put in specific numbers, all of it, and it will spit out an answer like you have called the Ramsey Show. So get your question answered today at RamseySolutions.com at the Ask Ramsey tool, so you make sure to check it out. Or if you are listening on podcast or YouTube, we'll put a link below. All right, let's head to Bill in Seattle. Hi, Bill. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hello. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We are doing great. How can we help?
So, my question to you guys is whether I should continue moving forward with getting engaged with my girlfriend, even though I see her as kind of being financially irresponsible.
Run, Bill, run!
No.
No.
I'm just playing. Tell us more. What does financially irresponsible mean?
It means that she still kind of nickels and dimes us to death. So when it comes to those small expenses like eating out and getting a cup of coffee, I think there's very little consideration on her part in terms of how those expenses can accumulate over time. And I guess the other big thing too is, not a steady source of income from her end, so that when we have big expenses like our animal vet appointments, it usually ends up me sharing the financial burden more so.
Are y'all living together?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are. Yeah,
So
what this is kind of all about is I'm a 30-year-old living in my girlfriend's parents' basement.
Oh, there's that.
Oh, wow.
Okay, cool. lead with that next time, brother.
Hell.
All right, so how much of this? It's just two dudes. Rachel happens to be here, and like a couple of million people just listen in. Okay, how much of this is you've got to see up close? I don't know if this is a person I want to spend the rest of my life with. Because here's the thing. I skipped a final exam to run across campus because I knew that's a place that my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, would be walking across campus at a certain time. Right? So if it was really that she spent too much on cups of coffee and didn't work very often, and you were head over heels, this was your person, you'd be calling us in 10 years saying she won't get a job and she spent y'all into the poorhouse. What else is going on that's making you start to question this thing?
Well, we've been together for such a long time, and I think we've had our ups and downs, but eventually I feel like recently in my life I've gone through a stage of maturity, and that certainly means financial maturity, and I think that is what I have yet to see from her, especially in recent times. And I know if I want to take that next step with her, that is something that we certainly have to agree upon.
How old is she?
She is 28.
Okay.
So it's more of a maturity over on who she is, but what you're seeing and what's coming out is the money side too.
Yes.
And here's, oh man, this is a double-edged sword, all right, brother? And Rachel, tell me, knock me off my pedestal like you're so good at doing, Rachel.
Would love to, John.
My concern here is a double-edged sword. One, you have somebody who isn't working, seems to be content living at home with her parents, whatever, and never has any money and continues to rack up expenses. There's that. Honestly, my bigger concern right now is you are starting to feel like you are better than her. And that is, you're tilling the soil to plant the seeds for contempt. And contempt is one of the Gottman's 4 horsemen that will just destroy your relationship. It's you sitting up in the lifeguard tower of a local pool looking down on, instead of sitting with her and saying, hey, what's our plan to get out of your parents' basement? Right? What's your financial future? What job are you going to have? What kind of future do we want to build together? And if she won't participate in that, yeah, you've got bigger issues.
Yeah. Have y'all had conversations, Bill, about it?
We recently, 3 weeks ago, tried to have a completely clean slate where we, push everything behind us in the past and we just look forward and we don't bring up anything that happened in the past. And it seems like I'm getting that sense of financial urgency from her, but then there's still those moments where, again, she, has a small unnecessary expense, or just yesterday, if I may say, she had spent approximately $60 to get us concert tickets. And it's still those things that occur that prevent me from, giving her my full trust, financially speaking.
Well, it's tough because y'all aren't married. And so I wouldn't tell you to make a budget together because y'all are just boyfriend and girlfriend living in her parents' basement, right? Like, if y'all were married, if y'all were engaged and y'all were starting to think through, we're going to make a budget together and we're going to high-five each other and stick to this budget that we've made, and then she was like, look out, surprise, concert tickets, then yeah, you've
broken something that you've said together, yes.
But if y'all are just dating and you've been dating a long time and you're just sitting in your in your girlfriend's parents' basement saying like, hey, we need to get our stuff together, and she's like, yeah. I mean,
you've created no situation where she has to.
Yeah.
Right. And I hear what you're saying, Bill. I do hear, I wish she had the self, motivation to.
Yeah.
Can she keep a job? Like, what's the job situation?
So I have 2 jobs. I work full-time at a Target and part-time as a math tutor at Mathnasium, and I work approximately 40 to 55 hours a week, and I'd say it brings me in approximately $3,500 to $4,000 a month.
And what does she do?
So she just has side gigs. She does a lot of pet sitting. It's been picking up a little bit because it's springtime and summertime and people want to travel. The other thing, I guess, too, is she does have her mom who owns a lice removal service company, and she has lots of experience with doing that. And that's actually a very nice job because they get a lot.
But she won't work. She won't work it though.
Well, and
That yes.
Okay, yes. So, but I can feel. Okay, Bill, but you're in the same. You're a little bit. I'm going to group you all in the same situation. You're both living at her parents' house. I hear you trying. He's turned a corner.
You have.
And he's like, I want to do something with my life, create financial stability. And she's pet sitting, which again, nothing's wrong with pet sitting, but that's for a full-time career. If she was doing it 60 hours a week.
Not for a 28-year-old.
Not for a 28-year-old, right? And it could be a great side gig, but like I do see the lack of initiation on her side.
Yes.
And that is
very concerning.
Yes, that's concerning. So I see
it's
that.
concerning that her mom still speaks into y'all's life.
Yeah.
Right? So here's the thing.
Yeah.
The only thing you can control is you. If you were my son in this exact situation, I would tell you, go get a one-bedroom apartment today.
Yes. Praise hands emoji.
I want you to have skin in the game of your life. And you're not gonna accumulate wealth as much as you want, whatever. And then say, we're not breaking up, but I need to get out of underneath your mom and dad as my parents, and I need to start creating a life as me as a 30-year-old man.
Yes.
And then you can see with clear eyes, is she want to join your team till death do you part, or she want to live under her mommy's roof, pet sitting a few months out of the year, right?
That's what I was going to say, John.
Dude,
you wrapped it up
high
well.
five.
Seriously. Yes.
Same team.
It's going to expose and show more of the truth, Bill. When you are on your own and you have the blinders on for your life, does she enter it or does she exit it?
And you make your budget for your money.
Hey, George Camel here. Listen, do you ever feel like insurance companies only want your money and don't actually care about what's best for you? Or that you keep getting passed off to a chatbot instead of a human? Well, robots are great for vacuuming your house or, terminating things. But caring about your individual needs, not so much. And that's why you need to head to Ramsey's Insurance Resource Hub to get the information you need to feel empowered about what coverage is truly best for you. There, you're going to find interactive tools and helpful articles on everything from life and health insurance to identity theft protection. And when you're ready to get the coverage you need, you can connect with a Ramsey Trusted Insurance Pro. And yes, you'll get a real human every time, guaranteed. You can have total confidence knowing that you're not just another policy number or a data point, because we only recommend pros who are committed to having your best interests at heart and not lining their own wallets. My family uses this, and it's been incredible, and I highly recommend it. So to get started, go to RamseySolutions.com/insurance today. That's RamseySolutions.com/insurance.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States.
As you heard live here on KTAR, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia speaking about Cole Thomas Allen, the man accused in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday night. Now, Allen faces 3 serious charges.
He ran through the magnetometer holding a long gun. As he did so, U.S. Secret Service personnel assigned to the checkpoint heard a loud gunshot. One Secret Service officer was shot in the chest, but was wearing a ballistic vest that worked. This heroic officer who was hit fired 5 times at Allen, who was not shot, but fell to the ground and was promptly arrested.
That's U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, who says in a note to family members before the shooting, the suspect apologized to his parents and said he planned to carry out a shooting because he vehemently opposed the Trump administration. Allen now faces those 3 charges, including attempted assassination of President Trump. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. For more, go to KTAR.com. I'm Martha Maurer on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's Gatos, and Arizona has some of the hardest water in the country. And hard water is hard on everything, from your skin and hair to your home's plumbing and appliances. You probably already have a water system in your home, but is it still working? When's the last time you had your water tested? The water your family drinks, the water your family bathes in, that you cook with every single day. Stop guessing and get answers. My friends at Aquazona, Connecticut will test your water for free. Just mention Gatos. If your water system isn't giving you the quality you need, or if you just want to be sure that it is, call Aquazona. And right now, you can trade in your water softener, any brand, any condition, and get $500 off a twin tank Connecticut whole home system. It's the same system I have in my home. I love my water. It's non-electric, it's reliable, and it's built for Arizona. Upgrade your water today. Call 602-910-6570 or visit aquazona.com. Aquazona, better water, better life. Authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
KTAR News. We now join the Ramsey Show, already in progress.
A bit and not be so intense about paying off debt. I don't want to create tension between us, but at the same time, I really want to stay focused on becoming debt-free. How can we stay united as a couple while making progress towards our financial goals? This has to be the number one question we get.
That one person is like
all in,
and the other's like,
and one person's like,
fine.
dude, take a few Xanax and relax.
Yes,
right?
Yes, totally. Yeah, and I think for me, it's one of those give and takes in marriage, because there's naturally going to be the free spirit, the one that I do think has the capacity to handle some of maybe the money stress a little bit more. It's just whatever it is, right? Where there's the one that's like, we got to get out of this. The urgency is so big. And maybe I wouldn't put nerd free spirit on those specifically, but that tends to be the personality of the couples we see. But what we find overall are the couples who win financially, and I mean win, like pay off their home, have $1 million in their retirement, all of it. They are not only shooting for the same goal, but they're for each other in the process. Meaning, if I see that this is so important to him, I know it's important and I want to get there, but man, he wants to go all out. Okay, for a year, we'll do it. I can give up a vacation for a year and I can go in and almost in a way of loving him well, of what he is desiring and wanting at the speed, that. Vice versa to the wife, right? If she wants their debt free, she's like, yeah, she's probably going to spend more on a vacation. And he's like, okay, we have the money for it. We're not being irresponsible, but I wouldn't. I would spend it somewhere else. But for her right now, okay, let's just do it because we can. Does that make sense?
That is my exact house. If I owe somebody money, I don't sleep. I have anxiety. It drives me crazy. My wife could have a mortgage and a car payment, and she wouldn't lose sleep over it. She didn't like it. She would sleep just fine.
Right.
I have a plan and whatever. Her loving me well when we were buying a house and we were able to put a big chunk down, we're going to take a mortgage on a little bit of it. We sat down and I said, okay, for this long, it's going to cost me. Can we pay this thing like this? And she said, yes. And when this thing's paid off, we're going to take a silly vacation. And I was
Yes.
like, I would never spend that on a vacation, all in, right? And
Yes,
so it's
yes.
us loving each other well.
Yep.
But Andy, what that required, though, was that conversation that me and my wife had was not a spreadsheet conversation. It was, hey, here's what this does to me. And she's like, I love you more than any other thing I could have.
Yes.
I'm all in. And life without a vacation for me, I don't like that. And I'm like, I love you more than any of this. Like, right. So we'll do that too. This is about talking about the thing beneath the thing, which
Yes.
is sitting down and saying, here's what the debt is doing to me. It's making me feel like a failure as a dad, as a husband. It scares me about our future. The economy's bananas right now. AI is going to kill us all. Like, say those things out loud and then come up with a plan together. I don't think you're taking the baby steps too seriously, Andy, but I do think you're taking them on all by yourself, and that's going to divide your marriage up. And so I think sitting down and having the conversation, the thing beneath the thing. And if
Yes.
you're with a partner that's like, I don't care what you care about, we're having a vacation, your marriage has bigger issues.
That's
right. Because I
100%.
promise you that's not just showing up there. It's
Yes.
showing up in other places too.
Well, and that's it too. I'm like, and we say it all the time that so many calls we get about money issues, they're not really money issues. It's marriage issues. You really do. It is, because that's who we are as people to our core, right? Our soulful spiritual people. Like, that's what the complete side of us is. And all this other stuff of life that we've built on top of it, money, all this other stuff, it's all built on top of that. And the problem is you only get to that layer if you're like, here's the spreadsheets and here's how much we could make with the percentage that we're saving here versus the market. And all that's fine. Like, that's true, right? Like, you can look at the math and absolutely. And some people are like, great, check it off. That's what I needed to see. But for most people, especially from the quality of a marriage perspective, it is getting to understanding what is happening with my spouse. And when you have those conversations, you get to know your spouse
Right.
on a deeper way, right?
And there's nothing greater than seeing and knowing and learning about your spouse. By the way, you're going to be married to 15 or 20 different versions of your spouse over the course of your marriage. So you're always going to be in an act of getting to know and then celebrating the crap out of them.
Yes.
And celebrating your spouse sometimes is, we're going to do without a vacation for 2 years because we're going to get this thing cleaned up. And then we're going to be able to go on whatever stupid vacations we want to go on from now until forever if we just make the sacrifice.
Yeah.
But I really want to stay focused on becoming debt-free. Andy writes, tell her why. Tell her what's going on in your spirit, in the middle of your chest. Have that conversation.
And also, this isn't spouses entertaining or having to puff up a spouse on some crazy thing, right? Getting out of debt, which I guess some people would say is crazy. There are things in life that are like, yeah, that's worth fighting for, because that really does cause stress, right? You could put money stuff in there, health stuff.
Of course.
It's not like, oh gosh, I think, which I can go conspiracy, but if you're like,
Let's
okay,
do it.
all the cell phones are going down tomorrow, we gotta like get bug out back, right? Like, it's not not factual, right?
Yeah.
These are things that are like actually factually affecting people.
Correct,
Does that make
right.
sense?
Yes, totally.
Like, you can put other elements, but money is one of those things that affects people. So I'm saying, Andy, you're not being crazy or like out of this world. Like, oh my gosh, she's having to like coddle something that's bizarre and weird and like, oh gosh.
Right.
It's actually going to create a lot of health in you and in your marriage when money is not a factor, because you guys have control over it. All right, let's hope the cell phones don't go down tomorrow. But if they do, we have Julie in Los Angeles. I don't know what you do in Los Angeles if all the cell phones went down. But hey, Julie, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. How can we help you today?
I have a question. First off, I am a debt snowball graduate. My husband and I from a long time ago. But I am now a widow, and I'm 61. I'm looking to retire at 62, which is about a year away. And I want to know, I'm going to move out of this taxable state into a non-tax state. And I want to know, based on what assets that I have, how much house can I afford and how should I buy it? Mortgage, cash, what should I do?
Okay, how much will you have when you sell the house?
I don't own one right now. I'm going to retire and then I'm going to move. I want to know how much house I can afford to buy.
Okay, how much money do you have saved in retirement?
I have about $3 million in investments.
Okay.
And another $1 million probably in 401k.
Okay, perfect. Do you know how much just living expenses for you is a month? How much you would probably spend? to live comfortably for you?
Right now, working and everything, I'm relatively frugal. Like I said, I'm a graduate from the debt snowball school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've done it. That's great.
And
so what I would do, Julie, honestly, is I would sit down with a SmartVestor Pro. If you go to RamseySolutions.com, you can find one in your area, because I would want you to map out and see, okay, if I had to live off of the $4 million, how much less could I live off of in order to own a home right outright? So if you took $500,000 and bought something with that, you'd have $3.5 million left. How much per year would you need to see growth for you to live off of? Which I think would be plenty. So then you could up it and say, what if I bought $1 million? Do I need $1 million? So you're going to actually be able to run some numbers out and calculations to see actually the money that you have to withdraw to live off of. How much would you need? And if you want to leave any to the next generation as well. So I would get with the SmartVestor Pro and run those numbers, but I would assume anywhere from a $400,000 to a $500,000.
Easy peasy.
You're going to be great, and you can pay cash for it, which is awesome, Julie. Well done.
If you want to win with money in 2026, you can't keep living normal. Normal's broke. You need a plan. Get a personalized plan and start living like no one else by downloading our Every Dollar app today. If you run a business, you already know that bad information leads to bad decisions, and right now AI is everywhere. But AI is only as good as the data behind it. That's why I recommend NetSuite. NetSuite is the #1 AI cloud ERP, and more than 43,000 businesses run on it, including us here at Ramsey Solutions. Their AI isn't bolted on, it's built in, and it connects everything that runs your business. Accounting, inventory, customer data, all in one place. Because when your numbers are connected, AI actually works like it's supposed to. NetSuite's AI helps flag cash flow problems, spot inventory issues, close your books faster, and cut down on manual reporting. Just clear numbers and real insights so you can lead with confidence. If your revenue is at least 7 figures, go to netsuite.com/Ramsey for a free product tour. netsuite.com/Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Martha Maurer.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States.
As you heard live here on KTAR, the very latest now on the shooting Saturday night at the White House.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is briefing reporters about this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner, where a man allegedly armed with guns and knives rushed past security 1 floor up from the event, prompting the president and the cabinet to be evacuated.
Law enforcement did not fail. They did exactly what they are trained to do. This was not an accident. It was the result, as we know now, of preparation. But the men and women who protected us that night were trained, professional, and had an enduring commitment to the rule of law.
Cole Allen, the 31-year-old suspect, was charged with 3 felony counts earlier today, including attempting to assassinate the president. Those charges would carry a life-in-prison sentence. This is the 3rd assassination attempt that President Trump has faced during his time in office.
Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. It was a mixed day on Wall Street today. The Dow ended down 62 points to end at 49,168. The S&P 500 finished up almost 9 points, and the NASDAQ also finished up about 51 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And now for a check on traffic, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Watch for a crash in the East Valley, westbound Loop 202 Santan Freeway near Alma School Road. Right lanes are blocked there. And a crash in the North Valley at 35th Avenue, Union Hills. And a crash also clearing on Bell Road west of 67th Avenue. This traffic report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. That's Sundays at 2 right here on KTAR. Sunny skies today, a high of 82 degrees. Tonight, clear and low skies, a low of 58 degrees. Mostly clear and a high of 87 for your Tuesday. Conditions perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee. You can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Martha Maurer on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Parents, give your high schooler a summer that sets them up for success. With free summer school at Primavera Online, your student can catch up or get ahead in just 4 weeks while still enjoying their summer. For 25 years, Primavera has supported Arizona families with flexible, fully accredited, NCAA-approved online learning. Now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 through 12. Visit freesummerschool.com to enroll today. That's freesummerschool.com. Enroll today.
Hey, it's Broomhead for the great people at Tombstone Tactical, taking care of their customers once again. All month long till the end of this month, everything from Staccato, Mossberg, and Trigicon is on sale, which means you can save a ton of money on some of the best in the industry. Remember that they buy firearms and they trade all you need to upgrade your setup. They are located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Peoria and Dunlap. You can't miss them. Find them on their website right now at tombstonetactical.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, we're going to go to John in Houston, Texas.
H-Town. What's up, John?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hi, we're doing great. How can we help today?
So I am wanting for me and my wife's household income to equal $100,000 a year by the end of 2027. I'm currently halfway there and make $51,000, but she refuses to work. And when she does work and then quits, she blames it on being bipolar and having anxiety. I'm wondering what I should do to push her to start working and keeping her job.
Does she have diagnosed bipolar disorder?
She does.
Okay. Is she manage it well? Does she take her meds?
She takes her meds, but as far as managing, it probably not.
What does that mean? Sorry, what is that? What would that mean?
So
she's not managing it well, but she is.
I've known some folks with bipolar 1 that are amazing folks, but they know I take my medication every day for the rest of my life.
Mm-hmm.
And for folks with, especially with bipolar 1, it's hard because you feel so good. It's easy to feel like, oh, I'm all good now. And you got to take your meds, but also you have to be intentional about your exercise. You have to be intentional about your sleep. You have to be intentional about relationships, the whole thing.
Yep,
and that's what I mean by managing it.
Got it.
And so she doesn't do that. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Is she still seeing a counselor?
Yeah, we actually have a schedule for Thursday.
Okay. Is this your first time to go with her?
This will be my second time.
Okay. I want you to lead with this question, okay?
Okay.
We have some household financial needs, and I see abilities in my wife that she doesn't see for herself. How can I love her through the transition of being scared of your own body, which having bipolar 1 is, as I've had people explain it to me, it's like you're being betrayed by your own body, right? Some things feel so amazing at them. Some things feel like the end of time, and neither of those things are right. And so how can I love her through this transition?
Yeah.
And that's going to signal to your wife, I'm on your team, and things have to change in our home. And it's going to signal to the therapist, oh, this woman has support, not at the lecturing level, but at the soul level. I'm with her.
Mm-hmm.
How can I love her well during this time as she's going to begin managing this thing?
Yeah.
All right. And then if she's in a positive season right now, if she's in like what I call not a manic state or a depressive state, but if she's doing pretty well right now, this is a great conversation to lay out. Like, how can I love you when you get pretty ramped up, and how can I love you when you get pretty ramped down? And go ahead and come up with a game plan now, so that when those things hit, hopefully the medication and the life management, all that levels some of that out. But when those things hit, you already have a roadmap. Trying to ask somebody during a manic phase, how can I love you? That's not helpful, right? You've been there, right? And when somebody's can't get out of bed, like it's hard to be like, well, how can I love you today? And so, but getting that when you're in a good season, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be that the $100,000 number you have in your head, y'all may never get there. It might be 75, and that'll be okay. We have to then reimagine what our life's going to look like, and that's going to be okay too.
Right. Yeah, I put the $100,000 mark because we're actually $30,000 in debt.
Okay, and that's hard to pay off only making $51,000, right?
Right.
Yeah. Does she have her spending under control?
No.
Okay, that might be the front end of this conversation, which is during manic phases especially. I hear that a lot, that folks just get to spending and spending and spending. So when I know I'm heading into a manic phase, I'm going to put my debit card in a lockbox, and you own the we have a freeze on your credit report, and you own the passcode to Amazon Prime. Right? There's just some low-level basic things that I've seen couples do that work great for those seasons. And you might have to weather a storm, right? She might come after you for that code or that password, but we're going to hold firm in those seasons.
Okay.
How long have you guys been married, John?
We're going on 3 years.
Okay.
3 years.
So still learning how to do this well. I'm glad you guys have a good counselor.
And can I say this? This doesn't get talked about very much. This is exhausting for you too, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay for you to feel that way also. Okay, I know she's the one with the diagnosis, and I know she's the one struggling inside of her own skin. Totally get that. And you love her to the moon and back, right? And it's frustrating for you too to try to build some sort of secure life for both of you. That's hard. And so you get to be, I want to give you permission to be frustrated too, okay?
Mm-hmm.
John, were you aware of everything before you guys got married?
So actually, I had one debt of my own, and then when we got married, we financed a car, and then the rest is just if anything happened, she would just panic and then just get a loan for $500 or $1,000.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that's where putting a freeze on her credit.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that for her, but y'all do that together. That in those moments when she panics, it there's a stopgap there, right? And we're going to put as many hurdles as possible in front of us so that we together don't make bad decisions for us.
Okay.
Awesome.
Is that cool? Thanks for the call, brother.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thanks for loving her well while she's struggling.
For sure. Yeah. And that is difficult. And I think, and even if someone is not, diagnosed with something like that, there is this realization of, okay, I can only do so much on my end. We were talking about spouses and bringing them on board, right? And working as a team together. But we have found when you create stopgaps together with things like spending, especially if you see a pattern, is so helpful. It is so helpful because you don't realize the ease at which debt can just come into your life or spending can just happen.
You can have a bad I've known people with bipolar 1 that have one bad weekend, and I'm talking 10 or 20 years worth of digging himself out of this hole.
Yeah.
Right. You can go buy a car and get a $10,000 loan, and they get 2 credit cards and burn through them all in a weekend now. Right.
Right.
And what a nightmare that is to untangle.
Totally.
So it's knowing yourself well enough to know and being honest with yourself enough to know my body gets set on fire from the inside out. I panic. I do X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
I need to put some hurdles in my life. Will you help me?
And from your experience, not her specifically, but that situation, she could have the ability to have that rational thought, and when she's in a good
totally.
state.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's got to expect she's gonna come for blood when she's not doing well.
Yeah.
And that's part of loving somebody well when they're struggling, right?
Yes, with that.
And that's okay. That's part of it. It's part of it.
Well, John, we're so glad you called in. Hope that's helpful. And we're cheering you guys on. Call us back if you need anything.
With more frequency than you know, I get calls and emails from people dealing with the recent loss of a spouse or a parent. You can hear the struggle and the heartache they've been experiencing. And at a time they should be grieving, what breaks my heart the most is the strain and tension they're going through because of money, especially when it's a situation that could have been avoided. If you have a family, it is your responsibility to have term life insurance. It is one of the things you do to show you care. And yes, this is an ad for Xander Insurance. But since this is one of the most effective ways I have to get my point across, so be it. For over 25 years, I've been telling you about the importance of term life insurance and protecting your family. Listen, you need to check out Xander.com or call them at 800-356-4282. I can't say it enough. Protect your family. It's what you're supposed to do. Go to Xander.com or call 800-356-4282.
Hey guys, it's Rachel Cruz. Healthcare is one of the biggest stress points in your budget. It's confusing and most of the time it feels completely out of your control. But there's a better way to handle it. Christian Healthcare Ministries isn't health insurance. It's a health cost-sharing ministry where Christians share each other's medical bills. CHM has been around since 1981. It's predictable and proven, and they've shared over $13 billion in medical bills for their members. Plus, you can choose your own doctor, and there are no network restrictions, and you don't have to wait for open enrollment. So now let's talk about how CHM helps your budget. Programs start at just $115 a month, and many families save hundreds of dollars a month over traditional options. Right now, CHM is offering new members a 50% credit towards their first month of membership. Go to chministries.org/budget and use promo code Ramsey. That's chministries.org/budget and use promo code Ramsey.
Shop the nation's top brand AC units at prices far below retail at discountacunits.com, where savings is in the name. Save thousands on average at discountacunits.com. All backed by trusted and professional installation you can count on. Why pay more? Upgrade your comfort and keep more cash in your pocket. Visit discountacunits.com today.
DiscountACUnits.com. Trusted brands with the price that's same. Discount AC Units. Savings is in the name.
It's Gatos, and summer is almost here with the pool parties and the beach vacations. For the confidence to look your very best, come to Red Mountain Weight Loss. At Red Mountain, you'll find the latest programs and medications to help you lose weight, from GLP-1 meds to RM3. Their signature medication, the fastest way to lose weight. Programs start as low as $149, and you can lose up to 20 pounds by this time next month. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Visit their website to view Trevec's portfolio and a complete list of services they offer all around the valley. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
Up next, we have Tori in Huntsville, Alabama. Hi, Tori. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for calling in. How can we help?
So I am currently in baby step number 2. I currently work for a financial firm, and what I do is I deal with equity. And although I'm currently paying off my debt, there is a test, more so like the certifications for equity professionals that you can take. I mean, for me, it would significantly increase my income.
Okay.
But it is $2,000. So my question for you is, although I'm still paying off debt, would it be okay to, spend that money to take this test and, more than likely increase the income, or should I just wait and try to finish off paying? Because right now, if I stick to my plan, I should be done and completely out of debt next year.
Okay. Tori, what are you making now? And if you had the certification, what would you be making?
Okay, so I am currently at 68.
Okay.
5, but minimum on average about 90 with the certification.
Oh, yeah. I would.
I would, Tori.
I would, Tori. Yes. Because it's pretty guaranteed, right? It's not like you're getting an MBA and you hope you'll get a higher paying job somewhere. It's a pretty one for one,
even
right?
If I didn't get the 90, majority of even competitors with my own company are paying at the very minimum for for the actual the certified equity professional certification.
Yep.
Still at 85 minimum for most companies. That's the lowest I've seen it.
100%. Yes. And are you pretty confident that
I'm confident
you can take that when you take it, you think you'll pass?
You're gonna pass,
or you're gonna have to take it 5 times? Do you know?
No, I think I'll pass. I've been actually preparing for it. I've been thinking about it for the past year
Tori.
and a half.
Oh my gosh!
But
heck yeah! I'm like, that's like a $20,000 increase.
How many months will it take you to save up to pay for this test?
Honestly, I just recently picked up a second job, so I honestly can have this saved up within the next 2 months.
You're a baller. Do it. Do it.
Yes.
I also, because I just paid off my car, so then that freed up an extra $500 a month. So I'm confident I can have this done.
Yes.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah. And I don't know. I know, I've heard on you guys' show where, you said, when you're paying off debt to, stop certain things. So, I did stop part of my 401k investments.
Good.
I didn't drop it all the way down. I had it at 10%. I'm now doing 6% just so that I can keep my match.
Boo.
Tori, for 12 months, pause it and throw that money at your debt.
Just be done. You're so close.
Yes. Just for 12 months. I know.
I have $22,000 left in student loans, and then I have about $4,200 left in credit cards. But I got a plan.
You got
One part
it.
is almost done. I'll have it paid next, like literally in the next month. The next card was a secured card, so actually I plan to close it anyway.
Good.
So I can throw that at the next day.
Good. Yes, it's the snowball effect. You're doing it.
You're doing it.
Tori, I'm so proud of you. Girl, that's amazing. You're doing incredible. You're doing absolutely incredible. And the research of figuring out, okay, I can get a $2,000 certification for a $20,000 raise. That's some good ROI right there, Tori. Like, yes.
And everybody listening, here's what we're not saying. What you said it. But this isn't, I'm going to pause the baby steps. I owe $100,000 from undergrad. I'm going to go ahead and take out a $200,000 loan to get an MBA, and I hope that moves me up. Or I'm a teacher and I want to go back to school and get a master's degree, and I hope this other district hired me. This is somebody in a job who needs a credential to move up in this job. She's already crushing it in her company. And it's
$2,000.
It's $2,000. Yeah.
Yes, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So, Tori, you're awesome. Oh, love it. Love it. All right, let's go to San Diego. We have Chris on the line. Hi, Chris. Welcome to the show.
Hello. It's a pleasure to talk to you guys.
Yes. Well, thanks for calling in. How can we help?
Yeah. So my wife and I got married 6 months ago, and we've been living in an apartment in San Diego. And my in-laws, her parents, are offering to build an extension onto their home so that we can move in and save money, but we would be paying for the construction of the extension to their home.
Oh,
and
that's
so I'm just
great.
trying to figure out.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, I got a good idea. Give me $1 million
to increase my home.
To increase my home value, and then I'll let you live there.
Yeah. No.
I would not do this.
No.
But it's interesting though because financially we could do it.
I know it's not interesting though because you'll be living in your in-laws' house.
Yes, and then actually for resale value, in-law suites are actually not that great because it takes a very specific buyer to even want it. So even for your in-laws, if your in-laws called and said we want to build on, I would be like, I probably wouldn't. I think they're fine. No, Chris, you guys need to go and live your lives genuinely because what happens, people get trapped in these situations. And then you take out the construction loan or whatever it is, and you're trying to pay it, and then something happens, and you want to move to Arizona because you got this insane job, and it's like, we can't because we're stuck here because we promised this and this. Like, you start to have all these strings attached, and you guys can't just fly and be free. Like, just, yes, and have a driveway that's just yours, not parking with your in-laws. You know what I mean?
If they said, hey, we're going to do this anyway, and we will let y'all live here rent-free.
For a year or two
I'd be
or
all
whatever.
about that.
Yeah.
Do that all day long. But y'all...
You need to build your own equity, too, in your own place.
Rachel's call-out is really important. You're going to put down $350,000 on this thing, you're going to cash flow it, and then you're going to get the job of a lifetime in Texas. And you're going to be like, wow, there's no state income tax. What do we do? And you're going to have to take this, and then that money is sunk into your in-laws' house. And I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
Did we convince you? What do you think? Do you want to go? Do you want to live at your in-laws?
I have my own thoughts.
You do?
Let's hear them, Chris. What are your thoughts? You've heard ours. What's yours?
Well, it's further in San Diego from my job. And in terms of dollars, more dollars would be going out per month, even though it's the same amount, if that makes sense.
Wait, say it again. Say that.
So the amount that we're able to save right now is how much we'd be putting towards the loan, but it ties up our money. And if we're ready to move out in our own place in 5 years, I think it would tie us down even more.
Yes, correct.
Versus saving the same amount in the same amount of time and having that money as liquid.
Correct.
Yes.
You are thinking
100%.
What's your wife saying?
I guarantee you I know what she says.
We haven't had a ton of time to talk about it recently, but I think we're kind of on the same page. I've been sharing my thoughts with her, and she's like, yeah, like that totally makes sense. And then we're bouncing it off her parents and kind of having a mutual discussion, but it's all very loose right now.
Okay, I want to say something crazy. Don't have a mutual discussion with her parents. You and your wife have a discussion, and then you announce what your decision is.
Wow.
Because I don't want them negotiating with you on y'all helping increase the resale value of their home. Y'all make a decision, and then you say, hey, thank you so much for the offer. We want to stay here in our apartment, and we're going to build up our savings so that we can get our own place. End of conversation's over.
Yeah, that makes it nice and easy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Now, they probably have a... Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, their hearts may be in a great spot. I think in some situations like this, they genuinely think...
of course.
We're helping, and this will be so great.
Well, and one day we'll flip. We'll move to the in-law suite, and we'll give the house to them. I'm telling you, that's what they're thinking.
That they can get the house, and we'll downsize later or something.
Or no, we'll move to the in-law suite, and they'll keep the house, and then we can be around the grandkids.
Okay,
They've got a whole idea worked out, and it's I don't fault them for a second for coming up with this idea. It's a great plan, and housing in San Diego's, I don't know, one-bedroom apartments, $8 billion. I get it. Right? I totally get it.
And to your point, if they had built it and it was there, like we had some friends and their parents had like a small home out like by a pool, and they lived there for about 2 to 3 years, rent-free, everything. And it was great. And then they saved up the money. They went and put a down payment, moved into a home. It was wonderful because it was already there. It was part of the system. They had a good relationship. It was fine. And they actually created their savings goals. But Chris, if you're having to cash flow this into something that you can't take the equity out, that's not a smart investment. And I just think having some boundaries, your first 6 months of marriage, first couple of years, I think it's good. Have your own location. You guys figure out life together. But thanks for the call. And yeah, congratulations on the new marriage.
A lot of people think if you bank with a credit union, you're stuck with one little branch down the street, but that's not true. Fairwinds Credit Union has been serving members for 75 years, and they've built real infrastructure to serve real people. With Fairwinds, you get access to more than 5,600 shared branch locations and 33,000 fee-free ATMs nationwide. So even if there isn't a Fairwinds branch nearby, you can still take care of everyday transactions like deposits, withdrawals, payments, and transfers, including cash and checks. And yes, they've got a great mobile app so you can move money and manage your accounts quickly. Go to fairwinds.org/Ramsey to learn more and to open your Fairwinds Smart Bundle. That includes the Ramsey Be Weird debit card at fairwinds.org/Ramsey, insured by the NCUA.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 1:30. I'm Martha Maurer.
This count is punishable by up to life in prison.
The man who authorities say tried to storm the White House Correspondents Association dinner with guns and knives has been charged with the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California, was charged today in federal court in Washington and did not enter a plea. Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche says an officer wearing a bullet-resistant vest was shot in the chest but is expected to recover. New this afternoon, House and Senate Republicans say they have a, quote, serious balanced state budget that would deliver one of the largest tax cuts in Arizona history.
We're the only known state advancing the full Trump tax cuts into state law. It eliminates taxes on tips and overtime, strengthens deductions for families and seniors, and ensures taxpayers will not have to refile their returns.
That's Senate President Warren Peterson. Earlier this month, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs promised to veto almost every bill that reaches her desk until Republican lawmakers publicly release their budget proposal and return to negotiations. And now for a check on traffic live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. There is a crash on the right shoulder on the westbound I-10 near Dysart Road, causing some delays. Another one on the right shoulder on the northbound Loop 101 near westbound I-10. And if you're heading to the airport, a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder on the westbound I-10 near Buckeye Road. Sunny skies today, a high of 82 degrees. Clear skies and a low of 58 tonight. Mostly clear, a high of 87 tomorrow. And then we start to get hotter, high of 90 for your Wednesday. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee. And you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Martha Maurer on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Research, immunotherapy, three-dimensional radiation, tomorrow's technology today. All of this and much more is used to treat your cancer at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. With complex treatments, our goal is simple: to give you more time, more life, through the latest research, clinical trials, and groundbreaking oncology medications. Always looking to find you more. Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Message and data rates may apply. This is Patricia Valencia. Every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take just 2 seconds today to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Visit Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
RamseySolutions.com today.
Buying or selling your home is a really big deal, and there's so much clickbait in the headlines out there and conflicting data that it's hard to know what's really happening in the housing market. And so we're here to make the latest trends easy to understand. So last month, the average 15-year fixed-rate mortgage had ticked up a bit to 5.56%, but it's still lower than 6%, which is great. And if you're financially ready, a small increase like that shouldn't be able to hold you back. So again, this idea that just because interest rates go up a little, down a little, all of it, if you are in a position to buy a home, you need to get into the market. Now, the median home prices went up to $415,000 last month, which is typical for the spring markets. Now there's more homes available, or more buyers are entering the market. So it is a great time to buy or sell. So to learn more about the housing market trends and to get free tools to help you buy or sell with confidence, go to RamseySolutions.com/market or click the link in the show notes if you're listening on podcasts or YouTube. All right, let's head to Riley in Memphis, Texas. Hi, Riley. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hi, we're doing great. How can we help?
Okay, so I'm going to keep this brief. Me and my husband, we've been Ramsey people since getting married and have no debt aside from our house. However, my parents have been struggling financially for quite some time. And despite this, my mom will buy things for us, and it takes a huge toll on my husband and I. It makes us feel like we're contributing to their debt. So I was just wondering, how do I approach my mom about purchasing things for my family when they are in debt and can't afford it?
Yeah, what's she buying?
So she'll buy stuff for our house. We just moved into our house, and we're not in a position to buy like things like curtains or rugs or things like that. And so she'll buy stuff like that, or we just had a daughter as well, and so she'll buy like clothes and things for her.
And you're not asking her to. She's just showing up with stuff.
Yes, yeah.
So here's a hard truth. You and your husband can't own her decisions.
Yeah, okay.
You can sit down with her and say, Mom, me and my husband really want to grind this thing out ourselves. And I'm so grateful for you always bringing us stuff and all that kind of, like, what we really want is you just to come hang out with the new baby or come hang out with us. But really, and I know this sounds ridiculous, we want to grind it out ourselves.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You can't,
I guess that's what I was.
You can't do anything
Sorry,
about
I guess.
If she shows up with it, she shows up with it, right?
Yeah, yeah. I guess that's what I was wondering, like, if it's something I need to change my mindset about, like, it's not my problem kind of thing, as bad as that sounds, but it does make us feel really guilty knowing the place that they're at, especially because we're doing a little bit better than they are.
Yeah. I want to set you free from this. And it's not a one and done, but my friend Becky Kennedy, she's a psychologist in New York. She taught me this, and it's one of those, I had a before and after moment, and this is just a year or two ago, okay? Do you think having curtains in your house, is that a violation of you and your husband's marital values?
No.
No. Do you think getting a gift, is that a violation of your marital values?
No.
Okay. So guilt is actually a good thing. It's a thing that our body feels when we do something that violates our core values. What you're feeling is not guilt. You're trying to take your mom's situation and own it for her.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
not your cinder block to carry around all the time. Probably underneath the thing you think is guilt, I bet it's anger.
Yeah.
I bet you're pissed off that you grew up in that house. You know what money stress feels like, and she's now doing it to y'all.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's what you're feeling, I don't think is guilt. I think you're mad. I think you're frustrated. Like, get your house in order, Mom and Dad, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes from, we actually, a few months ago, we were doing really, really well financially when my parents were at their worst, and we gave them a gift, a money gift, in hopes that it would be kind of a wake-up call.
No, you woke a dragon. That's what you woke up.
And so I feel like it's kind of a slap in the face. So I do think that's kind of makes me and my husband a little bit angry.
Did they ask for that money gift?
No, it was just something that was put on our heart. But
tell me about that.
So at this point, this was during Christmas, and at this point they were really struggling to put food on the table and trying to give us a good Christmas, me and my siblings. And so we just felt really saddened by the situation. My mom had just gotten laid off from her job, and so we felt that possibly giving a gift of money and then realizing the help that they have received would help them, I don't know, like feel more motivated to get back in the workplace to provide for their family. And it didn't work out that way.
Yeah. So one time, like if somebody passes away, you bring food, right? Like there's some things you just show up and you just show up without asking. One time, my buddy and his wife he was finishing school. They were just stressed to the max. And then she found out she was pregnant. And so I told my wife, hey, I want to get them a house cleaner. I want a whole crew to show up at her house and take care of the whole thing. And my wife looked at me and she's like, are you insane? And I said, what do you mean? And she said, the last thing a woman who's drowning in all the stuff needs is her friends to think, oh, she's got a dirty house. Let's clean it for her. And so what she told me was, sit down with them. They're your friends for 25 years and say, hey, how can we love y'all right now? We're in a season of blessing. And so instead of throwing a check at somebody that's struggling, somebody you know really well, right? If this was a person who was struggling, they didn't have a house, somebody that you're
just someone bad with money, and you're giving them more money.
Sit down with your mom and say, hey, I know y'all going through a tough time. What do y'all need? How can we love y'all right now? And let her tell you. And if she has too much ego or pride to say, hey, we could really use $500 for groceries, and she says, nothing, we're fine and good, then let her be an adult and say, you're fine or good. But you thinking y'all can go in and just dump money on a problem and it's going to motivate them, that's never worked for them ever, and it's not going to work now. And y'all are the ones paying the price for it, right? You're upset
and now
about
you're
it.
resentful because they're not doing well with the money, with their money, right? The thing that was supposed to help them, and in fact, they're becoming still irresponsible, and you're in the pathway of it all, of them just like throwing their irresponsibility at you with stuff that you're like, Mom.
And I don't want you walking around feeling guilty because y'all are in a season of blessing right now.
So what's the boundary, John, for an adult child, right?
Yeah.
Riley and the parents. Like
take care of your money really well. You and your husband be good stewards of what you got, and keep an open dialogue with your mom. That question always, how can I love you today? I asked my wife that. She asked me that. But that's a great question for your kids. It's also a great question for your aging parents.
Yeah.
And if they say, well, we just need $1,000 a month from here on out, then you can say, I don't want to contribute to that, or I'll walk you through your finances if you want to talk money, but I'm not just going to throw money at a problem over and over, because then you are tilling the soil for resentment, right?
Right, yeah.
And so
I would agree.
Own that. Say, I want to love you. I want our relationship to stay good, and just throwing money at a problem, right? So if you want to talk about how to get your money right, if you want to talk about budgeting, if you want to talk about this Ramsey stuff that me and my husband do that has helped us get this clear, I'm in all day long. And if you have a need, like, hey, we don't have any groceries, we'll be there for you 100 times out of 100.
Yeah, we can feel that
But
need.
man, when you get to just
when money is just thrown at a problem, anything. This could be friendships, parents to children, children to parents. I mean, all of it. When it's being thrown at a problem, but the problem itself is not being addressed, it just magnifies the dysfunction, and it becomes a bigger problem of the problem, right?
Yeah.
It rarely goes in and fixes it. Now, if someone is in a season of cleaning up their financial mess, they're working the baby steps, they're taking an extra job, all of it, and you have some money, and you're like, you know what? I feel called to be like, hey, let's pay off that credit card for them.
Yeah.
Like, we want to do that, and because we are magnifying the good that is happening, not the dysfunction. And
but I will say this: sometimes that sentiment, which I agree with 100%, is used to also, hey, there's a guy hungry on the side of the street. I'm not going to give him any money. He needs to get it. Sometimes the problem to solve is that guy's hungry right now.
Yes.
He needs a place to stay tonight.
Totally.
Right? We're going to solve that. Like, so I want to be generous across the board.
Yes.
But when it comes to systemic stuff like this in your house, man, sitting down and having the harder conversation is always more valuable.
Dave Ramsey here. Most people stay stuck with their money because they're not paying attention to it. Most people are living paycheck to paycheck, stressed out, and broke. Don't be most people. Start paying attention. Start giving every dollar a job to do, because you work too hard to be broke and feel broke. Way too hard. And you deserve to have something to show for your hard work. That's why we built the Every Dollar Budget app. It gives you a personalized plan for your money, one that shows you how to free up extra cash every month and then use it to pay off debt and build lasting wealth. With every dollar, you get real coaches walking you through the plan step by step, showing you what it takes to transform your money and your family tree. See, most people hearing this are going to stay stuck. Most people will just keep hoping something changes. But remember, you're not most people. You are ready to change your money for good. So get to it. Download Every Dollar in the App Store or Google Play and start for free today.
The award-winning Home and Flower Show returns this weekend only at Westworld in Scottsdale. 300,000 square feet of vibrant floral displays and home inspiration, unlike anything the Valley has ever seen. With Arizona's best contractors, stunning landscape exhibits, the home, flower, and plant marketplace, live competitions, expert seminars, and more. You have to see it to believe it. Get your tickets now at mchomeshows.com and experience a home show redefined.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Life Changer Loan, and another reason why you should check out and see if you qualify. Imagine having 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week access to your equity. If you need to make a purchase, if an emergency happens, your equity is there and available. It's just one more advantage to being a Life Changer Loan client. Find out if you qualify. Get to their website. This is going to change your life. It's not magic. It's just math. LifeChangerLoan.com. Right now, do it. LifeChangerLoan.com.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain, but you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's Gatos, and I'm hanging out with Cynthia and Leo. 25 years married. They do everything together, including going to Aria Dental Implant Center. How did Aria change your life?
Aria Implant Center changed my life health-wise, my smile, enjoying food, and my confidence.
Leo, how's it changed your life?
It picked up my spirit. I look in the mirror, I feel younger. I can eat everything I want to eat. I got a little giddy up in my step now, so it did a lot for me. My concern was the finances. Can I afford this? Once they set me down and we went through it, they have every option you can go through for financing.
Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, they've lowered their fees. They want you to be a patient. They want you to regain your quality of life. Aria is local, so it's only a fraction of the cost compared to those massive corporate dental implant centers. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Free consultation when you mention Gatos. Aria, spelled A-R-I-A, DentalImplantCenter.com.
Our scripture of the day comes from Isaiah 43:19. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Jim Collins said, the critical question is not whether you have luck, but what you do with the luck that you get. Do you remember, this is so random. One time we were hosting together. Every time I do it, I kind of laugh to myself because I have this memory of us hosting together, and I didn't say our scripture of the day. I just started saying, see, I am doing it. I just started right into the scripture.
We were just hanging out on the air, and Rachel starts speaking in like Old King James version. And I was like,
He said, what are you saying? I was like, it's our scripture of the day.
She's been reading all those like fairy Viking romances or whatever, and she started like speaking in that language.
Anyways, it just always makes me laugh. I'm always like, I need to say scripture of the day, and I don't just start saying, see, I am doing a new thing. No, it springs up.
Although when we're hanging out, just like you and me and Sheila and Winston, you do just sometimes break into these long scriptural...
Quote some monologue. No.
Yeah.
No. All right, let's go to Columbus, Ohio. And we have, Alexa. What a name to have in the world today. Hi, Alexa. Welcome to the show.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for calling. How can we help?
Yeah, my husband and I are about 2 to 3 months away from completing baby step 2.
Yes.
But realized that we are not aligned on what to do with our credit cards once they are paid off.
Okay.
And I'm in the camp of closing them. He is not, and so I'm just looking for talking points on how to help him make him feel good about that decision.
Some talking points. Okay, so when you say he doesn't want to close it out, does he want to keep it, the credit card, in case of an emergency, or is he wanting to keep it for expenses but pay it off every month? Like, what is he looking for when it comes to the credit card?
He's in the camp of it's a good credit building tool, and then more so in case of an emergency, why not, is what he usually uses.
Yes, okay. Well, my talking points, which John could probably get into the psychology of just what you're desiring, Alexa, and for as husband and wife, how you can approach that with him on more the emotional level. But from just the financial side, what we find is people who especially rack up credit card debt throughout the month and say, we're going to pay it off. I think it's like right close to 50% of immigrants don't. And so half the people are telling themselves a lie that they can afford it when they really can't. And if your credit card is your emergency fund, then you are adding risk back into your life. And what I think it does is I think it slows down the motivation to actually save and have a fully funded emergency fund. That should be your safety net. You should be your safety net, not, a credit card company. And then when it goes to building your credit score, I mean, yeah, if he's wanting to go, get loans, then yeah, you will have to have a credit score. But if you want to live a life debt-free, which you guys have done, and you've worked so diligently to get out of debt, why you would want to go get a car loan again or a personal loan, I don't know why you would. But if you did, then having a credit score would be important. But we believe you don't have to live with debt, so you don't have to have a credit score. And for a mortgage, that's the one type of debt we're okay with, that you can actually do manual underwriting. You don't even have to have a credit score to do that. So there's a way to live life without a credit score, but you really are choosing to live life debt-free, which ultimately, which is why we do this show, we really do believe it brings the ultimate peace when you don't owe anyone anything and you have autonomy over your money. So
can I give you an example that's probably not fair, Alexa?
Sure.
How long have y'all been married?
Married 2 weeks.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
sweet.
wow.
Y'all are just in this. How long did y'all date?
We've been together for about 8 years.
Okay.
Gross. That's a decade. Awesome. Okay. Imagine, I'm going to be ridiculous. Will you be ridiculous with me?
Sure.
Okay. Imagine y'all both cheated on each other at the beginning of your dating relationship. And then y'all both decided it's you and me, ride or die. We're going to do this thing. And then y'all were both like, but let's keep those one-night stands numbers in our phone just in case you get annoying.
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. You would never do that.
Yeah.
You would say, no, we're married. We're going to figure this thing out. And so if we have a fight, if we don't like each other for a while, which is every marriage, if we're annoying each other, we're going to sit down and figure this out. If you work like crazy to get out of debt and you're like, well, let's just keep these things open just in case, you're going to use them. If you don't have that number in your phone, you're going to have to sit down and figure out, all right, we had the fridge go out and the transmission fell out of the car. We're going to have to figure this out. What are we going to do? And we're going to buy a $50 used fridge on Craigslist just to put milk and eggs in to get us through.
And we'll be a one-car family for a month until we save up and pay for it. Yeah.
You will figure out how to do it right. And so for me, I'll tell you this. It's why I keep social media on a separate phone. I'm not good enough. The tech folks who created these social media, they're better than me. They are better than me. So I have to put a bunch of steps in front of me. It's a tool I have to use for work. So it has to go on a separate phone with an off switch that goes in my bag, et cetera, et cetera. When it comes to credit cards, I'm not good enough. I'm not. They're better than me. Always knowing I could always just quickly jump to this thing. So that's why I think you close them. You set up a bunch of hurdles between you and where you actually want to go.
Love it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. And congratulations, 2 weeks in. I'm glad you're already having this big fight. Good luck.
All right, let's go to John in Denver. Hi, John.
Hi. Had a question on your guys' thoughts on public loan forgiveness. My girlfriend is graduating medical school and is starting her residency. And the 3 years of her residency will count towards the 10 years needed for public loan forgiveness. So didn't know if that's something from a we should pursue standpoint, or if it's more so, hey, we can aggressively pay this off once she gets her first kind of normal paying doctor job.
Yeah.
Or what your guys' stances were on public loan forgiveness.
So I'll tell you this. I have a really significant built-in bias, and I'll give you the other side of my bias. I worked at a law school for 6-7 years, for a while, and I had a number of some of the most brilliant, compassionate minds forego working in big law where they could go make a whole bunch of money, and they chose to go do public service law with the idea that they were going to be a part of this loan forgiveness program. And then they all got hosed. They weren't like, they kept getting denied or not reimbursed or delayed or an administrative error or clerical error or some sort of mess. And so I have been ranting. I don't trust I don't trust the government to come in and pay off any. I don't trust them to do anything they say they're going to do in 10 years. I mean, go back 10 years politically. Could you have imagined today? No, right? And so when I look into the future 10 years, I would say, man, I trust me and my wife more than anybody else in the world. That said, I want to also give the other side is the public service loan forgiveness has gone up. They have been processing more, and they've been getting through this backlog of millions of people. I would continue to pay on it if it was my house, just because I don't trust what's going to happen in 10 years. But that I'm telling you what I would do in my home. I'm telling you what I did do in my home. My wife and I paid off our student loans of our doctoral programs that could have qualified for public service because we didn't trust the outcome.
Right. And my only thought is, and then this is my nervousness, I guess, or, compare and contrast whether you put money in the market, et cetera, is that she has it'll be over about $600,000. We don't have any consumer debt. Really, the only thing we have is.
Well, and it's not John, it's your girlfriend. So keep things separate.
Yeah. Right, correct.
Yeah.
Which in the plan is trending in
a good direction. I'm glad.
Yes, no, I don't want to spoil anything, but that's where
for
things
sure
are heading.
Yeah. I mean, again, we've heard the good side, bad side. We tend to lean on.
I'm going to lean every time.
Personal responsibility
pay
and
off your
just
debts.
take care of it.
Yeah.
But we do know people. We've had people call in on the show, and they've chosen to give their life that way, and it worked out for them, and that's great.
$600,000. It feels like an insane gamble to take on the government going to do what they say they're going to do in 10 years.
Yep. All right, John, thanks for the call. Great show, everyone. John, thanks so much. And remember, there's ultimately only one way to financial peace, and that's to walk daily with the Prince of Peace, Christ Jesus.
If you want to win with money in 2026, you can't keep living normal. Normal's broke. You need a plan. Get a personalized plan and start living on due is to make a will at mamabearlegalforms.com. See, being a grown-up isn't just about jobs and rent and splitting up the chores. It's about having a plan so the person you love is protected. And a will isn't about dying, it's about deciding. It puts your wishes in writing so no one has to guess. And judges don't have the final say. That's why I recommend Mama Bear Legal Forms. It's online, and they make it easy with no lawyers required. If you're serious about actually being an adult, take this step today. Go to mamabearlegalforms.com and use the promo code Ramsey to save 20% on your will. That's mamabearlegalforms.com, promo code Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The White House correspondent's dinner attack suspect has been charged now. Appearing in court today, Cole Allen, the 31-year-old from California, is accused of attempted assassination of the President of the United States. Discharging his weapon is a separate charge. ABC's chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl explains why he's not charged with shooting the Secret Service agent at this time.
The reason why this question of discharge is important is there was somebody who was shot. There was a Secret Service agent who was shot in the chest, saved by his body armor, and Cole Allen was not charged in that. It sounds like they have not figured out whether or not it was Allen's gun that allegedly struck him, or whether it was a case of friendly fire from another Secret Service officer.
A former FBI agent says a lack of DHS funding could have contributed to the shooting outside of the White House correspondents' dinner on Saturday night. Steve Hooper joined the Mike Broomhead Show and says while the Secret Service agents are getting paid, agents gathering intelligence prior to big events are not.
So the agents are getting paid, but they have intelligence analysts that are not. Their intelligence analysts aren't working. So their ability to assess threats is minimized by this DHS funding issue.
Hooper says that ultimately Secret Service did their jobs by keeping the shooting suspect out of the room and far away from the president and other dignitaries. He adds it wasn't a lack of security, but a slow response that can be improved. New this afternoon, House and Senate Republicans say they have a, quote, serious, balanced budget that would deliver one of the largest tax cuts in Arizona history.
We're the only known state advancing the full Trump tax cuts into state law. It eliminates taxes on tips and overtime, strengthens deductions for families and seniors, and ensures taxpayers will not have to refile their returns.
Earlier this month, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs promised to veto almost every bill that reaches her desk until Republican legislators publicly release their budget proposal and return to negotiations.
Eyes on Education.
A local charter school is getting a second chance with parents stepping in to take over the charter contract. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us live to explain how and why this step was taken.
Yeah, Becky, Phoenix Modern is a charter school in Phoenix that has been flagged for financial concerns from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools for multiple years now. Jonna Harris is a mom of 3 students and director of transition for the school. She says the contract was about to be pulled by the board.
As we started digging, it was like, okay, we have no options under this governance and our school is going to close because they're financially in crisis. What can we do?
A group of parents started a nonprofit called the Valley Foundation of Arizona to save their kids' school, getting the transfer of charter approved by the state board on April 7th. Harris says the school will rely on state funding to run. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. It's do or die time for the Phoenix Suns. They trail Oklahoma City 0-3, and another loss tonight will end their postseason. It's an uphill battle against the defending champs, but Suns fan Julian is holding out for something special.
We got to do better defensively, but Monday we can do it. We're going to do it.
What makes you feel like we can?
Just because you got to have hope. If you ain't got hope, you ain't got none. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have hope. Let's see what they do.
Game 4 tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. Tip off at 6:30, and you can catch the call on our sister station, Arizona Sports, on 98.7 FM. Residents all around the state and the valley are being urged to take a good look at where you live and get prepared for the upcoming wildfire season. Appearing on the Valley Watch podcast on KTAR.com, Phoenix Fire Captain Rob McDade recommends you remove brush, trim your trees, create a 30-foot area around your home to help keep fast-moving flames away from your house. Time now to check on traffic, so let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris off left on the US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Higley Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 52nd Street. And a quick look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 59th Avenue and Bell Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews. Lock in 2025 pricing now and get a free travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Looking for sunny skies today with a high of 82, 58 overnight, and then 86 tomorrow. By Wednesday, some clouds moving in. We're still going to be in the upper 80s, but by Thursday, mid-80s and maybe a shower. Right now, checking the temperature in Phoenix, it is 79 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show, now 2 till 6. Yes. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. First hour the entire week.
Oh, a lot of people will tell you first hour, best of the hours.
You know, my wife and I were enjoying a wonderful weekend.
It was
with the little grandbaby.
Grandbaby weekend.
We had her for 48 hours.
Who's counting?
I was. 48 beautiful hours.
48 wonderful hours.
And on Saturday, we had just given her a bottle.
Oh, okay.
And then you burp her. And then she wants to go to sleep. And I'm holding this little angel.
Yeah.
Right in my arms, the most peaceful moment of my entire life. And then, of course, my phone goes off.
All hell breaks loose.
And my blood pressure goes up.
Yep.
And now we got another attempt on the president's life.
Yeah.
This is 3 now. 3, right? Why can't we just say he's got the most crappy security of any president, maybe Abraham Lincoln, I've ever seen?
Well, I think there's an argument here.
Is there an argument?
Yeah. Was this a security success or a security failure?
A failure.
How? The guy didn't get anywhere near the president.
Sure he did.
He wasn't even on the same floor.
So vicinity is okay?
It's a working hotel. I don't know how many other people in that hotel were angry or mad or maybe even had a gun.
You know, I think the one thing that we're all missing here is are they also interested in watching and securing a place where the media is?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems that if you're like a member of the media and you are going to, your job is to, be the person that asks Trump all the questions. You're a correspondent. You're Washington, D.C.
Okay, yeah. You're doing the interviews.
It just seems like that's a dangerous job.
Oh.
Don't you think? I
guess.
I was listening to Wolf Blitzer. Wolf Blitzer almost got shot, apparently.
Well, he was in the hallway/foyer. It's not clear to me. I've looked at some maps. I don't know how you describe the area.
Yeah.
But he was actually walking back to the ballroom when this guy ran past what was not Secret Service. It was D.C. police.
Right.
Because there is layered security. You still had to go through, I believe, 2 more security checkpoints to get to the ballroom.
So where was the first layer of security? Because this guy ran like he was the Cardinals' top pick, right.
Well, he apparently checked into the hotel. He was a guest of the hotel, so he had a key card that let him get into the, I'll use the term, the public areas, because they had blocked off the street and the area around this hotel prior to the event. But if you were a guest of the hotel and you could show him your key card,
you just get let in.
You're let in. I mean, how could you stop? It's a 1,000-room hotel.
Yeah, a lot of the media said it was pretty easy just to get in. You kind of just waved whatever it was that had a table number on it, and you just stroll on in. I mean, listen.
The guy never got to the Secret Service. The guy never got to the Secret Service level of security.
Yeah, but
he only got to D.C. police, which is the outer ring.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it was a mess. It was chaos. It was, we've got to get the president out. We've got to get everybody else out. We got to get J.D. Vance out. I mean, that stuff should not happen. And it continues to happen.
Well, I don't know how you stop a person running at the first security gate with a gun. Tell me.
I would think that there'd be more security outside stopping anybody from coming inside.
Well, he was already inside.
I understand, but he had to come from outside to the inside.
He was staying at the hotel.
I get that. But still, but there was a...
I'm trying to follow you.
There was a metal detector that he ran through?
Yeah, he ran right past it.
Okay, and that's okay.
And that's when they
So that's good
reacted.
security. I'm just making... That's good security.
Well, what would you like him to do?
If you go to the
Put
airport,
up a chain link fence?
Yes, maybe if the president is there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you go through security, if you run through the TSA...
They chase after you.
They do chase after you.
That's what they did here.
I understand
They chased after him. But you could run through the TSA security.
Right. It needs to be better if it's the president.
There were still more layers of security.
Yeah.
He was nowhere near the president.
I find it embarrassing that we had to watch this and that they had to put the president down on the ground again. Because I think the optics of it is we're running like we're a scalded dog. It just seems the president had to get down again. Well, the president's golfing. Oh, somebody took a shot at him. Well, the president's giving a speech. Well, they took a shot at him. It's just too much. We didn't see any of this under Biden, who was asleep half the time. Obama, we didn't see any of this stuff. George Bush, did you ever see an assassination attempt on his life?
I'm sure there were.
I understand that.
I'm sure they have. No, not like a video of it or something. Yeah. I mean, there were credible attempts, and people literally went to prison.
No doubt.
For threats against
100%
every president previous.
100%.
Okay.
But in front of the cameras, this is the third one. That's a little much.
I just don't know what you expect from where they have the metal detectors and they have, again, the outer limit of security.
So you think they did okay?
I think it shows that the security works.
What about the first time? Did they do okay?
Which was the first time?
The first assassination attempt. That was
the one in Pennsylvania?
Yeah. Terrible.
And that was local police.
Correct.
Their job was to do the perimeter, and they didn't.
Well, I mean, yeah. And then the second time, you get a guy in the woods who's looking to take a shot at Trump golfing.
Yeah, there's not enough security. Either there's not enough security, you can't let him leave the White House again. Pick. Because no other president has had this kind of issue. I mean, I know I was a very little boy when Ronald Reagan was shot.
Yeah, by the way, in D.C., right outside of a hotel. Yeah.
Just walking out.
Yeah.
Or walking in.
He was leaving an event. He was walking to the car. Yeah.
He was walking to the car, not
the
from
limousine.
the car.
No.
Got it.
And there was a guy in the crowd, Hinckley. John.
I just don't even think that they should be in the same building.
What do you mean?
I don't think
Who's they?
I don't think this guy who, tried to shoot a whole bunch of people should even get into that building.
But he didn't have a criminal record. He wasn't on anybody's radar. I mean, how do you again, it's like
Don't
a school
let anybody
shooting.
in.
It's like a school shooting.
Yeah.
They're only a criminal when they pull the trigger. Until then, they're just a guy.
I just find it really crazy that they can't lock down an entire perimeter. Because I saw it as that was a blank show over the weekend. It showed a bunch of our leaders running for their lives. Doesn't look good.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look good. And so I just think he has terrible security. This is the third time that it's happened. He was almost killed the first time. And I know he wasn't going to be killed here, but I mean, who knows? Could have had 5 people in there with no criminal record, and they all decided that they were gonna go ahead and infiltrate.
Well, and again, we see it different. You think it's a failure of security. I think it's an example that security worked. It's layered security. I want to say they said there were 3 or 4 checkpoints. I apologize if I got the number wrong.
But he
ran through the first one.
Yeah, he ran through the first.
He never
one.
got near a second checkpoint.
But how many perimeters are there?
3.
You need more. Three apparently isn't getting it done.
Well, then somebody runs at the next one. I mean, how far out does security go? 4 miles?
Yes, I'd go 4 or 5 miles.
Well, it's a pretty busy place in D.C., and it's a working hotel, and the White House Correspondents' Dinner is held there, and people are staying in the hotel.
Here's the other part, though, and I mentioned this earlier, but we got kind of.
I was staying in a hotel in Guatemala, and when Biden was vice president, and he was staying in the same hotel. They didn't kick me out of the hotel.
Okay. What about the media? What is the White House and Secret Service? Is their job also to protect the media?
No.
See, I have a problem with that.
Not necessarily. No, it's not the Secret Service.
Right. When you have a president who calls the media vile and they're enemy of the people, and I didn't know if this guy was there to shoot the media because of how Trump treats them, or he was there to shoot Trump. I didn't know. But what I can tell you is I had a friend from school, from college, that was right there. He was in the ballroom.
Ooh.
And it's traumatizing.
I bet.
He got home, and his wife is at the front door bawling.
Yeah.
And he's got his 2 little kids asleep in bed, and they don't know what happened. I just think if this president is going to continue to get targeted,
well,
because
how do you know?
President is going to. Because he's already been targeted 3 times.
But that's the point. It's the job of the Secret Service,
yes,
to protect the president, the vice president, the cabinet, the high level.
Like if you're going to let local police do it, you're 0 for 2 so far. I mean, if you said that the local police were at the front,
so what would you have had them do?
By them all.
So shoot the person running at him. Or I don't understand. What did you?
Yeah, if he
what
had
would
a
you
gun,
expect?
yeah, I would.
Well, I don't know if they knew that.
You didn't see the gun that he was carrying when he ran?
Yeah,
I did. He had a huge gun. It was a big Wolf Blitzer. He had a big gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if you run through like the machine that's supposed to check
engaged and tackled him within yards of where he ran through. I don't know what else you're supposed to do. Yeah. And if you back that up another 50 feet, you run through that one. Okay. I mean, I don't know how you stop crazy people from doing crazy things.
I think you extend the perimeter. So it doesn't look like we're weak. That we are running from these
You don't think it looks like weak if you have to clear out 5 city blocks for the president to show up at an event?
No, I
think that looks weak.
I think that's not televised like what we saw.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say that the security works.
The guy never got near the president, never got a shot off at him.
Well, then why did we make him run for his life? Why did we get him out of the room?
That's what they do. They call it an abundance. It's the old abundance of caution. There would have been nothing. The event could have gone on.
Well, then they should have just let the event go on.
I agree. I think that would have shown we're not going to be run off. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
But they didn't do that.
No.
And they don't do that. It's not the protocol.
Yeah.
But you don't
abundance of caution.
You don't think that makes us look weak? That we're putting the president, the first lady on the ground, and we got, we had to get the FBI guy away from the bar, and we had to get him and Hegseth doing shots. We had to get them out of the.
But
it just looked.
I hear you arguing both
man.
ways. It sounds like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
No.
If you don't overreact, then you're like, well, you weren't doing a good enough job. If they overreact, they're like, we're overreacting. Which is it?
I wouldn't overreact. I would just have more security and better security. And I think if you have 3 attempts on the president's life, I mean, in public, something's not right.
Yeah,
something's not right.
Well, we live in a free society, and, you're allowed to be in public. You're allowed to check into hotels.
Yeah.
It's, think about this. But
I never thought, Biden was ever in danger. I never thought Obama or Bush. I never thought they were ever in danger. Every time they go out, they do this, they do that. I never think they're in danger. I think every time Trump gets out, I mean, he was here in Arizona, too.
Yeah.
And it went through my mind. I'm like, hope they lock the place down.
Yeah, well, a lot of people were let in. I don't, they had layers of security again.
Right.
We had local security doing some of it. Secret Service doing, what do you want to say, closer to the protectorate, I think is what they refer to them as. As you get closer, the security gets tighter.
Oof. Well, it wasn't tight enough at the beginning for, I think, a lot of Americans.
Yeah. I think it shows security works.
Okay.
Checking the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn for that. And up next, is Michael Jackson getting uncanceled?
I think that the answer
might be
back? Might be yes.
MJ's back. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Talks between the U.S. and Iran are stalled as Iran's foreign minister meets with Russian President Vladimir Putin today. The Trump administration has long maintained they want to prevent Iran from developing a nuclear weapon and have made it their non-negotiable in talks. But the Iranians have not agreed to that position since the Joint Cooperative Plan of Action, which was the nuclear deal signed during the Obama administration that President Trump pulled out of in his first term. This as the U.S. blockade is still in place in the Strait of Hormuz, as the Iranians are implementing a blockade of their own. Aaron David Miller is a Middle East analyst and a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and tells ABC News the sticking points between both sides need to be worked out in person.
You can't do this stuff on the back of a cocktail napkin or over a cell phone or even through intermediaries. If there's going to be anything that remotely that normal humans like you and I would describe as an end to this war, it's either going to come at the negotiating table or we're simply going to drift and the conflict will be diffused to wait for another day.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Today's high expected to be right around 82, and right now in Chandler, it's a pleasant 77 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
This is Jim Sharp. Last year's horrible Dragon Bravo fire, which burned nearly 150,000 acres on and near the Grand Canyon's north rim, should have been a lot smaller. Has the Park Service learned its lesson heading into this year's fire season? Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News on the app and the KTAR YouTube channel.
The rehabilitation of Michael Jackson is apparently well underway with the new movie Michael that debuted Friday, worldwide, by the way, and biggest movie of the year. Biggest movie of the year after 1 week did $217 million worldwide. Now, it has horrible critic scores,
right?
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But the audience still likes it. They don't care. And they went to see it in droves.
Well, we went to see it.
We saw it a week ago, right?
Yeah. And you're a fan of Michael Jackson.
I'm a fan of the music.
That's very fair.
Is that fair?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I think people are not a fan of the man. We're both fans of the music.
Yeah.
And I felt it like it was a feel-good movie.
Yes,
and
agreed.
Kind of hard to say that because, they showed him as a little boy and his father would beat him.
Right,
And
it was horrible to him.
They showed a few
like the
instances,
belt,
and it was cringeworthy.
Mm-hmm.
And they only showed the first half of Jackson's life before everything got bizarre, before the court cases, before he jumped on top of the limo, and, before he went to court in pajamas.
Or he hung the baby over the balcony.
Crazy.
Right?
Blanket.
Blanket. But, so the movie is young Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Little up through mid-20s-ish, something like that.
So, I've seen some movies this year.
Mm-hmm.
What's the movie with Ken that I liked? Ken doll?
Project Hail Mary.
It was very good.
With Ryan Gosling.
Right.
Ken.
That's a good movie.
It's a good movie.
I like the Jackson movie better.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Okay.
I did. And part of me is like, okay, because I grew up a Michael Jackson fan. I love the music, the backstory. Everybody loves a backstory. Michael Jackson, so mysterious. And he even mentioned that in the movie. He goes, I want to be mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
And, back then, we didn't have social media where everybody is like out in front of, when Michael Jackson arrived at, let's say, the Tonight Show or the Arsenio Hall show, it was massive.
Oh, absolutely. He was a
massive deal.
global superstar.
Right.
100%.
And so I think the movie obviously is a hit, but does it mean that I have ignored everything that he may have done in his life?
Do you think people are kind of, you think some people are struggling with kind of, I like the movie, but I'm still a little queasy about some of the stories.
I think everybody's queasy about some of the stories. Yeah, the amount of money that he paid people to go away.
It's on the low end, tens of millions.
Right.
It could be up to 100 million.
Right. And you've got to ask the question, though. Did he really do something to those kids? Or did he
have a witch hunt?
Did he have, I hate to use that word, but it's did they see a big payday and say, you know what? We're gonna say that you molested our little boy because he stayed over at your house. Then he did that interview where he said it's the most loving thing to do is share a bed with a child.
He didn't help himself, did he?
Good God.
Did not help himself with some of those interviews.
No, but when you watch it, it's like that is like a 5-year-old.
Right.
That's something a 6-year-old would say. Like we're having a sleepover, and me and Johnny, we're just gonna be in like this one big bed, and everybody would be like, yeah, that's no big deal. They're 5 years old.
Yeah, but not when one of them's 30.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. But I think the reality is the movie, and you said it perfectly. We talked after we saw it. The movie is about these songs, starting with the Jackson 5 through Michael becoming a solo artist. The Thriller album, it ends with the Thriller album, kind of goes through the Thriller era and stops right at Bad.
Right.
Is kind of where the movie stops, the Bad album.
Right.
They're songs that people still love. They're songs that mean something to you. They're songs that were part of your childhood, part of growing up, the poster on your wall, whatever it might have been. And this movie just reinforces that and leaves out anything that may make you uncomfortable about MJ.
Then the question is that a bad thing? Do you have to tell the whole story?
You don't have to. It's a movie, not a documentary.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's a movie to make Michael look good.
No doubt. Because his family's behind it.
They are the ones that produced it. Yeah. Well, them and the lawyers.
Yeah, and they weren't going to let anything bad be in there.
They literally, there's stories coming out of Hollywood. I read one of them, like Hollywood Reporter, about how the lawyers, they had to go back and reshoot after it because the lawyers objected to scenes after the movie was done.
And I don't know whether I should feel bad about really loving the movie.
I don't think you should feel bad. No.
Because there's another half to Michael Jackson that they didn't even touch.
Didn't come near.
No. And it made me watch a documentary last night on Michael Jackson.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
you did a deep dive.
It was put out a couple years ago, and they had the court case where...
I know this documentary, yes.
He showed up in his pajamas one day.
It is uncomfortable at points.
It's crazy.
It's just hard to believe every single other person is lying and he's the only one telling the truth, right? It's hard to believe.
It is hard to believe.
I'm not saying it's not possible.
But then I look at him and I'm like, that guy, he couldn't have done that. And then I'm like, maybe he could have. And you're like, no, he couldn't have done. And then you
can love the music.
I get
and
it.
The person cannot be a good person on the other side.
I can't. I don't know if I'm blinded.
Yeah.
Because like, I can't grasp the possibility that he did it, even though I think part of me believes that he did.
I hear you.
But I still am not 100% sure.
The people that I know that were close to him, very close to him,
yeah,
told me
there problems.
There's fire behind this smoke.
Yeah.
That they were genuinely concerned and that they had seen things that made them uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, but illegal is a different.
Well, didn't do it to. But they weren't the victims.
But if you say uncomfortable, like something that's uncomfortable is he had children.
He shouldn't be behaving this way with young kids.
Right. But
they did not witness crimes.
But did he step over the line?
Fair.
Is the thing.
Right.
The thing that makes me uncomfortable is how did he allow children to sleep over?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You see these
Well, the
parents
parents
that
too, I get
literally
it.
offer their kids up to him
Right, and
almost
it's
like
crazy.
in sacrifice. It's bizarre.
But you say, as Michael Jackson, yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And he welcomed it.
Yeah.
That makes me uneasy.
Fair enough. Hey, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for you. And up next, it just might be time to rethink your emergency contact. We're talking about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
Arizona's Morning News, the Valley's only all-news morning show.
Businesses so far have doled out up to $4 million to get their boats through the Panama Canal. The average price to cross through the canal is between $300,000 and $400,000 per ship.
Oof. Start smart with Arizona's Morning News. Weekday mornings 5 till 8. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
All right, how do you save some money each and every month? Well, one phone call to the Lund Mortgage team, you've got a chance to make that happen. The affordability crisis around the U.S., obviously in Arizona, you're spending more for gas. You're spending more for groceries. You're spending more for a plane ticket. I mean, we can go on and on about why that is, but it's just reality. So how do you save some money each and every month? Well, if you have a mortgage and it's been a couple years, well, there's a chance the Lund Mortgage team could track a better interest rate for you. Refinance. You refinance your loan through the Lund Mortgage team. Let them do all the heavy lifting. All you have to do is email them once. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance, okay? So think about refinancing. The Lund Mortgage team will tell you one of two things. We can get you a better interest rate and save you some money, or sit tight, you're good. LundMortgage.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
All right, show of hands. Who's got that leak at home, right? A clog you've been ignoring. I know. Been there at Casa VC. No more, because right now you can get $75 off any plumbing repair with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Yep, from small fixes to major repairs, the day and night expert plumbers are ready to get things flowing again quickly, reliably. Don't deal with plumbing problems when you can get $75 off right now. Any plumbing repair at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Schedule online at dayandnightair.com.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the place I'm getting my physical therapy, by the way, at one of their great clinics they have out there. But you and I were just talking about the veterinary school that you have there, and it's the largest veterinary hospital in North America. And you also have a very special relationship with animals that are kept here in the Phoenix area.
Yeah, so we're really excited. We have a wonderful relationship, a long-standing relationship with the Phoenix Zoo, and now we've partnered with them
them right now to build a new animal hospital on the Phoenix Zoo campus. Now they're going to have the facility to show everybody the type of care they've been providing.
I love the care as a human that I get at Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, but I also am an animal lover, so I love that you guys are doing that too.
You know, the design is going to allow for some public viewing. So as the public, you'll be able to actually see these animals getting the care by our great veterinarians that are at the zoo and our students. So we're really excited about this opportunity.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbax.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-3... Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:33. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The White House Correspondents' Dinner attack suspect has been charged. Appearing in court today, Cole Allen, the 31-year-old from California, is accused of attempted assassination of the President of the United States. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche provided details to the press about the incident on Saturday night.
We want to get that right, so we're still looking at that. It appears, and I don't want to overstate because we are still looking at this, that there were five shots that law enforcement fired. We have all the evidence is being examined very carefully and expeditiously.
Cole is facing 3 felony counts of attempted assassination of the President of the U.S. The 31-year-old from California also facing federal charges for transporting a firearm and ammunition over state lines with the intent to commit a felony and discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence.
Eyes on Education.
Phoenix Modern is a charter school in Phoenix that's been flagged for financial concerns from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools for multiple years now. Joanna Harris is a mom of 3 students and says the contract was about to be pulled by the board when parents stepped in, starting a nonprofit called the Valley Foundation of Arizona to save their kids' school. The transfer of charter was approved by the state board April 7th, and Harris says the school will rely on state funding to run. You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Protesters hit the streets in Mesa and Phoenix to rally against the expansion of ICE detention centers here in Arizona and across the country. It was all part of a national day of action against ICE. Marianne Everly was among those and says she's concerned about who's being detained.
This is not what we voted for. Donald Trump said he was going to go after criminals. These are family people. These are people that come here and they add to our community.
Organizers say they're pushing for due process reforms as an expansion of detention capacity is happening all across the state. Let's take a look at the roads now with Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 northbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway westbound near Ho-Ho-Com Expressway. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Street near the I-10 Papago Freeway. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Today's high expected to hit 82 degrees, 86 tomorrow, but it's a very nice 79 in Tempe right now. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Attorney General may question the governor about pay to play. Will the interview happen? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Outspoken Bruce and Gatos. So we're going to play you some audio from a woman. She got a phone call, and we're going to ask you, what would you do if you were this person?
This is one of those, what would you do?
Right, and the cool thing is, Bruce hasn't heard it.
Have not heard this.
Okay, so I found
react
this
in real time.
Becky Lynn, if you want to react to this too.
Okay.
So this gal is filming herself after receiving a phone call.
Okay.
And here it is.
Here we go.
I got a phone call from my local hospital that my husband was in the ER, and I don't have a husband. And she was like, no, you are the emergency contact. Your husband is in the ER. And I was like, I don't have a husband. I have an ex-husband. And she told me his name. And sure enough, it is my ex-husband. They wanted me to come sign the release forms. And I was like, go ahead and keep him.
Okay, right.
Not a good divorce, I'm guessing.
It was messy.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting so far, right?
Okay.
It gets way stranger.
Oh, really?
I can keep him. I don't want to come. But she was very persistent, and so I showed up to the hospital, and I figured I could just go into the reception area and just sign the papers, and they could let him go. Except I got there, and they're like, you really, really need to come see him. I'm like, I really, really don't want to. And they made me come look at him anyway. And I walked into the room, and I wasn't quite sure what to find. And he was super nice. He was just like happy to see me. And I was like, this is really strange because our marriage did not end on good terms. We were just fighting constantly. And then the ER doctor told me that my husband has amnesia. He
thinks they're still married.
Yep. Doesn't remember the last couple of years. Keep listening. Yeah,
goodness.
I know, right?
Okay.
He told me that he does not remember the last 2 years. So that means he doesn't remember our divorce and he doesn't remember our year of fighting. All he remembers is that we are married and that we are happily married. And so now they're releasing my ex-husband to me so that I can take him home with me. Because he's supposed to remember everything on his own so that it doesn't cause any new trauma. They think that his memories will come back if we just give him a little bit of time. And so now I'm stuck with my ex-husband in my house thinking that we're still happily married.
Wow. What do you do if you're this woman?
That sounds like a movie.
It does. This is a plot. This is a Lifetime movie, isn't it? Yeah.
Like, does part of you...
Wow.
So you're this woman. Does part of you think... he was so great before he wasn't.
Right.
I wonder if he never remembers the last 2 years.
If he never remembers, maybe we could make this work.
Right.
So I'm going to push back. Like, amnesia is not necessarily permanent.
Correct.
No.
So at some point, he might, quote, snap out of it and go, the hell are you doing here?
100%.
Right? And if you've invested in this in any way, shape, or form, from her standpoint, you're like, uh-oh, he went back to being the guy I divorced.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's when you just step away. You're still divorced, and you go, here's the doctor's note. We are now done. Get out.
So you just have him around to what? Take out the garbage and fix things around the house. And...
you say that it's there was a movie with Goldie Hawn. Remember when she got amnesia and the guy Kurt Russell overboard.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Made Goldie Hawn do all the chores around the house and raise the kids while she had amnesia, and then all of a sudden
snapped out of it.
But he got a clean house and
out of the deal.
Kids weren't in tattered clothes anymore, and because as soon as you said, well, why don't you make him do some chores around that kind of
that's what made you think of that. Yeah.
If I'm this woman, I'm like, you know what? If your parents are still alive, I'm going to drop you off there. I'm not going to deal with you. I've already divorced you.
Yeah. What if they're not, though? Then what do you do?
What if
What
they're
if his
dead?
parents
There's
are-
nobody else?
Yeah, what if there's nobody else?
It's got to be somebody.
Listen, again, I'm going to say this as nicely as I can. It depends on how the breakup went.
It was
because
bad.
I got no problem dropping him off at some halfway house. If you know what, not my problem.
No, but here's the weird. I mean, he thinks everything's good. So right now, he would be going, my wife's abandoning me.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. He'll come to and figure it out sooner or later.
But
That
this is a great example of
sticky wicket.
a sticky wicket.
Yes.
This is a great example of you better update your emergency contact list, right?
Yes, you should.
You have no idea who they're going to call and what condition you might be in.
She seems like she took him home.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something still there.
I think she just didn't know what else to do. I mean,
you still felt responsible.
They were married.
You always could have just walked right out of. You can't
Yeah, but-
force her to
No,
take
you
him
can
home.
say, yeah, this isn't happening.
But she is obviously a decent human being and felt somewhat
No, that's her problem.
obligated or something, maybe.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he's going to be gone just as soon as he gets back around to his normal, horrible self.
Right.
Boom.
The
out.
same horrible person he was before.
Hey, Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell ended up together in that movie.
Oh, just saying. Just saying.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Maybe. It's a pretty interesting story.
A sticky wicket, to say the least.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
What do you
when
do?
you put yourself in that situation, I'm like, I don't know.
I don't think I'm leaving the hospital with you.
I don't think I'm that good a person.
You guys, no. You guys.
I would say it depends on.
You
how
guys
about this?
figure it out.
There are people in my past life that I would feel sorry for. There are others that I would say, make them a ward of the state. See if I care. You called the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But they need you. I don't know what words you need to hear right now, but I'm leaving.
No is
Not
the only
with
word.
them.
Yeah. Wow.
It's interesting.
That is a crazy story.
Yeah.
Like, I thought amnesia was something only happened like in movies, but it happens in real life, I take.
Oh, sure.
Oh,
get
it
hit.
does.
Car accident, hit on the
Yeah.
head. I mean, sure.
Okay.
You could get amnesia for a short period of time.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Short-term amnesia.
There you
All
have
right.
it.
There you go.
All right.
I need to go through my emergency contact list to make sure, because I know there's people on the other side who would say the exact same thing about me. All right. Light his bed on fire while you're here. So, question. We got a quick check of the headlines, and up next, what are we not being told about what's happening with the war in Iran? Is some information being kept from us that it may not be very good? We'll explain. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
The president abruptly canceling his top negotiators' planned trip to Pakistan this weekend and is now ruling out any in-person talks in the near future. President Trump is now claiming that Iran can call on secure telephone lines if they want to talk. But Iran has made it clear that they won't negotiate until the U.S. ends its blockade of Iranian ports, and the president says that blockade won't end until there's a deal.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Summer is close, but April is a great time to get started on your new presidential pool. For a limited time, get $500 cash back and zero closing costs when you finance your new pool now through April 30th, 2026. Come on out to the Design Center in Gilbert. You can check out the latest in lighting, automation, and outdoor living features. See why Presidential Pools is Arizona's largest pool builder. Dive in today at presidentialpools.com.
Shop the nation's top brand AC units at prices far below retail at discountacunits.com, where savings is in the name. Save thousands on average at discountacunits.com. All backed by trusted and professional installation you can count on. Why pay more? Upgrade your comfort and keep more cash in your pocket. Visit discountacunits.com today.
DiscountACUnits.com. Trusted brands with the price that's same. Discount AC Units. Savings is in the name.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? there's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do?
You test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150 because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
KTAR News Flash.
2:47, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
This budget delivers one of the largest tax relief packages in Arizona history.
As Arizona Republican lawmakers today releasing a budget proposal they say spends about $800 million less than the plan set forth by Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. Senate President Warren Peterson with this proposal says Arizona would become the only state advancing the full Trump tax cuts. Now, earlier this month, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs promised to veto almost every bill that reaches her desk until Republican legislators publicly release their budget proposal and return to negotiations. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Heading for a high temperature today in the low 80s, and we'll be in the mid 80s tomorrow. By about Thursday, we could see some rain here in the valley. Right now in Phoenix, it's 80 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and everybody knows that selling a home is, well, it's complicated, but it doesn't need to be. And you don't have to be inundated with low-ball offers. There is nothing more tiring. That's not going to happen when you get a hold of Orchard, because Orchard is not going to let you settle for less. Low-ball offers can wear you down, and that could cause you to sell for less, but you don't have to go through that with your Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the whole real estate thing, right? So what they did was they guarantee your home sale. Local agents right here in the Valley helping you sell on the market for top dollar. They're going to give you cash up front to buy and move into the new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Nobody needs that in their life. Once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you don't have to settle for less. Go to Orchard.com.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Flower Show, May 1st through 3rd at West World of Scottsdale. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
For the Valley's best value and quality replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors, choose Window World. Schedule today, and Window World's certified installers will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with the most heat-resistant Solar Zone Sunshield glass for one low upfront all-in price of only $5,989. Plus, take an extra $100 off any new patio or entry door, too. And most installations are completed in 1 day or less. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from very happy referrals. Get all the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Flower Show, May 1st through 3rd at West World of Scottsdale with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Arizona has a permitting problem. We'll tell you how it's affecting homeowners and contractors tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Gato's coming up very soon. As a matter of fact, top of the hour. Mondays with Meghan. Meghan McCain will be joining us live from Washington, D.C., no doubt reacting to the chaos inside Washington, D.C. at the White House Correspondents Association dinner.
Yes. Huge story.
Yeah. She's got opinions.
The guy, I guess, who was going to try and shoot up the place, well, they're charging him with assassination attempt on the president.
Attempted assassination, yeah. So he's initial appearance in court or what? He's never getting out. Don't worry about that.
No.
So Iran's still going on, just in case you forgot.
What did I say last week?
What?
Super quiet on Iran. The news between the U.S. and Iran in the war last week, very quiet.
Do you think?
Very.
I feel like we're at a stalemate.
I feel like we should just
like a pause,
just turn around and leave.
But my point is, it feels like we're not going forward.
No,
we're not going back.
No,
we're just kind of is.
I think what happened over the weekend. I think we kind of look silly.
What do you mean? Which part?
Tell me if I'm wrong. Like we flew some people out to Islamabad.
Right,
and then there was no
to
meeting.
meet with them,
and then there was no meeting.
But on Friday, the Iranians were saying we're not meeting with you guys.
It looks like see, I didn't see that. To me, it looked like there was going to be some sort of conversation. We flew all the way out there, and they're like, "Yeah, we've changed our mind."
Well,
I'm like, wait, you made us, you know, our negotiators fly all the way out here, and now we're not going to talk. It's like
they're screwing
laughing.
with you.
Yeah, they're screwing with you.
Or there's an argument that who's in charge changes by the hour.
I don't buy that.
You don't think so?
No, listen. I know that we have, taken out a lot of bad people,
including the people we were negotiating with
within their regime. Yeah, I get it. There's somebody in charge. Come on.
No, I know there is. I just don't know if we know who's in charge.
Well, Pakistan should.
You would think.
Okay, why don't we just ask them
who's in charge?
That's all you got to do.
So Iran offered a deal. How about this? Okay. They're going to open the strait.
Sure.
Open the strait. They said, no problemo.
Yeah.
We're going to open the strait.
All right.
That whole nuclear thing, we'll talk about it some other time.
Yeah, that's what I would do if I were them.
They're like, we're not going to talk about that right now.
They took it completely off the table.
Yeah. They said, not a discussion, but we'll open the strait. We'll do that.
Non-starter.
You want to talk about nuclear? Forget it. Straight close.
So then you got to ask, is it worth?
Oof.
Is it worth the president saying we got to get business back to normal? And we got to open it back up.
Who can handle pain longer?
Iran.
I think they can.
Yeah, because they're used to it.
And they don't have elections. And they don't have checks and balances. They have a religious group that leads the country and believes that, again, God is on their side.
Yep.
And they're doing the Lord's work.
Well, good luck to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what to do with the Strait of Hormuz. I think you have to figure out a way to open it back up as soon as you possibly can, because even if you open it back up today, there are ramifications that are going to take place throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah. There's also new reporting out right now. The Hill is reporting this along with NBC News, according to 6 sources.
All right.
Again, I tend to look for multiple sources. That we, the United States, suffered serious damage to facilities and equipment in the Middle East. Runways, radar systems, aircraft, warehouses, command headquarters, hangars, satellite communication infrastructure, estimated at $5 billion to repair just the stuff that we lost in the region to Iranian drones and missiles. You're not hearing people talk about that.
Again, do you really know what's going on? Can you trust either side to tell you the truth?
Yeah.
Because both sides lie. Iranians lie more, but by how much?
About that. Yeah, that's a pretty close call. Check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, Mondays with Meghan. Meghan McCain joins us. And does Trump and Abraham Lincoln's security team, what do they have in common? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you haven't heard, the Honda Spring event is still rolling all month long at Earnhardt Honda in Avondale. Look, when it's time for your next vehicle, where you buy matters just as much as what you drive. Drivers across Arizona keep coming back to Earnhardt Honda for one simple reason. They love the experience, a team that listens, a straightforward process, and zero pressure from start to finish. As founder Tex Earnhardt always said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Their certified service center keeps your Honda running like the day you drove it off the lot. Top-tier technicians, the best parts, and even better pricing that won't catch you off guard. 75 years of trust. One name in Arizona has counted since day one. This is your sign to make your move to Earnhardt Honda in Avondale. Local, trusted, and no bull since 1951. Or check out their incredible offers at earnhardthonda.com.
APR for qualified buyers with approved credit through Honda Financial Services. Loyalty awarded added to cap cost reduction. APR terms limited. See deal for offer details and qualifications. Dealer installed options. Tax, title, license, and $6.99 doc fee extra. Sale ends 4/30/26.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Officials at the Justice Department briefed reporters following the first court appearance of the man accused of trying to attack the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
In addition to 2 gun-related felonies, the suspect is charged with attempting to assassinate the president, a count that could carry a life sentence. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says there were hundreds of federal agents between Cole Allen and his ultimate target.
Law enforcement did not fail.
Blanche says 5 shots were fired by law enforcement, none of which hit Allen, who was ultimately tackled just before he reached the stairs leading to the ballroom. Blanche says the suspect is believed to have fired 1 round from his 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
A former FBI agent says Saturday night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was not due to a lack of security, but a slow response. Steve Hooper joined the Mike Broomhead Show and says the Secret Service did its job.
They stopped the threat before it became a threat to the president. The president and the vice president were never threatened. They kept him out of the room.
Hooper adds more measures could have been taken, such as using only 1 elevator leading into the area where the dinner was held, as well as assigning a law enforcement officer to that elevator to monitor who entered the main floor of the event. The United Kingdom's top emissary arrived at the White House today. King Charles and his wife Camilla greeted by a very welcoming President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. This visit is not a political one.
What they are in our constitutional British system of monarchy are figureheads. He is the head of state. He is not a politician, and therefore he will not answer questions from journalists. He is here as a diplomat, really, and Britain really needs a diplomat right now because the diplomatic situation between the UK and the US are not good.
That's ABC's James Longman. Sentencing came down today for a Valley man who sent child sexual abuse materials to an undercover officer in 2024. Anthony White was sentenced to 15 years in prison for sending 4 videos with child sexual abuse material to an undercover officer through a chat app.
Eyes on Education.
A local charter school is getting a second chance, with parents stepping in to take over the charter contract. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live to explain how and why this step was taken.
Yeah, Becky, Phoenix Modern is a charter school in Phoenix that has been flagged for financial concerns from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools for multiple years now. Jonna Harris is a mom of 3 students and director of transition for the school. She says the contract was about to be pulled by the board.
As we started digging, it was like, okay, we have no options under this governance and our school is going to close because they're financially in crisis. What can we do?
A group of parents started a nonprofit called the Valley Foundation of Arizona to save their kids' school, getting the transfer of charter approved by the state board on April 7th. Harris says the school will rely on state funding to run. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solution stories by going to KTAR.com/education. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's April 27th, and back on this day in 4977 BC, the universe is created. Well, we can't prove him wrong, but according to German mathematician and astronomer Johannes Kepler, considered a founder of modern science, and best known for his theories explaining the motion of planets. As a university student, he studied the Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus' theory of planetary ordering, where that the sun, not the Earth, was the center of the solar system, a theory that contradicted the prevailing view of the era that the sun revolved around the Earth. Kepler's research was slow to gain widespread traction during his lifetime, but it later served as a key influence on the English mathematician Sir Isaac Newton. As for Kepler's calculation about the universe's birthday, scientists in the 20th century developed a Big Bang theory, which showed that his calculations were off by only about 13.7 billion years. And it all really started back on this day in 4977 BC.
All right, now let's check on traffic right now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. It's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Thomas Road. And Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand lane. I-17 northbound near Northern Avenue. And a quick look into our surface streets. Goodyear with a crash on Camelback Road near 99th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online, serving Arizona students for 25 years. Primavera offers online summer school for grades 9 through 12. Sign up today at freesummerschool.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Today, high temperature right around 82 degrees, 58 overnight, and 86 tomorrow. Some clouds moving in by Wednesday, and by Thursday, we have a little chance of rain, staying in the 80s, though. It's 81 in Peoria. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6.
All right.
Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Second hour of the show.
Woo! A lot of people will tell you, second hour, best of the hours.
Wonder why.
Especially on a Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us is Meghan McCain, host of Citizen McCain, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Joins us every Monday here at 3. Hi, Meghan. How are you?
Welcome.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Peachy.
Well, I mean, we're watching what happened over the weekend. It's
right down the street from you.
Like, yeah, the news cycle never stops. It just it never does. So the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Yeah, my nerves are shot after this weekend.
I know.
For whatever it's worth.
Yeah, because like it's a lazy Saturday night, and then all of a sudden you're getting texts, and you're like, uh-oh, now I've got to turn the news on. Now I've got to go to KTAR. Now I've got to figure out what happened this time.
Can I ask a question real quick? Meghan, have you ever been to this event?
Okay, I'm going to be like humble bragging a lot on this segment. I've been like 10 times.
Okay, well, I thought you'd been. Yeah.
I was actually supposed to go this year, and the only reason why I didn't is because I'm still nursing my son, and I could not get, like, logistically, it's known to be horrific. I've had horrible experiences, just like everybody else who's ever been. Getting in, getting out. The security is known for being terrible.
Oh.
It's like it's easy to sneak in. Like I have no idea how something bad has happened. Ronald Reagan was shot outside that hotel. Like
right, same hotel.
How something bad hasn't happened here before. But the only reason why I didn't go is because I was like it's going to be too difficult for me to get in and out and home in time to nurse my son. So I decided not to this year, and here we are.
Meghan McCain's joining us. So the Wall Street Journal. Washington Post, my bad, says the Correspondents' Dinner lacked the highest security level despite the presence of Trump and top officials. I mean, my question is, how is that even possible? And I don't know what the highest security level is, but if you have, it's like the show Designated Survivor. Did you ever see the show Designated Survivor?
I'm familiar with the concept.
Okay, so we've all seen that. Every single person who's in the United States government is in that room. How do you not have the highest security level?
I am so flabbergasted by this question as well. And like I said, for anyone that's ever been to the Washington Hilton, it's logistically, there's 3 different levels. You just walk into the lobby. Anyone can just go into the lobby where a lot of dignitaries, a lot of, politicians and famous people are. You go into the first part where the red carpet is. People can just go to the bar, go to the area. A lot of people just go to the top area parties and don't go to the dinner. And all you have to do to get in is to have a physical paper ticket that I know I have heard of people forging to get in, because you just have a paper ticket. You don't have to show ID. People weren't getting magged. I am shocked and appalled and horrified that, especially after so many assassination attempts on President Trump, that it somehow hadn't been changed. And I'm not trying to denigrate the Secret Service, because I know those people do hard jobs, but the fact that shooter could have a room in the hotel and stay there, and that's how he got in with his guns. And my girlfriend Kennedy, who's on Fox News, she got a hotel room that day. The day of, she got a hotel room and checked into the hotel.
At the same hotel, you meant? At the Hilton.
The event is at, yes.
Yeah, because the way it was explained to me is the Hilton is still open, quote unquote, for business, aside from the event that's happening in the ballroom. And that's not unusual for things, but it's unusual, I guess you'd say, if the president's there.
It should have been moved a long time ago, and it is something that is talked about everywhere, like within the, ZC is kind of a small town, and it should have been moved years ago. I really don't understand how it was even there to, staying this long. I am horrified and so saddened that this happened. I'm grateful that it wasn't worse, but we all know people in that room. We all were watching, and even if you don't, the president's in there, the vice president, all chain of command. I mean, I think I heard that if God forbid something had happened, like Chuck Grassley would have been president, and he's like 89.
Right.
I mean, this is not rational, and it's really scary. And I am so exhausted and drained and just I feel like a husk of a person with how many of these assassination attempts and how much political violence there is in the country. I was just talking to you guys 8 months ago about Charlie Kirk's assassination. I mean, it feels way too persistent, way too constant. And this guy that did it, he was an educated man. He was a teacher. He had a grad school.
Drove across country, right, to do this.
Yeah. I don't understand how these things keep happening.
Yeah.
Meghan McCain is joining us on KTAR every Monday. It's like a cheerleader culture of violence. You saw like the Luigi guy shot the healthcare CEO.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then some people cheered. And then you saw Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. And some people cheered. And if Donald Trump got shot and killed, some people would cheer.
Rob Reiner and Bob Mueller died. And Trump
absolutely.
cheered.
And there's no doubt. There's a whole part of that, too.
It's a two-way street.
It absolutely is.
It is a two-way street.
It absolutely is. But it's like, there were something like 8,000 threats in 2023 from U.S. Capitol Police that they were investigating. And then, like, Bruce and I were going back and forth, like, did security work?
Yeah,
and
is this an example of security working or an example of security failing?
I was like, okay, well, the guy got close enough to shoot a Secret Service agent. I don't think the security worked, but Bruce thought it did.
I can't. It's hard for me to make that kind of assessment. I don't. The thing I don't understand is how there wasn't some sort of coordination between the hotel and the White House or whomever was putting this on. Because again, I don't want to be too dark with you guys, but if that shooter had had a bomb on him, if he had a suicide vest, I mean, he could have done a lot of destruction and damage. What if there were 6 guys running in with rifles into the lobby? What if there were more people? There are a lot of scenarios in which, this could have been a lot worse.
And Megan, I get that 100%. What I don't understand is, as far as I could tell, and maybe it'll come out here soon, the suspect in this, the would-be assassin in this, it's not like he had a criminal record. He wasn't prohibited from checking into hotels in Washington, D.C. He wasn't on a radar apparently until he ran past DC police at a checkpoint.
But shouldn't everybody be on a radar at a hotel?
How could everybody be on the radar?
I think everybody has to be on the radar if you're staying in a hotel with the president.
And you would look at this guy and go, it's a school teacher from California.
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, no, my point is, what would stop you from...
I would check every single person in that hotel.
Yeah. And you would go,
about
nothing wrong with them.
People attend that dinner. I think they have to move it someplace else. I thought that years ago. I think that now.
Just from a security standpoint, you're saying.
Just from a security standpoint, and if they for some reason continue to do it, I'm with Gatos. They have to check every single. They should just not allow people to stay in the hotel for that day and just call it what it is. I don't know, because if you want the privilege of holding that dinner there, you should know. But again, I don't even know how you stop it. There's many people who just go to the bar upstairs.
Yeah, and you said the parties, right? That's a big thing with this.
There's like, you go to again, this sounds so like bougie, but like you go to the top room and different public, like KTAR would be like, we're having a KTAR party. Okay. And there's different rooms that people rent on the middle floor where people can go into each network's or media outlet's party that they're having. There's like a CBS one, Fox, whatever. And then people stay in there and mingle and socialize. And then they go down to the dinner. But a lot of people who don't have tickets, like staffers and interns who still want to dress up and go out, they can go to the party or they can go to the area where like the red carpet is, and there's huge crowds. And again, I'm not trying to be like sound elitist, but the problem is like anybody can come in and anybody could have a gun. And I think the thing you're saying about him being a teacher, which I echo and I agree with, I think the part that is particularly petrifying is, like Luigi Mangione, like Ted Kaczynski, these are highly educated people that are functioning members of society. These aren't mentally ill freaks, that are like, on the internet all day long that their neighbors said, oh, we should have known, whatever. These are people who are educating our children and being radicalized, I believe, online. And that, to me, that is the thing I don't have the answer to. We can secure everything all day long, but if educated teachers, come into any kind of social situation, you're right. No one is going to flag that to begin with, and these are the people that are trying to kill the president of the United States and in his manifesto. He said any member of the cabinet.
Well, and you say educated, and I'm gonna use the term. They're at least functioning members of society who can appear normal if they need to. You know what I'm saying? It's I don't know if Ted Kaczynski could have appeared normal, but I mean, this guy was normal by all.
I only said that because he was a professor.
Right. No, I know what you meant, but I mean, like, this guy walking up to a hotel, no one's going to go, they look shifty. Like, he just looks like a normal guy.
Yeah. He does just look like a normal guy.
The one thing that I find really crazy is that, this guy, 30 minutes before. Let's say that he wanted to do this 30 minutes beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
All these guests, all these media members, people you see on television and all that, they're entering through a single hallway.
Literally all coming through the same area.
Had the gunman attacked at that moment, it would have been a slaughter. And it goes back to my point. Yes, I think that security should have been, much more. But shouldn't we also make sure that the media who's covering Donald Trump is safe? And I don't think we are.
Oh, I agree. No, and I think, there's not Jim Acosta. I apologize. I forgot his name. He was another MSNBC host. He said he doesn't want to cover Trump anymore because he doesn't physically cover Trump anymore because he doesn't feel
safe being around that area.
Being in the same vicinity. And I think, look, I have many friends who are journalists. I have one friend, I don't want to name her name, but she had a panic attack at a Trump rally when he was running for president because he used to demand that the crowd boo at journalists. And right after,
he would point at them and
Yeah, and so I just think I agree. We have to worry about, and also not just journalists. What about just the people working the event, just random people there? And Simone Sanders, who works for MSNBC, she gave an interview that said she got on a scooter and scooted to the front of the scooters are all over DC that you can rent to get places, and she scooted just to the front of the lobby and just walked in with a ticket and she's like, it could have been very easy to forge and go in. Again, what if you had a suicide vest on? I don't know what the answer is, but I think that in general, all public events with the president, one way or the other, he is now, to our knowledge, granted there's maybe information we don't know about other presidents, the most attempted assassination attempts of any modern president. And he has to start being treated that way wherever he goes. And I think the problem is we've sort of held the same mandate as if he was President Biden or President Obama or President Bush when this wasn't happening. And unfortunately, everywhere he goes, someone is trying to shoot him. And the Secret Service and just in general, his staff and everyone involved in any of his public events have to start organizing for that way. And it's depressing. I personally love outdoor events with politicians. I love outdoor rallies. I wouldn't tell any politician to do it today. What's the point?
Nope.
You obviously spent time around the Secret Service. Your father had Secret Service protection when he was running for president. I mean, is there anything you can share with us? I mean, I know some Secret Service agents. They're dedicated professionals. You think the problem is there's just not enough of them?
There's been a lot of controversies and a lot of mishandling in the Secret Service Department that are public. Even just recently, a Secret Service agent tried to smuggle his girlfriend, who was, I believe, from Russia, onto an official Codel trip with the president. This just happened a few months ago. And again, there are bad apples in all industries. I'm not blanketed saying the Secret Service aren't great, but I feel more secure when it's people working in national security that guard administration officials that aren't Secret Service. There's other branches that do that.
Wow.
I think there needs to be an overhaul. I'm sorry to sound, I'm not trying to say that they're bad, I am saying they're bad. I do think that there needs to be a different level of protection for the president, or maybe, I don't know, a rejuggling. When you looked at Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator Mullen, when he was standing behind President Trump on Saturday night after the assassination attempt, his department is in charge of the Secret Service, and he looked furious.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he looked pissed. So I just think that, my experience with the Secret Service is like everybody else's. Some are good and some are idiots. I also don't like the protocol of it. I mean, I'm not speaking out of turn, but to be recognized by Secret Service, you have to wear a specific pin. And pins aren't that hard to forge.
Okay.
If you're part of a detail. And there's so many things I think could really be modernized. And I'm over it. And I think the rest of the American public should be over it as well. And I think any amount of money should be spent to make sure everyone in these branches are protected. I don't care how you feel. No one should be trying to assassinate anyone in public life.
Yeah. Appreciate the insight, Megan. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry to keep having these terrible news cycles.
Well,
guys.
It's the news.
And again, this is your backyard and an event that you're very familiar with, and we're very appreciative of you sharing that information. I think people get something.
They are going to have it again. Like, he's saying he's going to reschedule it.
Oh, they're going to reschedule this year.
Days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that he wants to do it, and he doesn't want it to end. And if that does happen, I will go. My husband is insisting, so I will let you guys know how it goes if it does happen.
10-4.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you
Megan.
so much.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
That's Megan McCain. Mondays with Megan. We check in with her every Monday. She is there live in Washington, D.C.
Are you surprised how easy Megan said it is to get into that?
It's surprising. But again, I understand layered security.
Yeah. But to forge something and people have snuck in before.
People
and it's
sneaking in is
easy
not a
and
good idea.
They're walking around and, well, maybe I'll go in this room.
100%. Quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us coming up next. Can you AI-proof your college major? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. I want you to get the discount from the Arizona Painting Company before it runs out. Okay, we're at the end of April. I think today's the 27th. So you don't have a whole lot of time. Text the word paint to 620-620. Unlock a big discount from the Arizona Painting Company. It'll still be good when you call them and say, hey, Gatos was talking about this discount. I'd love to have you come out to the house, take a look at the exterior. It's kind of faded and chipped. How much is it going to cost? Arizona Painting Company will give you a free estimate. They also will give you that discount. And so text the word paint to 620-620 as we're almost at the last day for this massive discount. I'll tell you what, a fresh coat of paint will burst the curb appeal, but it will also protect your home from the sun damage, the heat, the wear. Do this before summer, okay? Once again, text paint to 620-620. Hire the Arizona Painting Company.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:21. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Germany sharing some criticism over President Trump's strategy with Iran.
And we've had some interesting comments from the German leader, the Chancellor Friedrich Merz, laying into President Trump's lack of strategy, as he puts it, comparing the war in Iran to Afghanistan, Iraq, saying that when you go into these wars, you have to have an exit strategy too, and really talking up, the Iranians' ability to negotiate.
ABC's Tom Sufi-Borage. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, we're going to check on traffic with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Pebble Creek Parkway. Scottsdale, we still have a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Thomas Road. And a look into our surface streets, Tempe with a crash on Rural Road and University Drive. This report is brought to you by Barrel Neurological Institute. Researchers in Phoenix are studying how COVID impacts the brain. Ages 30 through 89, text study to 620-620 to see if you qualify. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear and 58 overnight. Tomorrow's high right around 86 degrees, and right now in Cave Creek it's 75. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
LaDonna here. Imagine getting tossed into jail and losing everything you have because of an AI mistake. It's Tech Tuesday, tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, don't forget KTAR and Fulton Homes reminding you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids around water. Be sure to text the word swim to 620-620. That's swim to 620-620. You can get yourself some free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. We just had a conversation with Megan McCain, who was supposed to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, has been there, I think she said, at least 10 times before, a normal event in D.C., and said how, in many ways, how easy it is to get into it. And the president doesn't go every year, to be fair, right?
It's not to get into the event.
To sneak in.
To weasel your way in. Listen, with all the violence going on, with Charlie Kirk, with, remember the Pennsylvania governor had his house burned to the ground?
Josh Shapiro.
Yep. We had the Minnesota State Representative, Melissa Hortman, and a Democrat and her husband, Mark, shot and killed.
Yeah, and another one wounded. Right, yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go on and on. Trump was shot at twice.
Mm-hmm.
When are we going to take it seriously?
Oh, I think we take it seriously. I just don't know what you can do about it.
I think you can do better.
Okay.
I think you do better. First of all,
I think that's easy to say. I think in practice it's
not
different.
It's not easy to say.
In a free society.
From the Washington Post, this correspondence dinner lacked the highest security level.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why?
So whose fault is that?
I don't know. But
should the Secret Service say?
Every single cabinet member was there.
Right.
Okay, so why is it not the highest security level? That's my question.
Should the Secret Service refuse to go to events that aren't?
You can do better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely do better.
Yeah. But I think that falls on them.
Oh, I don't even care who it falls on. I'm just like,
right.
Whoever.
They're responsible for the president's security.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody is screwing it up here.
Yeah.
Even if Meghan McCain knew that, hey, it's easy just to kind of squeeze into this place.
Like that's a thing. Everybody knows.
Why would you have anything but the highest security level?
In this day and age, you're saying?
Yeah, especially at this dinner, where everybody was there. Several cabinet members, the vice president, everybody was there. FBI guy at the bar, probably.
No, almost the entire cabinet, right?
Hegseth, everybody was there. And you don't have the highest security level. I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense. You should have the highest security level if Trump is anywhere.
And so, to me, that sounds like a failure on the Secret Service. Either they didn't secure the area well enough, or if they were unable to secure it, they say, this is not an event you can go to.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
They're like, because it's not safe or because we can't secure it.
Yeah.
Because nobody else can say that. They're the ones that have to be able to make that determination.
Like if they're saying, hey, this is impossible to secure it, then you don't bring the president. I mean, it's just that easy.
Now, if he says, I want to go anyway.
I don't think he has a choice, actually. I think they stop him. I know he's Trump, but, he wanted to start this thing up again.
Yeah.
And they absolutely put the kibosh on it. Again, why you wouldn't have the highest security level at an event like this and they didn't?
Yeah.
It's beyond me. Beyond me.
Checking the headlines, Becky Lynn has that for us. And coming up next, will Phoenix PD nail you for a DUI, even if you haven't had a sip of alcohol? This story's not going away. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
Have you always wanted to lose weight? Have you always thought, I hear so many of my friends on GLP-1 medication. Maybe I should try it. I hear Gatos talk about Red Mountain weight loss for all these years. And yet you haven't pulled the trigger on it. You haven't said, I want to lose weight. I want to meet the doctors at Red Mountain. I want to be in a program. Well, we're almost to the end of April. And here is the deal for April at Red Mountain. This month, they're waiving the startup fee on all programs. If you are interested in GLP-1 medication, they'll waive the startup fee when you mention Gatos. If you are interested in their patented signature medication, RM3, absolute fastest way to lose weight, mention Gatos, they waived the startup fee. So they will give you support from the start to the end. Their support doesn't stop once you lose all the weight. They provide ongoing maintenance plans to help you stay on track. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please don't be that anyone.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Spend Mother's Day at Chase Field when the D-backs take on the New York Mets. The first 15,000 moms get a Mother's Day jersey courtesy of Dignity Health. Visit dbacks.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Greg Ayler, host of Fire Your Financial Advisor, a different look at retirement and the financial industry.
If you feel like you're ready to retire, you're probably close. This comes up with a lot of people where they're like, I'm thinking about it. And then like a month later, you're like, yep, retired. You're like, that's quick. Because once you go down that road, you start to check out. You start visualizing what life will be like.
Come visualize your retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here with Greg Ayler on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The White House correspondent's dinner attack suspect has been charged. Appearing in court today, Cole Allen, the 31-year-old from California, is accused of attempted assassination of the President of the United States. ABC's chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl shares what the investigation has uncovered so far.
The suspect, Cole Allen, reserved that hotel room on April 6th, about a month after it was announced publicly that Donald Trump intended to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The suggestion being that this was long premeditated, the reservation was made.
We put forward a budget that the state can afford while funding education, public safety, and child protection.
That's Arizona Speaker of the House Steve Montenegro announcing the new state budget bills Republican lawmakers say will deliver one of the largest tax cuts in Arizona history.
Governor Hobbs should support this budget and sign it when it reaches her desk.
Let's get it done for Arizona.
Earlier this month, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs promised to veto almost every bill that reaches her desk until Republican legislators publicly release their budget proposals and return to negotiations. Not looking good for the Suns. They lost Saturday, and now they trail 0-3 in their first-round playoff matchup against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, for reference, there's never been a team that's come back to win a playoff series after being down 0-3 in NBA history. But Suns fan Matai is not giving up hope, at least picking up one win just yet.
I think OKC looks a little tired. Hopefully that the Suns can pick up off that. But if Suns get together, their offense get to be able to put something together, then they'll definitely be able to win.
The Suns are going to look to avoid the sweep tonight at home, and you can catch the game starting at 6:30 on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Checking traffic for us now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear crashed in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Pebble Creek Parkway, Scottsdale, with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Thomas Road, and Phoenix, disabled vehicle blocking the right lane, I-17 northbound near Northern Avenue. This report is brought to you by the Maricopa County Home and Flower Show, May 1st through the 3rd at Westworld of Scottsdale with free parking. More info at mchomeshows.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, the low around 58, 86 for the high tomorrow, 88 on Wednesday, but we'll see some clouds moving in and maybe a shower by Thursday. Currently in Avondale, it's 81 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Attorney General may question the governor about pay to play. Will the interview happen? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
So, Gatos, the story just continues, and a little bit later, I think right around 5 o'clock, we're going to be talking to some lawyers representing this woman. This woman, you may have heard the story, who was pulled over and arrested, charged with driving under the influence, even though she blew straight zeros in the breathalyzer and her blood test at the precinct came back with no drugs whatsoever in her system. Needless to say, she thinks she has a lawsuit against Phoenix PD, not just for money, but she wants them to change their policy, because what came out of this is some body cam footage of police officers discussing what sounds to a lot of people like a quota that they need to hit, a certain number of arrests.
For DUI.
For DUI arrests, yeah.
See, I've always heard of a quota for speeding tickets.
Okay.
But I've never heard of it for a DUI. So why did they pull the woman over? Oh, she ran a red light. That's what the cops said.
That's what they said. No.
Didn't. They looked at the body camera, and it was a green light. Okay, so they pull her over, and they do they do the whole testing stuff, right? She blew a 0.0, and then she still got arrested.
And the cop says, well, I still think you're under the influence.
Here's some of the body camera.
Your lights are off in the back, just so you know. You don't have any lights to the rear. I thought you were saying I ran a light. You did run a red.
This is the moment aspiring nurse Brianna Longoria says changed her life forever.
Are you on any sort of medications?
No. The body camera footage from the Phoenix Police Department, first reported by our affiliate, KNXV, shows Longoria stopped by police after claiming she ran a red light 1 day after getting married in December 2024.
Triple zeros, like I thought.
Longoria says even though she blew triple zeros on the breathalyzer and passed an eye test, police still arrested her and charged her with DUI. The officer reportedly suspected marijuana impairment.
Can I place you under arrest?
Oh, I am?
Really?
It was supposed to be the best time of my life when I had so much going on. I'm in a cop car.
So I know that I rode with DPS. I did a ride-along one night, and we arrested someone for driving under the influence of marijuana. And I know that officers get specific training when it comes to that. Different from just alcohol training, like how to tell if someone, because it's a different type of impairment, you know, and you're supposed to be able to tell kind of the physical telltales. So there's there's body cam video of them administering the test to this woman.
I don't know, maybe I'm being too simplistic.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen someone high on pot? Yes, it's pretty obvious. Isn't
Well,
it?
that's what I say. And I saw the body cam video of them administering a test to this woman. She didn't look any different than anyone else. I was like, oh, they're going to let her go. Nope.
There is a smell.
Obvious smell.
Okay, so there wasn't with this woman. No. You can look at somebody and go, oh my gosh, are you high? I mean, maybe I got
bloodshot eyes, all that stuff, right?
And if there was that, then maybe I would have taken this woman in.
Okay.
You know, did the police officer? How did you mistake in her running a red light when the light wasn't red?
That's mistake number one.
But you can't make a mistake like that. It's either red or it's not.
Because
it's not yellow. She didn't run a yellow. Like it wasn't one of those.
Oh, it's close. Yeah, you're right there. No, the body cam video says she drove through a green light.
All right, here's a little bit more.
Okay.
In a lawsuit filed by Longoria, she claims that Phoenix police enforced a de facto DUI quota, which she alleges pressures officers into making DUI arrests or face employment consequences.
If you watch throughout the video, you see someone who looks like they're looking for a reason to arrest somebody.
The officer's report claims Longoria failed field sobriety tests. Her lawsuit accuses the officer of deliberately fabricating this evidence. Longoria's attorney obtained this body camera footage of an officer appearing to express concerns to the arresting officer right after Longoria's arrest.
They're going to kick me off squad if I don't get a DUI.
That's the officer speaking. They're going to kick me off squad if I don't get a DUI.
If I don't
As
arrest
in I don't arrest someone for DUI, right? How else do you hear that?
I don't know how dumb you have to be to say that in front of a camera. Number one. And number two, you should defy that order. You should defy that order. It's coming from above. Maybe this officer is scared to lose her job. Okay, I get it. But, you're going to be able to sleep at night if you know that you're shoehorning in one of these fake DUIs?
Well, and how do you think
crazy.
it's going to hold up when all the evidence comes back and says this person is not impaired in any way, shape, or form? Because they're going to do tests. They have to prove it in court that you're guilty. I don't have to prove I'm innocent.
She was tired. She was sleepy. She was falling asleep. I don't know. A little more.
But I have seriously pulled,
No, there's nights that I don't get it. You're fine.
But I'm like, I can't just conjure one up. I have tried.
Oh, she admitted
I have tried
to trying to
But then the other cop goes, you can. She goes, I can't just conjure one up. The other cop goes, you can. What are they doing? Come on.
You can't do that. You can't do that. And the head of the Phoenix PD has to do something about this because these two officers, they are getting their orders from someone to, I understand if you're looking out for a DUI. By the way, thank you. I'd like you to keep me safe. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But don't pull somebody over just because you have to do it because someone above you said so.
Because you're breaking the law.
That's horrible.
This officer, and we're going to talk to this woman's attorney, the woman that was pulled over. We're going to speak with her attorney. But these officers violated her civil rights.
And back at the precinct, another officer conducted tests and was heard saying Longoria's results were, quote, super in the norms. In a statement, Phoenix Police says this case has been referred to and is currently under review by the Professional Standards Bureau based on the allegations outlined in the civil suit. And the Phoenix Police Department does not have DUI quotas. As for the red...
Says who? Says the Phoenix PD?
These officers apparently disagree. They're under some sort of pressure. If it's not a quota, what is it? If that's not the word you want to use, we're going to bump these numbers up.
No, it's a quota.
Sounds like a quota to me. Again, the attorney for this woman is going to be joining us at 5 o'clock. We'll hear a little bit more from him. All right, it's the new deal breaker on a first date. And it's not what you think it is. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Aquazona Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener. I want you to get one. I've had one for 20 years. Let me throw a couple of things at you. All right, how about a deal? If your water system, let's say you have a water system already, okay, but it's subpar. It's not Aquazona Connecticut. If you already have a water system and it isn't giving you the quality of water that you need, or if you want to be sure that it is, you call Aquazona. They come over, and you can trade in your water softener, any brand, any condition, and you get $500 off what I have in my house, a twin-tank Connecticut whole home system. All right? I love my water. My wife loves the water in our home. When the kids were living with us, they really loved our water. The Connecticut that I have, non-electric, reliable, it's built for Arizona. You can upgrade your water today by calling 602-910-6570 or going to aquazona.com.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you haven't heard, the Honda Spring event is still rolling all month long at Earnhardt Honda in Avondale. Look, when it's time for your next vehicle, where you buy matters just as much as what you drive. Drivers across Arizona keep coming back to Earnhardt Honda for one simple reason. They love the experience, a team that listens, a straightforward process, and zero pressure from start to finish. As founder Tex Earnhardt always said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Their certified service center keeps your Honda running like the day you drove it off the lot. Top-tier technicians, the best parts, and even better pricing that won't catch you off guard. 75 years of trust. One name in Arizona has counted since day one. This is your sign to make your move to Earnhardt Honda in Avondale. Local, trusted, and no bull since 1951. Or check out their incredible offers at earnhardthonda.com.
APR for qualified buyers with approved credit through Honda Financial Services. Loyalty awarded added to cap cost reduction. APR terms limited. See dealer for offer details and qualifications. Dealer installed options. Tax, title, license, and $6.99 doc fee extra. Sale ends 4/30/26.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Fire officials are warning everyone of the above-average wildfire risk after a drier-than-average winter has resulted in drought-stressed vegetation. Phoenix Fire Captain Rob McDade tells the Valley Watch podcast on KTAR.com it's important to evaluate your wildfire risk and your emergency plans.
Look around your home. Have you created that 15-foot distance? We like to say double it to 30 if you can. Do you have a pathway out? Have you talked to your family about what would happen?
McDade says these are just some of the questions you need to ask yourself as wildfire season approaches. You can visit phoenix.gov and search wildfires for more information. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a crash on the Loop 303 northbound near Thomas Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue. And Tolleson with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 99th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield's unique ceramic technology reflects UV rays away from your home's exterior and is backed by a 25-year warranty. For a free estimate, visit rhinoshieldaz.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Default terms at mintmobile.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
The award-winning Home and Flower Show returns this weekend only at Westworld in Scottsdale. 300,000 square feet of vibrant floral displays and home inspiration, unlike anything the Valley has ever seen. With Arizona's best contractors, stunning landscape exhibits, the home, flower, and plant marketplace, live competitions, expert seminars, and more. You have to see it to believe it. Get your tickets now at mchomeshows.com and experience a home show redefined.
This is Jim Sharp. Last year's horrible Dragon Bravo fire, which burned nearly 150,000 acres on and near the Grand Canyon's North Rim, should have been a lot smaller. Has the Park Service learned its lesson heading into this year's fire season? Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News on the app and the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, let's check out the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. KTAR.com, right side of the page. So what was your immediate reaction when you heard about the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? A, how did the shooter get so close? B, it was staged. Do you know that obviously social media was strange and a weird place to be, but there was so much talk about it being staged. Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Every major event now in the world is subject to conspiracy theories.
Never went through my mind. I mean,
we didn't actually go around the moon a couple weeks ago either, according to some people.
Let's see. C, why was Vance escorted out before Trump? So people made a big deal of that over the weekend.
Okay.
I thought he was. Everybody has their own Secret Service, from what I understand.
Their own detail, yes.
Yeah. So Vance was at the end of the table. Trump was way in the middle.
He was right next to the
I don't think it's a big deal.
Like Vance's guys were closer to him.
Yeah.
In other words.
What did you think? Or D, maybe we should build the ballroom.
I don't like any of these, but I'm going to guess people are going to say, how did the shooter get so close? 36.
35.
Okay.
Yeah. And 32 believe it was staged. Sorry.
Oh,
That's
wow.
kind of sad.
Okay. Close second.
What did you think? None of these were on your radar? You know what? Let's talk about it at 4.
Yeah.
So go to KTAR.com and take the Big Q.
So, according to a study from the people that do studies, damn kids today, apparently your credit score is a deal breaker on a date. As a matter of fact, 25% of young people think that you should be able to filter on these dating apps by people's credit score.
Jeez.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Almost half, according to a new survey, almost half say that somebody with a good credit score, it makes them more attractive. You gold-digging you-know-whats. If somebody asked me my credit score on a first date, I feel confident in saying the date would end almost immediately with me saying, bring 2 checks. Mine and hers. That's the end of this discussion.
I've talked to
You're
a lot
here
of
for
people,
the wrong reason.
I've talked to a lot of people in the dating world.
Yeah.
And some of the first questions that they ask, I mean, they don't wait. They don't wait. I know some people who talk religion right out of the gate.
Okay.
And if you're not so-and-so.
Yeah, but religion's different than your credit score, isn't it?
No. I mean, of course, they're two different things, but it's like, why are you bringing that up on the first date?
Yeah.
All right, and here's the other thing. Did you vote for Trump? That's brought up by a lot of women I know on the first date.
Your politics.
Yes.
Yeah.
And either you better have a red hat in your car, or if you do, bye-bye. The younger generation, it's like they don't take time to even get to know anyone.
They don't want to get to know people that don't already fit a very narrow profile.
They're looking to get rid of you before the appetizer comes.
We're never getting to dessert.
No.
There's no way I'm going to pass this test. I'm going to answer something wrong along the way.
No.
That's funny.
It is crazy. And no wonder, people are delaying marriage and having kids for so long.
Well, I mean, do you have an unrealistic standard? Like
it's completely unrealistic.
I saw one of these dating things, and they were asking women, like, how much does a guy need to earn? and they were saying like $250,000 a year. And they said, in your age bracket, there's like 0.2% of the men in the United States that make that money. Like, how are you going to you're not being realistic right now.
And in this day and age, why can't the man ask the woman that question too?
How much you make?
How much do you make?
Yeah, you make. Yeah,
I think that's fair.
Are you going to be my sugar mama? I got to get me one of those.
No, you don't.
I don't?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking. We've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And then coming up next, the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday night. Was it a security success or a security failure? Gatos and I talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Advanced Window Products. Make them come to your house. Ask them to come to your home like I did. And I've got brand new windows. I've got windows from a company that's been doing windows for 40 years. All right? One of the great things about these windows, they're energy efficient. What does that mean? It means that they're going to pay for itself. Can you imagine when it's 115 degrees and my new windows are going to not let any of the heat outside in? I can't wait. We've had the worst windows in my house. Builder grade windows. Can't see through some of these windows. If you ever sat near one of your windows in your home during the summer, aren't you sweating? Yeah, you've got bad windows. How about getting the best windows made right here in the desert? High quality, better fit, better pricing from Advanced Window Products. You can go to advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. But let me get you a deal. Here's Joe from Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Gatos. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Gatos special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. But you must call now, 480-746-4280. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-746-4280 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Broomhead. Summer's almost here with its pool parties, beach vacations. All the confidence to look your best is what you need. Just go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. At Red Mountain, you'll find the latest programs and medications to help you lose weight, from GLP-1 meds to RM3, the signature medication and the fastest way to lose weight. Programs start as low as $149 a month. You could lose 20 pounds by this time next month, just in time for summer. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com. Do it now. Look your best for the summer.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog Security Screens. With Bulldog Security Screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL-NOW. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL-NOW.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The White House Correspondents' Dinner attack suspect has been charged. Appearing in court today, Cole Allen, the 31-year-old from California, is accused of attempted assassination of the President of the United States. Discharging his weapon is a separate charge. ABC's chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl explains why he is not charged with shooting a Secret Service agent at this time.
The reason why this question of discharge is important is there was somebody who was shot. There was a Secret Service agent who was shot in the chest, saved by his body armor, and Cole Allen was not charged in that. It sounds like they have not figured out whether or not it was Allen's gun that allegedly struck him or whether it was a case of friendly fire from another Secret Service officer.
A former FBI agent says a lack of DHS funding could have contributed to the shooting outside of the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night. Steve Hooper joined the Mike Broomhead Show and says Secret Service agents are getting paid, but agents gathering intelligence prior to the big events are not.
So the agents are getting paid, but they have intelligence analysts that are not. Their intelligence analysts aren't working. So their ability to assess threats is minimized by this DHS funding issue.
Hooper says ultimately Secret Service did their jobs by keeping the shooting suspect out of the room and far away from the president and other dignitaries. He adds it wasn't a lack of security, but a slow response that can be improved.
Thunder win it 121-109. Oklahoma City takes a 3-0 lead, which, as we know in NBA history, has never been come back from.
Phoenix Suns are facing elimination tonight in Game 4 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And KTAR's Ballard Overstolz joins us now live at Mortgage Matchup Center, speaking with some hopeful fans ahead of tip-off.
Yeah, Becky, it is all or nothing for the Phoenix Suns tonight. The Suns have struggled to keep up with the 3-0 OKC in this best-of-7 series, but again, it's all or nothing for Devin Booker and the rest. Two young fans, Spencer and Austin, they're already out here waiting to get into all the excitement. They're hopeful the Suns could turn it around, though, as we've heard, that would be an NBA first.
Comebacks happen for a reason, so I feel like 3-0's never happened in a series before, but I think it'll happen.
Yeah, I'm excited, too. I think we just need to be more aggressive, and I feel like if we're more aggressive, definitely can come back.
And fans are starting to head down. I'm seeing them gather, but tip-off is not until 6:30 p.m., so if you're planning to attend this game, you've got plenty of time. Live at Mortgage Matchup Center, Ballard Overstolz, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
A local charter school is getting a second chance, with parents stepping in to take over the charter contract.
Phoenix Modern is a charter school in Phoenix that has been flagged for financial concerns from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools for multiple years now. Jonna Harris is a mom of 3 students and says the contract was about to be pulled by the school.
As we started digging, it was like, okay, we have no options under this governance and our school is going to close because they're financially in crisis. What can we do?
A group of parents started a nonprofit called the Valley Foundation of Arizona to save their kids' school, getting the transfer of charter approved by the state board on April 7th. Harris says the school will rely on state funding to run. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more education solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. A school aide at an Avondale school was arrested last week on allegations of having a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old. Detectives with the Avondale Police Department's Special Victims Unit arrested 22-year-old Jacinia Rodriguez. Police say the victim's stepmother reported finding inappropriate messages between Rodriguez and the victim. The Maricopa County Attorney's Attorney's Office revealed Rodriguez was indicted on 6 counts of sexual conduct with a minor and 1 count of luring a minor for sexual exploitation. Time right now to check on the road home in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now. It's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near the Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound transition. Goodyear with a crash on the Loop 303 northbound near Thomas Road, and Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies and 58 for our overnight low temp. Tomorrow's high around 86, 88 on Wednesday with a few clouds and maybe some scattered showers on Thursday, and we'll be in the mid-80s. Right now it's 81 in Avondale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Woo! A lot of people call hour number 3 the best of the hours.
Well, there was a lot going on this weekend.
You think?
In about a half an hour, I was put in charge of a 6-week-old.
Yes, you were.
Well, let's be honest. My wife was, but I was still there.
You were support.
Yes. We'll talk about my escapades with the little one coming up at 4:30, and I just want to say, and I'm gonna give you a little tease.
I'm ready.
I had my first hot flash.
Really?
We'll leave it at that. I'll explain coming up.
All righty. Wow, we had a hot flash. There you go. So I think it's a fair question to ask. The White House Correspondents Association dinner, which descended into panic Saturday night when a guy carrying multiple weapons ran past a security checkpoint at the Washington Hilton, and it's still unclear who fired at whom. Did he fire? Did the Secret Service fire? We know a Secret Service agent was struck in the bulletproof vest is fine. Will do fine. Even they're saying we're not sure who fired that shot. Could have been friendly fire, for lack of better terms. The man has now been charged with attempted assassination of the president as well as a variety of other crimes. Is this an example of security working or security failing?
I think failing. We've talked about this before. How about let's go to the first assassination attempt on Trump.
Okay.
Which still is strange and weird, and
the one in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, how that
Butler.
guy got up where he
on
did
a rooftop.
Right. We talked about that same question. Was that a failure? And from what I remember, if you and I, when we talked about it, if you get a shot off, it's a failure. So they did get a shot off at the president, obviously, the first time. That's a Secret Service failure.
Right.
Okay. Second time, I don't remember if a shot was fired.
No, that was the guy at the golf course.
But he had a gun.
He did have a gun, and he was like hiding along the edge of the golf course.
I think that's a failure to let him anywhere near that golf course with Trump.
But this is okay.
And then this,
I get it. I just don't understand how you think that we're going to create a bubble cone of silence around elected officials and how far that bubble is.
I don't think it's elected officials we're talking about.
Trump.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the whole cabinet was at this event on Saturday night. That's why I say that.
Which to me would mean this is a big deal. And from what the Washington Post is saying and reporting is that they didn't have the highest level of security. Now, I don't claim to be an expert on all that stuff, but the way that I see it is, well, you've got a bulletin board where the Secret Service works. And there's at the very top, it says 1, highest security level, we do all of this. They didn't do that. And so I have to ask the question, why the hell wouldn't you do that?
Right.
Trump is in the room. Vance is in the room. Everybody in the cabinet is in the room. Rubio.
Literally.
And you don't go to the absolute top of the list to secure it. Makes no sense to me.
But we keep saying they and the Secret Service should be securing this.
Whoever's to blame. And I guess, is it the Secret Service who comes up with this stuff?
If it's not them, who is it?
Well, let me ask you.
You can't leave it up to like Hilton Hotel security, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not their job.
I'll ask, you asked me a question.
Yeah.
I don't think I answered it, but let me ask you one. Maybe you won't answer it. Who's supposed to come up with the highest level of clearance?
Secret Service.
Well, then why didn't they do that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really simple answer. You come up with the highest level of security if you take Trump out of the White House, you put him in a hotel, and you have every one of the important people around him. There's nothing more important. And I don't know exactly how you lock it all down.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it sounds crazy that you would let anybody in that hotel book a room in that hotel.
The hotel was
it was
full.
open, ready to
I'm
go.
led to believe, yeah. I mean, in the sense of it's got over 1,000 rooms.
Didn't Meghan McCain say that one of her friends? Somebody told me this today.
Yeah.
Again, I was on Baby Watch this week. And
No,
my brain
Meghan
is mush.
McCain, we spoke with her at 3 o'clock. She mentioned Kennedy, who's on Fox.
Oh, that's it.
Showed up the day of and got a room at the hotel.
I just, for me, I don't get it.
Apparently, this guy with the guns
got a hotel.
who ran, the day before. He was the day before, like, security was even there. Because at some point, they, like, shut down the streets around it and things like that. And there's people protesting, I'm sure, and cheering or whatnot. But they don't shut it down days in advance. They can't, or else they would have to shut down Washington, D.C.
Then you do it the day of, but then you got to go into the question of how do you go in every single room and make sure there's not a crazy guy with a gun?
Yeah, and
if you can't do that, you shouldn't have it there.
But what you're describing to me, though, sounds like the president shouldn't leave the White House, because how can you possibly have 100% security at all times within a however radius you want of the president? I don't see how you do it.
So when the president went and spoke, before, when he went on tour and he was speaking before the election and all that,
right?
I mean, I know that he got shot at once, but in my mind, it's like they closed roads down.
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowed to go in and out of a secure, place where the president is going to be. And so, what we found out at this dinner is people sneak in all the time.
This guy, to be fair, did not sneak in. He was checked into the hotel, which apparently gave him access to the lobby, because he had a room key, had checked in the day prior, and obviously brought guns and knives and whatever else he had with him, and took him up to his room.
I mean, he got close enough to a Secret Service agent to shoot the Secret Service agent.
Potentially. We don't know how the Secret Service agent was shot.
But again, the dinner, this is from...
The dinner was on a different floor.
Washington Post.
Yeah.
The dinner lacked the highest security level, despite Trump and everybody else being there. So I just don't get that. Why wouldn't you say, yeah, this is the top. We've got to go to the top security level. Why would you go to the middle one? I don't get it. I don't know why. After he tried to kill him twice already.
Again, I'm not looking at... This isn't a blame thing for me, but the ultimate responsibility lies with the Secret Service. If it's not safe for the president to be there, then it's their determination to either make it safe or not go. But I don't know how those decisions are made.
I don't know either.
I admit that. I don't know. But it's nobody else's fault or responsibility. It's the Secret Service's job.
I'm fine with that. Yeah. I mean, do you look to blame somebody here? Yeah. Yes, of course you do. It's the president's life. Whether you like him or you hate him, it doesn't matter. I find it just crazy that they didn't do everything that they could have to secure the place, because that's what the Post is saying. If you're not sending the highest level of security to this event. Why? Yeah, it's unacceptable. Is it? Because then something like this happens. And we're lucky that no member of the media walking through You know, that wherever this guy was.
No innocent person
oh my gosh.
was injured or harmed.
If the assailant decided to show up early when everybody was around, this was a bloodbath.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what you do with Trump, and is Trump,
because he'd never been to this event before. It's held at this ballroom every year,
but
because I was told, I don't know, it's the largest ballroom in Washington D.C. I think it holds 2,700 people.
Okay,
and that's why they hold it there.
So let's go through this. If what we're saying, or at least what I'm saying, is that the Secret Service made a decision to not send the highest level of security to this event, I'm saying that's a bad move and a bad idea. You failed. Okay. What about the first attempt with the guy on top of the roof?
Yeah.
It's still their call, and it's their job to make sure that guy isn't there, and they blew it then too.
Right.
And even when he tried to get up and he was the tough guy and to not drag the guy down onto the ground is crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
And again, are these the most trained people in the world? Yes.
You would think.
Okay, but I don't know what's going through their minds because it ain't working. We're lucky the guy isn't dead.
Well, I guess what you're saying is, and what I hear is, this demands some sort of investigation. Where is the failure? What failed?
Right.
Because I think you can also make an argument.
Made?
But you can also make an argument. Obviously, something worked. The guy did not get near the president, didn't even get on the same floor as him, was subdued, did not harm anybody. You could make an argument. You can't stop crazy people from being crazy. You can stop them from doing damage.
But you can also...
So the Secret Service stopped him from doing damage.
But you can also put into place the highest level of security when the president and everybody else is in one room. Doesn't it make you think of what happened in Iran? We got the intelligence that every single important person in the Iranian government decided to have breakfast one day in a building. And guess what we did? We bombed and killed them. It's dangerous to have everybody in one place.
It's the old, lone survivor, the designated survivor, like during the State of the Union address, one member of the cabinet is...
There's a reason for that.
Is in a bunker somewhere in Idaho or something. Yeah.
So, the agents who are given their task are doing the best job that they can. But whoever whoever's in charge and is deciding... We don't need the highest security level at this event. We don't need it. You got to get fired, and you should get fired. You should be fired today. It's crazy.
I get it.
It's just crazy. All right. Outspoken Bruce and Gatos on a Monday. We've got a lot to talk about, including... It might be time to rethink your emergency contact.
Oof.
We'll explain next.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? No two retirement plans look the same. Literally. It's almost impossible. And Trajan Wealth gets that. Their fiduciary advisors help plan around your life, your specific life. They take into account smart strategies for growth, taxes, and income, things you can count on. Trajan Wealth can guide you every step of the way. It is not a cookie-cutter approach. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, one thing I really appreciate is every time I sit down and meet with them, and I was there last week, by the way, they ask me questions. They ask about changes in my life. They ask about changes in my expectations, my goals, my horizon, my timeline, all of that. We have those conversations so they can continue to make smart decisions for me. Remember, fiduciary advisors, they're not salespeople. They're not there to sell you anything. They're there to provide you with information. The more information you give them, the better they are at it. And they're not afraid to ask questions. In some cases, some tough questions, but I'm glad somebody's asking them because goodness knows I would never come up with it on my own. You can find out for yourself and give them a ring. It's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That number is 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We have details provided by prosecutors as to how 31-year-old Cole Allen, the suspect now charged with the attempted assassination of President Trump during the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C., allegedly carried out his plan. Here's ABC's Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas.
In early April, 1 month after President Trump announced he would attend the gala, prosecutors say Allen made a reservation at the Washington Hilton for 3 nights, traveling by train last Tuesday from his hometown of Los Angeles through Chicago to the nation's capital, arriving Friday when he checked into the hotel, which allowed him to get his weapons inside undetected. Allen allegedly made his way down 10 flights of stairs before racing to a security checkpoint, armed with a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun and a .38 caliber pistol and 3 knives.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the roads this afternoon in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Surprise with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 303 southbound near Greenway Road. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Broadway Road. And Mesa with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp US 60 Superstation Freeway westbound near Country Club Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
I'm going to play you some audio.
I'm ready.
It is of a woman who is flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted, I tell you.
So she gets a phone call, and she's like, this can't be the right number.
Okay.
And I want you to think in your head, what would you do if you were her, okay?
I got it.
Her name is Jane, we'll go with, okay?
All right.
Jane got a call. She can't believe it, and so she's telling her story.
I got a phone call from my local hospital that my husband was in the ER, and I don't have a husband.
Well, that's odd.
Well, right off the bat.
Okay.
You got the wrong number.
I think you got the wrong number.
Yeah,
but
not me.
And she's like, no, you are the emergency contact. Your husband is in the ER. And I was like, I don't have a husband. I have an ex-husband.
Oof.
Okay.
I got an ex-husband. Got one of those.
I don't think I'm going to... I hope he's okay, but you know,
but, I mean,
call somebody else.
I mean, he can be a little hurt, okay, but I hope he's all right.
And she told me his name, and sure enough, it is my ex-husband. Okay. They wanted me to come sign the release forms, and I was like, go ahead and keep him. I don't want to come, but she was very persistent.
Okay, I don't know how persistent you can be.
Go ahead
but
and
if
keep
this
him.
is an ex,
yeah,
you're not going down there.
No
way.
No.
She goes down there.
Oh, come on.
And so I showed up to the hospital, and I figured I could just go into the reception area and just sign the papers, and they could let him go. Except I got there, and they're like, you really, really need to come see him.
And then her radar went off like, what is going on?
I need to
like,
come see him.
What happened to this guy?
Yeah.
I'm like, I really, really don't want to. And they made me come look at him anyway. And I walked into the room, and I wasn't quite sure what to find. And he was super nice. He was just like happy to see me.
Well, I appreciate you coming down here. It's been a while.
I mean, here I am in a hospital. Yeah. It's a traumatic event.
Wow.
And I was like, this is really strange because our marriage did not end on good terms. We were just fighting constantly. And then the ER doctor told me that my husband has amnesia.
Oh, my gosh.
He told me that he does not remember the last 2 years.
2 years.
It's like a soap opera plot.
It's a movie plot. It is you're right. This happens on soap operas all the time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of amnesia on soap operas.
Always.
So that means he doesn't remember our divorce, and he doesn't remember our year of fighting. All he remembers is that we are married and that we are happily married.
Happily.
And so now they're releasing my ex-husband to me so that I can take him home with me. Because he's supposed to remember everything on his own so that it doesn't cause any new trauma. They think that his memories will come back if we just give him a little bit of time. Oh. And so now I'm stuck with my ex-husband in my house thinking that we're still happily married.
What do you do? Do you, you're like, you know what? This is the guy that I like.
Obviously, at one point you did.
I hope he never gets his memory back. Maybe we got a shot.
Because, people can snap out of amnesia. Yeah. At least on soap operas, they do.
I've seen it on soap operas.
I don't know that to be 100% true.
Have you? Days of Our Lives, Stefano DiMera.
Oh,
boom.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He's got the white wrap.
You got to have a white thing around your head, or do you actually have amnesia if you don't have a white bandage on your head?
He knows exactly.
Unbelievable.
So what do you do? Do you actually say, okay, I guess I'll help?
Goodness.
The only way I can help is to be normal. Like he's going to expect you sleeping in the same bed.
Ooh.
Right?
No, he's sick. He can go into another room.
Good idea, Becky Lynn.
Because he's sick. You've got bandages.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you can get
the doctor said you should sleep on your own.
You need your own room.
Okay.
And we'll have to bring in somebody to help take care of you.
You're going to need in-house.
Right.
Yeah. Ooh. And I'm going to need your credit card because I lost mine. And I'm going to go on a shopping spree.
Oh, my Lanta.
And maybe pay somebody to take care of you. Or do you give them, like, things to do around the house?
Like a honey-do list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that we're so happy again.
Pretty interesting. Will they get back together?
Oh, come on.
Will he never remember the
We've
last 2
gotta
years?
We got to hear the end of this story. You got to.
It just happened.
We got to stay on top of it.
I know you got to stay on top of it. I want to know what happens.
Okay.
This is literally like a movie.
All right,
I agree.
Oh.
All right.
I'm gonna need you to follow up on this one.
Yes.
Gatos, you need to bookmark this.
It's too good.
And we need to know how this one turns out.
She took him home.
Yeah.
She did take him home.
I think so.
Because this could end in tears.
I think we'll know the end of this by Friday.
Yeah. We'll have to check 911 records, see when they show up.
I'm on it.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has that. And coming up next, one of us was put in charge of a 9-week-old for 48 hours.
48 straight hours.
Straight, no break. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
President claims that they're holding all of the cards here, but the reality is that there is pressure on this administration to bring this to a close. Remember, President Trump had said that this would be over in 4 to 6 weeks. Well, we're already far past that timeline, and meanwhile, gas prices in the U.S. are now averaging about $4 a gallon. That's up more than $1 since the war began.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
All right, if you're dealing with painful teeth or missing teeth or broken teeth or dentures that, they just don't fit secure, what do? You decide, today I'm taking control of my life. I want to go see Dr. Joe. Gatos has been talking about him for years. I want to go to Aria Dental Implant Center. Gatos has been talking about them for years. Dr. Joe is a true implant expert. He's placed more than 20,000 implants. He's got the experience that matters, especially the full mouth solutions like All on 4. Talk about what that is with Dr. Joe when you go and schedule your new patient consultation. You're also going to get a 3D CT scan. And you should also talk about the price. It's important. You want the best doctor? That's Dr. Joe. How about the best price? Aria is local. They're not corporate. So guess what? You're going to get a lower price. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
High schoolers, here's a summer move that actually pays off. Jump into free summer school with Primavera Online. Our summer sessions are only 4 weeks long, so you can catch up, get ahead, and still have time for summer fun. Primavera has been serving Arizona students and families for 25 years, and we're just getting started. We're fully accredited, NCAA approved, and built for flexible online learning you can do from anywhere. Primavera is now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 through 12. Enroll today at freesummerschool.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. In the wake of the attempted mass shooting at the White House Correspondents Association dinner this past weekend, Republican senators say they're introducing a bill to federally fund President Trump's White House ballroom. The president previously said private donations would fund the project, and that's already underway. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, the Senate Budget Committee chair, said the incident proves the ballroom is needed.
The times in which we live are unusual. I've been up here for a while now. I've never felt the sense of threat that exists today. There's so much out there. There's so many disturbed people that are just one click away from feeling like they've got to fix America by killing somebody.
More than 100 flights currently are delayed at Sky Harbor Airport due to winter weather advisories in several states, including Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, Texas, and Illinois. Be sure and check your flight info before you head to the airport. A woman taken to a hospital after a shooting involving Phoenix police near 40th Street and Indian School. Police say the woman was holding a knife while standing in the middle of the road about 1 o'clock this morning when a man offered to help her.
She ended up swinging the knife towards him. He left, and police arrived, finding the woman with knife in hand.
Officers gave her repeated verbal commands. She started walking down the sidewalk, and when she started walking towards an occupied structure where an individual was outside, officers attempted to stop her with a less lethal round. That less lethal round was not effective on her. They then deployed their duty handgun or their duty rifle, injuring the woman.
DPS will now be taking over this investigation. Again, one woman sent to the hospital. She is expected to survive.
That's Adam Mintzer with our TV partners at ABC 15. A Scottsdale QT gas station sold a Mega Millions ticket worth $20,000. It matched 4 of the white numbers plus the gold Mega Ball in Friday's drawing. That ticket was purchased at the QT near Pima and McDowell Roads. Let's check traffic now. Here we go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 northbound near Indian School Road. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle at the Gore Point. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound approaching the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway southbound transition. Surprised with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 303 southbound near Greenway Road. This report was brought to you by DiscountACUnits.com. Save thousands of dollars on the nation's top brand AC units backed by a trusted professional installation. Visit DiscountACUnits.com. Savings is in the name. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We'll be around 58 for the low tonight, 86 for the high on Tuesday. Right now it's 82 in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Attorney General may question the governor about pay to play. Will the interview happen? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Happy Monday. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. We're outspoken from 2 to 6, Monday through Friday.
I'm exhausted.
And you are dragging rear end, as they say, because one of us was put in charge of, and we're going to use that term loosely, of a 9-week-old human infant.
Yes.
For 48 hours, the entire weekend.
Yes. It was me.
It was you.
Yes. But let's not be silly here.
Okay.
Our daughter, my kid had a kid.
I heard.
Yeah. And so, she's way too smart to put me in charge of a baby. Like that's,
even that.
That might be the
She's
silly,
a new mom, but knows that much.
I mean, Becky Lynn, right? I mean, come on,
I
look
would
at
never
me.
do such
Of
a
course
thing.
not.
No,
never do such a
Of course
thing.
not.
Oh, my Lanta.
So, of course, my wife and I, we're going to take care of the little one this past weekend. We got 48 straight hours. Okay. She's 9 weeks old. I can't even tell you how much I love this kid. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable.
You are over the top, and the pictures get better every day.
So our daughter, who is like watching her be a mom is amazing.
Oh, that's neat.
She has detailed notes for us, which I think is amazing.
Oh, she left baby notes.
Yes, it's amazing. It was like everything the little one needed.
Okay.
You can get it here. You can do this. You can get it over here.
Okay.
We have to feed her at certain times.
We got a schedule here.
Right. And so there's a feeding time at 1 a.m., which, boy, that was fun. And then, I don't know, when she woke up, I was kind of groggy. I fell down a couple times. I'm thinking 6 in the morning, maybe we gave her a little bit more, and then she went back to sleep.
All right.
But I want to give you just to put it in a capsule, just how everything went. I had a hot flash.
What do you mean you had a hot flash?
I think I had 5 to 7 hot flashes this weekend.
Are you saying your estrogen was low?
I'm just saying, when this baby is on you, you cook. Like, this is the hottest infant.
The baby's hot.
Good Lord. It's like holding the sun.
You got to have, like, hot pads on to hold the darn thing?
And my wife was laughing at me. I'm like, you have got to turn the air on.
I'm burning up here.
Because after you give her a bottle,
okay,
right? And then you burp her.
Okay.
And then she's kind of on your shoulder.
Sure.
And then she falls asleep, which, by the way, it's the best feeling in the world.
Oh.
But
you're a big softy. Look at you.
But she cooked me.
From the outside.
Because you're holding another human
baby
against you.
Yes.
And what's our temperature? 97.5 or 98.7?
197.
Yeah.
I'm drenched.
Yeah.
I'm like, goodness gracious. Okay, so because you got to remember, I didn't raise a baby.
No.
I came into our kids' lives when they were teenagers.
Okay.
So this is the first real.
Yeah. This is your first experience with baby.
Right. So we had a great time. We went bowling. It was terrific.
Wait, the baby bowls?
No, of course not.
What did the baby bowl?
We went on little walks and we did all that kind of stuff.
You had a stroller and everything?
Had a stroller. Did the whole stroller thing.
The stroller.
You got to hold her head and you make sure.
You always got to support the head.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So there was an incident.
I beg your pardon?
Oh.
There was an incident. I'd like you all to get your phone.
Oh,
I have to get my phone?
Yeah, get your phone. Everybody get your phone. So,
okay,
it's this morning.
I'm a little worried about what I'm about to get.
It's about 11 a.m.
All right,
or so.
Okay,
it's about 11 a.m.
Okay,
and I'm getting ready to leave and all that kind of stuff. And we had such a good time. She's so beautiful.
Yes,
and so I think my wife gave her a bottle, and then she was going to go upstairs, and so I was holding the baby.
Sure.
And it was so funny because we were face to face. I had kind of cradled her on my legs and knees, had my knees up on the couch.
Okay.
And she's looking at me like she's smiling at me. And I'm thinking, this kid loves me.
Yeah, who wouldn't be?
This kid loves her papa.
Right.
Just loves me. I mean, look at this kid.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it happened.
Are we going to get to the...
Sometimes smiles mean
the
other
smile
things.
could be something else?
I didn't notice all the pushing because I was so enamored by the smile.
Here we go.
But I heard it and felt it. And my wife heard it upstairs.
Upstairs. Heard a rumble.
I'm not kidding you. I'm on the couch downstairs. She's upstairs.
Yeah.
And I said, Gato's bride, I might need help.
I need help.
I might need help.
I need help.
I wasn't sure what I was going to find once I lifted the baby up. But my wife came down and I said, I think something big just happened. And so,
in more ways than one.
Was it a blowout?
So I'm going to send you guys the text. And I would like you to look. And
there's not pictures involved, are there?
Describe exactly
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that's a blowout.
Oh,
yeah.
good Gatos.
Julia.
I don't want to see that.
Yikes.
So
I don't want to
You're not
see
wearing
that.
those shorts now, are
That's
you?
on my phone now.
Those shorts are dead. I got hit.
Oh, I'm not looking at that.
I got hit. So
It's a drive-by gift.
I got hit, and she thought it was the funniest. Both my wife and baby,
and the baby,
they thought it was the funniest.
Loved
thing.
it.
And so I'm sitting on the couch, and I've got a pile on me.
Yes, you do.
And I said,
It's
now
kind of liquidy.
I said, now I know how the Ayatollah felt when a U.S. missile hit him.
Oh my goodness!
So I had to get myself outside. I had to take my shorts off, and I'm thinking the neighbors are going to love me. And I had to spray it. I had to spray myself.
Well, I can only imagine you.
And I thought, I got to tell you,
disinfecting yourself.
I thought it was hilarious. That none got on the couch.
Oh, we saved the couch.
Saved the couch. None got on the little dress she was wearing, and just a little bit got in the diaper, and then the rest got on.
The rest is all over you.
Me, the human diaper.
Yes.
And it was literally 15 minutes before I was supposed to kind of just get dressed and ready for work.
Got to come to work. Yeah.
But I got bombed. I got bombed like the Iranians. I mean, it was unbelievable. This was crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
So,
I don't need to see that picture again. And it's on my phone. I got to get that off of my phone.
It's pretty funny, isn't it?
It is pretty funny.
It's something.
Julie, are you okay in there?
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
I'm sorry that I got the text. I'm not sorry for him. Why would you send people a picture of that?
Well, we were doing it on the radio. I wanted to make sure that you guys knew what I was talking about.
We had to experience it, too, to really appreciate it.
I would have taken your word for it.
You know what? I got to tell you, I think I love this kid so much. It smelled like flowers to me.
Oh, right. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. You can love and it still smell like what it is. It's okay.
I had a great time.
It has a tint of green to
it. It does, just a little bit. I didn't want to say that, but yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, have a nice dinner, everyone. Seriously. I hope you guys are doing
Welcome
good.
to Live with a Baby.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah,
in all
there's a
honesty,
thing.
you
There's a
guys
thing.
know that I like to embellish.
That's not embellishing.
No, I felt that if I didn't bring the proof in, you actually wouldn't believe
Without
me.
a picture, we'd go,
And you thought,
come on.
of course you're going to say that
it was
happened.
a blowout. Right.
Can you delete the pictures now?
Yes. Am I
I
allowed
don't
to?
want to delete it. I take it as, what do I take it as, Becky Lynn?
Badge of honor?
Yeah.
Badge of honor.
Badge of honor.
Yes.
I'm
And you can
deleting
embarrass
the
her with it as she grows.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys-
That'll be good on prom night.
Yes.
I think it's funny that you guys didn't even know that, the bag I had those shorts in is sitting in the office right now.
Here we go.
I'm going to leave them
again.
I'm going to leave them for the morning crew.
Again. Oh, yeah. Broomhead will love the smell in the morning. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has that for us. And coming up next, are we in a vibe session? And maybe we need to do a better job of defining what is a vibe session. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Ramsey here. Not every home improvement needs a full remodel. Sometimes one smart upgrade can change everything. That's where my friends at Trayvec Remodeling and Roofing come in. For over 20 years, they've been helping homeowners love their homes. Their smart refresh projects transform your kitchen or bathroom, like new countertops, cabinets, a backsplash, or shower conversion, without changing the floor plan. Real improvements made in days, not months. And if you're ready to go bigger, Trevec handles complete remodels of any size with clear communication and solid craftsmanship you can count on. Call 480-367-1171, 480-367-1171, or visit Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, building dreams together for over 20 years.
Hey, it's Broomhead. Summer's almost here with its pool parties, beach vacations. All the confidence to look your best is what you need. Just go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. At Red Mountain, you'll find the latest programs and medications to help you lose weight, from GLP-1 meds to RM3, the signature medication and the fastest way to lose weight. Programs start as low as $149 a month. You could lose 20 pounds by this time next month, just in time for summer. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com. Do it now. Look your best for the summer.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The award-winning Home and Flower Show returns this weekend only at Westworld in Scottsdale. 300,000 square feet of vibrant floral displays and home inspiration, unlike anything the Valley has ever seen. With Arizona's best contractors, stunning landscape exhibits, the home, flower, and plant marketplace, live competitions, expert seminars, and more. You have to see it to believe it. Get your tickets now at mchomeshows.com and experience a home show redefined.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:46, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. New today, House and Senate Republicans say they have a, quote, serious, balanced budget that would deliver one of the largest tax cuts in Arizona history.
We're the only known state advancing the full Trump tax cuts into state law. It eliminates taxes on tips and overtime, strengthens deductions for families and seniors, and ensures taxpayers will not have to refile their returns.
Earlier this month, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs promised to veto almost every bill that reaches her desk until Republican legislators publicly release their budget proposal and return to negotiations. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. And now, checking traffic. Let's go to Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Broadway Road, and a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a bicyclist on 67th Avenue and Indian School Road, and Tempe with a crash on Baseline Road and Rule Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
LaDonna here. Imagine getting tossed into jail and losing everything you have because of an AI mistake. It's Tech Tuesday, tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
So, Gators, when you take a look at some of the numbers out there, the numbers that we've used, I'd say traditionally, as to whether or not an economy is doing well. Stock market, how's it doing?
The stock market the stock market has been such a crazy ride since Trump took office.
Bit of a roller coaster.
It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, it's down, it's up. So it has made up the Dow has made up most of it back since the beginning of Iran until now because of two really good days on the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
But other than those really 2 days, we were down big.
But by and large,
we're back.
The stock market's doing decent.
Yeah.
Consumer spending. It's
hanging
in there. It's flat or up a little bit, but people are still out spending money.
It's hanging in there. Yeah.
Unemployment.
Low.
These are things where you would say, well, the economy must be doing well. Yes, gas prices are high and other things.
Well, grocery prices are high.
And grocery prices. And this is kind of the argument that we are in what some economists call a vibe session.
So if the unemployment rate is low, the stock market is high, consumer spending is healthy, but Americans say, we feel like we're in a recession. It sounds like the Biden years, too.
Yeah, exactly. It is a feeling not necessarily driven by reality. Now, I'm sure for some people the reality is desperate. Absolutely.
Sure.
But it tends
doesn't for some people the economy could be going blockbuster and they're still going to struggle. People are going to struggle.
Sure. Right. Acknowledged. But it really is one of those things, but the gas price thing is something you just can't get away from.
No.
I love that, a couple weeks ago we saw it. People's scorecard on the war in Iran is on every single street corner in Phoenix when you drive by, and it's that number of gas. Oh, by the way, are you sitting down?
Yes, I am.
So I was in California this weekend.
Oh, boy.
And I go to a little hamburger place on the Pacific Coast Highway. Gas station. Regular, cheapest gas we got.
$6.30.
$6.49.
Wow.
Hold on. Diesel.
$8.
$8.59.
Insane.
Dollars and cents American. That is people's now, California's nuts, don't get me wrong. But we see inflated prices around here as well. And I think you could be saying, okay, the stock market's up. Maybe my 401k's doing okay. Yeah, I got a job. But you just don't feel like things are going well because you feel like you're getting nickel and dimed everywhere.
I think so, but I also think that you've changed your spending. I think you've reined in, well, not everybody. Have you reined in your social life a bit?
Not spending money like you used to.
Yeah. I mean, okay, you can go to the movies. You can now have a meal at the movie theater and watch something on screen. Or you can stay home and you can watch Netflix and you've already paid for it. I'm just giving you that example.
Right. And I think there's a concern And I can understand it, where people think it's going to get worse. People are predicting it's going to get worse.
Who's people? Experts or
no?
Or
just
everyday Americans?
Again, the vibe, and they see things like what is it? Meta, Facebook, and Microsoft and Apple laying off thousands of people. They know, their friend lost their job after 20, 30 years or whatever. Like, there's a feeling that it's just not going in the right direction for a lot of folks. And I think that's driving a lot of that sentiment.
I think the gloom is, I get it. The gas prices driven up by Iran. The tariffs policies were a mess, and it was whiplash for some people.
Yeah, and then you hear things like, the corporations are going to get refunded all the tariff money, but you might not see a nickel of it. Yeah. People don't feel like it's going well for them.
Yeah,
for them.
And I think that there's a reason. It really isn't going well, even though a couple of these numbers aren't terrible.
Right. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Phoenix PD, are they working with a quota system when it comes to DUIs? We're going to be joined by some attorneys representing a woman who claims she was a victim of this quota. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
I've lost 10 pounds in over 2 weeks. A bowling ball, gone. Over 40 pounds of pressure from my knees, gone. Hi, Joe Huizenga for Soda Diet Nutrition. Check them out at sodadietnutrition.com. Before I lost over 100 pounds years ago, I was that guy who felt exhausted when I got up. And I started to feel that way again recently when I packed on weight that I'd lost years ago. So I turned to Soda Diet Nutrition. Why soda right for me? It's just food. No pills, no injections. Check out their website and see for yourself. Over 9,000 reviews from real clients, real people just like you and me. Men lose 3 to 5 pounds per week. Women lose 2 to 3 pounds per week. Join Soda Diet Nutrition now, and your partner joins free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Go to sodadietnutrition.com today. That's SOTA dietnutrition.com, or call them at 866-800-SODA. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda. It's state of the art.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain. But you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know, it's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Don doesn't want to spend it painting, so he called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Becky Lynn. Officials at the Justice Department briefed reporters following the first court appearance of the man accused of trying to attack the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
In addition to 2 gun-related felonies, the suspect is charged with attempting to assassinate the president, a count that could carry a life sentence. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says there were hundreds of federal agents between Cole Allen and his ultimate target.
Law enforcement did not fail.
Blanche says 5 shots were fired by law enforcement, none of which hit Allen, who was ultimately tackled just before he reached the stairs leading to the ballroom. Blanche says the suspect is believed to have fired 1 round from his 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Was the security at this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner to blame for President Trump's attempted assassination? Meghan McCain, daughter of Senator John McCain and host of the Citizen McCain podcast, tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that security at this event has always been an issue.
Getting in, getting out, the security is known for being terrible.
Oh.
It's easy to sneak in.
McCain added that although she was unable to attend, the dinner is...
Logistically, it's known to be horrific. I've had horrible experiences, just like everybody else who's ever been.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner typically hosts about 2,600 guests, all having to go through security. The United Kingdom's top emissary arrived at the White House today. King Charles and wife Camilla, greeted by a very welcoming President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. This visit is not a political one.
What they are in our constitutional British system of monarchy are figureheads. He is the head of state. He is not a politician, and therefore he will not answer questions from journalists. He is here as a diplomat, really, and Britain really needs a diplomat right now because the diplomatic situation between the UK and the US are not good.
That's ABC's James Longman.
Boom goes Booker! 0.7 left!
Doors now open for game number 4 in the NBA playoff series between the Suns and the Oklahoma City Thunder. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now at Mortgage Matchup Center and lets us know how the fans are feeling.
Yeah, Becky, the Suns will have to defy NBA history tonight to keep this series going. They're currently down 3-0 against OKC, and a loss tonight means elimination. But Suns fan Ruben from Florence says Booker and the rest of the team can't pull it off.
Oh, I'm excited. I think we're gonna do good, and I think it's gonna be a turning stone for the series today. Just gotta get big. Gotta play big.
Though another fan says she doesn't really care for a win or a loss, and she's happy to see her Suns anyway. Again, doors are now open, fans are coming in, and the excitement is piling high right now, regardless of how the series ends for the Suns. Live at Mortgage Matchup Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Eyes on Education.
Local charter school Phoenix Modern was facing the removal of its charter contract after years of financial risk. But a group of parents is changing that, starting a nonprofit to take over the charter contract and keep their kids' school open.
The way this works is state funds come in starting July for us.
And we budgeted a very lean budget, bare bones, that we will be able to survive on those funds.
That's Jonna Harris, the director of transition and parent to 3 students. She says she found out about the financial risk when she questioned why the school was crowdfunding to replace a broken air conditioner. You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Sentencing came down today for a Valley man who sent child sexual abuse material to an undercover officer in 2024. Anthony White was sentenced to 15 years in prison for sending 4 videos with child sexual abuse material to an undercover officer through a chat app. Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, eastbound near Cooper Road. Glendale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Agua Fria, eastbound near 35th Avenue. And Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Broadway Road. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Make sure your AC can keep up. Get a $69 tune-up. Offer ends April 30th at dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for clear skies, low around 58 degrees. Now, tomorrow, mostly clear and 86. Mostly cloudy, though, by Wednesday. We'll be around 88 for a high, with some showers possible on Thursday, and our high then about 84. Right now in Phoenix, it's 81 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 4.
Woo! A lot of people will call hour number 4 the best of the hours.
An interesting story from the Phoenix Police Department about quotas, DUI quotas.
Yep.
And there's a woman that came in from out of town to Phoenix. Not a warm welcome, I'll say.
Say the least. Brianna Longoria was in town and was pulled over by Phoenix police officers who accused her first of running a red light and then performed a field sobriety test on her, including a breathalyzer, which she passed.
Is triple zeros.
And then was placed under arrest because the officer believed she was under the influence of something else, not alcohol.
Or the officer was trying to get a number.
And they went back to the precinct. They drew blood. They did more tests. She passed everything.
Yeah.
And still got arrested for a DUI, even though she was, I believe the term is...
sober.
Yeah, as sober as they come. Joining us right now to kind of explain a little bit about her case that she's making against the Phoenix Police Department are her attorneys. I believe we have both of them, John Sood and Benjamin Pierce. Are you both with us?
Yes, we are. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay, I think I laid out the story pretty well. If I left something you thought was pertinent to it, let me know. But we have played before some of the body cam video/audio of officers speaking while they were performing tests on her.
Almost admitting.
And they seem to be alluding to some sort of numbers they have to reach. Is that what you took from that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We basically, the way we heard it was talking about concerns about being kicked off the DUI squad by Officer Hannah. And then Officer Metheny and her had a conversation about conjuring up DUIs and basically pulling over designated drivers. It was just laid out in the video there.
Yeah.
And it was so casual. It just seems like this was not the first time this kind of topic had come up in that department.
I've heard of quotas for speeding. We've all heard of that.
Sure.
Now, I'm ignorant on this. Are there actual quotas for DUIs?
I mean, I think the body cam footage speaks for itself. I mean, otherwise, how else would we have known? It was them speaking about conjuring up DUIs, being concerns about getting kicked off a DUI squad. I mean, again, the footage doesn't lie.
And I want to be very clear. Your client, Miss Longoria, again, the breathalyzer was 0.000s, triple zeros across the board. And did they do a blood draw? What did they do at the precinct to try to determine whether she was under the influence of another substance or drugs?
Sure. So actually there was 2 breathalyzer tests, one on the side of the road, triple zeros, and then another one done in the station along with more extensive field sobriety testing, which Officer Hannah remarked as super norms or normal. And then blood work was taken on our client, which came back completely negative for all drugs and alcohol. So in other words, sober as they come.
Wow.
What's the reason that they pulled her over? Because I think they said she ran a red. That didn't happen.
Well, that's what the officer said when she walked up to the car, right?
Correct. And they also said that she had a defected tail light. I guess you can get pulled over for that, right?
So from the footage, when you see basically the officer sitting on Washington Street facing 7th Street, and Ms. Longoria's car is following another one, it's dark. The light is red for the officer, and when she turned, it shows it was clearly green. She pulls over our client and then immediately tells her multiple times, I pulled you over for a red light violation.
Right.
So the officer was wrong about the initiation of the stop, the reason for it.
Right. The initial stop was not justified.
Exactly right.
Could the officer have just made an error and thought that your client ran a red light? Was there an error in there? Or did she know or did the cop know, hey, that light is green, but I'm going to pull over anyway and say, you know what, you ran a red? Do we know?
I mean, what you can see from her body camera, from her point of view, is that she's looking at a light on her end that's red, and as she turns, she's turning on a green light. I mean, it's, again, speaks for itself.
And it's worth noting that a few weeks later, that the officer actually retracted that accusation, wrote in a form saying that she recognized that Ms. Longoria had actually not run a red, and that the light was green when she had gone through the intersection, but retracted nothing else about the DUI.
And did that come after the officer saw the body cam? I mean, did they only retract that after they had a chance to look at video?
Presumably, I'm not sure exactly what prompted the officer to retract it. We just know that a few weeks later she did.
Got it. We're again speaking to attorneys for Brianna Longoria, John Sood and Benjamin Pierce, attorneys and founding partners at Sood and Pierce. What do you hope to get from this? Is this is this about money, or is this also, are we trying to get to the bottom of this and change policy?
We're trying to do a few things. First thing, we want to get Brianna's life back on track, and having an arrest on her record, even though the charges were later dismissed months later by the prosecution, it still appears on her record, and she wants to become a nurse. She was working towards that at the time she was arrested, so we want to get her life back on track. And again, there's also monetary damages there, but the larger idea too is she doesn't want this to happen to anyone else, because if she's sober and she can get a DUI, anyone in our city, whether they live here or are visiting, could also get a DUI, and that's should be a grave concern for anyone in the Phoenix area.
Yeah, tell us how her life has been upended by this, specifically.
Absolutely. She was receiving life-saving medical treatment at the time, losing her driver's license from the end of December through July of 2024 through July of 2025, put a strain on her receiving medical treatment, on going to classes, on just going about her daily life. She was supposed to go on a honeymoon. She had to take that money and hire a criminal defense attorney to defend herself. It was the day after her wedding that she was arrested. She has still again has an arrest on her record as she's getting ready and trying to get into nursing school. It's just basically affected her in multiple ways that are still ongoing.
Nursing school is extremely hard to get into and competitive where she's at. The dip in her grades at the time that it happened is extremely impactful for her career prospects. So the damages that she felt from that are still being felt today.
Wow.
So have you guys talked to the Phoenix PD and like, how does that work? The back channels, do you guys call and say, hey, we've got a client here. She was pulled over for a DUI. You did all the tests. She was completely sober. Drop the whole thing.
So what her criminal defense attorney did was months later reached out to the prosecutor and asked about the blood work, and Brianna had her own blood work done immediately after, which showed she was completely negative for all drugs and alcohol. But her criminal defense attorney, reached out to the prosecutor, and instead of trying to dismiss this when they had preliminary blood work that was negative for all drugs and alcohol, the prosecution threatened to add an alcohol charge and to force Brianna to take a plea, which is egregious because the officer on the body cam footage repeatedly said, "I do not suspect alcohol."
So
that's strange.
So they doubled down. Yeah, they doubled down.
Exactly right.
Yep.
That's where we see more of this kind of quota coming in, that it goes from arrest through prosecution.
This is pretty rare, though. I mean, this isn't stuff that's happening every day, is it?
I mean, what we've seen, at least social media comments and just outreach in general, is that there are stories going back years where people believe that they were wrongfully arrested for DUI. I think we're just fortunate we live in an era where there's body camera footage and more cameras. So I wouldn't be shocked if more stories come out going forward.
How much you guys asking for?
So I did a notice of claim, which is, trying to resolve this under Arizona laws, we're required to for $7 million, in addition to the city also removing the arrest from Brianna's record, which wouldn't require much on their part.
So $7 million and wipe the record clean. She's innocent.
Exactly.
All right.
By all points, she should have her record clean. For goodness' sake, she hasn't broken any laws that anyone can prove.
I'm trying to look, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really looking into this, trying to figure out what she did wrong. She didn't run a red. She didn't have alcohol in her system.
No.
She wasn't on drugs. She wasn't on pills. She had a defective taillight. That's it.
Yeah.
Possibly. That's it, right?
Honestly, it's a case of wrong place, wrong time. I guess she was the victim of the quota that day.
Wow.
Quite frankly, if it was my wedding weekend, you would have found at least a beer in my dragon.
Exactly.
Fair. Very fair.
Exactly.
Yeah. The fact that she had nothing, it really shows the what kind of a stand-up citizen she is. Guys, we appreciate your time today.
Been nearly as nice at the arrest as she was.
I can only.
She was polite and courteous throughout.
She is. The video cam shows that she's polite, she's responsive, and she's stunned that she's getting arrested for obviously something she didn't do.
Keep us updated on the case, guys.
Thank you both.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us on.
Yeah, that's John Sood and Benjamin Pierce, attorneys for Brianna Longoria, the woman who was arrested for an alleged DUI the day after her wedding and was not under the influence of anything that at least Phoenix PD can prove.
I am all for the Phoenix PD keeping the streets safe from people who are drinking and swerving. It doesn't look like there's anything here.
It does not seem like there's anything there. I'm with you on that.
It just doesn't look
There's
like
no
she
there,
did anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And she still has a DUI on her record?
Wrong place at the wrong time.
That's not cool.
And it can derail her entire life for something she did not do.
Phoenix Police Department
has
to make this right, because this case isn't going away.
No.
And it's making you guys look bad.
Yeah, and more people coming out going, me too. Hey, happened to me. Check the headlines. We've got Becky Lynn for that. And then up next, is Michael Jackson getting uncanceled? Is the new movie Michael telling a different story of Michael Jackson, one that maybe a lot of people would rather remember? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
At first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what? Let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
I am so flabbergasted by this question as well.
That's Meghan McCain, the daughter of Senator John McCain and host of the Citizen McCain podcast. She joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos to give her reaction to reports that this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner lacked the highest security level, despite having the president and top officials present.
I am shocked and appalled and horrified that especially after so many assassination attempts on President Trump.
McCain added that people were able to reserve a room at the hotel the day of the dinner. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for traffic check now. Let's get you home with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, eastbound near Cooper Road. Glendale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria, eastbound near 35th Avenue. And Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Broadway Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Notice changes in your loved one or think they need more friends and activity? Visit beatitudescampus.org and see how special this community is. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanks, Enrique. Appreciate it. After just a weekend, it's already the biggest movie of the year. Globally, over $200 million. People don't go to the movie theaters anymore, I thought. Well, they did this weekend for the new Michael Jackson biopic, Michael.
I'm going to say this, and I know it's going to sound weird.
Okay.
And then I'll try and explain it.
Oh, and then you'll get better?
Because people are like, what is the deal?
Okay.
You and I saw the movie.
We both seen it.
Okay. I think that by now, if you're going to go see the movie, you know it's about the first half of Michael Jackson's life, not Crazy Town, not serious,
quote unquote,
serious
like
allegations.
The good part of his life,
right? And I think people are like, you know what? I want to watch something that's going to be fun.
I like that part.
There is a war. There is an economy that's not great. Things aren't terrific in this country.
You know,
and so let's go watch a movie where we know we like the music, where we know we're going to get, and I'll say this, a rosy picture of Michael Jackson. Because when we went to see it, we took our gals. My wife loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Great music, right?
But I also know it's only half the story, and the other half is super dark. And it didn't show any of that. And I think right now people are looking at, well, what happens every week? Well, they tried to shoot the president again.
Right.
We're in a war in Iran.
Bad news all the time.
There's just bad news everywhere. And like this movie is just, you're just going to feel like happy when you go and see it. That's the only way I can explain it. And I think that we're looking for something like that. And I think, it's not like we're saying, well, the other half of Michael Jackson's life was just fine. No. There's a lot to unpack there. But this first part in this movie, it's fun.
I think there's something to be said for this, and let's see if I can put it in different words. When things are uncomfortable, when things are turned upside down, people like to latch on to things that feel familiar.
Like sports is
comfort.
Great distraction.
Yeah, but you know what? Nostalgia offers a lot of comfort.
Yep.
Quote unquote, life was easier in the 80s or the 90s when you were enjoying the Thriller album.
Right.
And seeing, again, it's Michael's nephew, seeing his nephew perform as Michael Jackson and hearing those songs, I get it can be very comforting to people to take them back to a time that was much, much simpler for them, a lot easier. And you don't have to be hit over the head with the
what did he do?
Questionable things in his life.
Correct.
It's about as nice as I can say.
I think this movie came at a good time. I do. It's strange to say that because the other part of his life was a crap show, and it was bad.
There was a lot of bad.
There's a lot of bad things. Whether you believe he did that to children or he didn't do it, I mean, I don't know if there's ever going to be proof 100% that he did. Right? I mean, that's a fair way to say it.
You say proof.
He wasn't guilty in a court of law, but that
short
doesn't
of, a video or something. I mean, some people would never, they might not even believe that. Now, again, according to some of the court cases, there is some DNA evidence. There was things like this, and it all got settled out of court with very large checks.
Yeah. Yep.
So you're right. You may never hear about it, but that's by design. By design. But I don't fault people. Again, we're not uncanceling Michael Jackson. I don't know if some people never canceled him.
Some people never did.
No.
I'm a fan of the music. I don't know what he did. I mean, if I had to guess, it's hard. It's hard to see, when he talks and he talks about children and how much he loves and wants to help them. He's really a monster?
Right.
It's hard to see that. Doesn't mean it's not the case. But I feel like it's hard to see that in him. I feel like it's hard to see that.
It's not unlike other, I'll use the term celebrities. Look at the people that had, Tiger Woods' fall from grace. The guy who plays golf so good,
right?
Is that bad a guy away from golf, or cheats on his wife? How many times have we seen those stories of somebody that we had on a pedestal?
But you're talking about the most evil thing that you can do, and it's doing something to a kid.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
But yes,
yeah,
full stop. Period. When you see the movie though, and you see the odd way that he grew up.
Childish.
How he was always very childish. Like, he didn't grow up like at the same pace other kids did.
No.
He didn't play with kids his age.
He didn't play with anybody.
He had make-believe friends. He had a chimpanzee.
He had a rat as a pet.
Right. I mean, there's a certain measure of
he wasn't right.
He may not. How about this? I'll put it nicely. He might have had trouble distinguishing between right and wrong.
Yeah.
And some of it goes to his growing up, which is portrayed in this movie as very weird.
Right, of course, no excuse. But you see him in clips sitting and doing an interview with a child, and the child will say a joke, and I'm looking at Michael Jackson, a grown man. I go, he looks like he's 6 years old. The way that he's reacting.
Yeah.
He's reacting like
his mannerisms.
Like a 6-year-old.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
Checking the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn for that. Coming up next, Meghan McCain joined us at 3 o'clock live from D.C. She was supposed to be at this White House Correspondents Association dinner Saturday night.
The stuff that she told us that happens behind the scenes was shocking.
The remix. We'll play you some clips of that. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
As filling up gets more and more expensive here, an oil expert says Arizona is just one refinery shutdown away from a huge jump in prices.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News, 92.3 FM, and the KTAR News app.
All right, want you to hire my friends at Sweet James. If you've been injured in an accident, my goodness, you need the best. You need a law firm that insurance companies take seriously. You need a law firm that insurance companies are scared of. And that's what we're talking about with Sweet James. Let's talk about insurance companies. What's their job? Their job is to pay you as little as possible. Insurance companies' job is to pay you nothing. Okay. Well, if you're in an accident, you got to turn to a lawyer that knows what they're doing. And at Sweet James, every case taken seriously. You're going to be a client. Your voice is going to be heard. Every single detail matters. And they go to war for you. And they win 98% of the time. That's why they're the official partner, attorney partner, I should say, of the Phoenix Suns. Results, reputation, respect. If you get hurt, if you're a family member, a loved one, your best friend gets hurt in an accident, call Sweet James Accident Attorneys. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
LaDonna Harvey here. It is home selling season, and you know that the biggest mistake you could make while selling your home is settling for less money. The good news is you have an Orchard backing you up. That's not going to happen. Lowball offers can really wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less because you are just too tired of this nonsense. Well, that does not happen. You don't have to settle with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents right here in the Valley can help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. First, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. With Orchard, you don't have to settle, and you certainly don't have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much you could get for your home? Visit Orchard.com and get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Flower Show, May 1st through 3rd at Westworld of Scottsdale. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
For the Valley's best value and quality replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors, choose Window World. Schedule today, and Window World's certified installers will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with the most heat-resistant Solar Zone Sunshield glass for one low upfront all-in price of only $5,989. Plus, take an extra $100 off any new patio or entry door, too. And most installations are completed in 1 day or less. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from very happy referrals. Get all the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Flower Show, May 1st through 3rd at Westworld of Scottsdale with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The White House Correspondents' Dinner attack suspect has been charged. Appearing in court today, Cole Allen, the 31-year-old from California, is accused of attempted assassination of the President of the United States. ABC's Chief Washington Correspondent Jonathan Karl shares what the investigation has uncovered so far.
The suspect, Cole Allen, reserved that hotel room on April 6th, about a month after it was announced publicly that Donald Trump intended to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The suggestion being that this was long premeditated. The reservation was made.
The U.S. is weighing its options to bring the war with Iran to an end. Here's ABC's Chief Global Affairs Correspondent, Martha Raddatz.
In Washington today, the president meeting with his national security team. Officials telling ABC News the White House discussing an Iranian proposal to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz in exchange for allowing the regime to profit from ships passing through and leaving nuclear talks for some future date.
Thunder win it 121-109. Oklahoma City takes a 3-0 lead, which, as we know in NBA history, has never been come back from.
We are just about an hour away from tip-off in Game 4 of the NBA playoff series between the Oklahoma City Thunder and our Phoenix Suns. And we go now live to Mortgage Matchup Center with KTAR's Ballin Overstoles, who's talking with fans.
Yeah, Becky, it is getting packed down here. More and more people streaming in as we get closer. The Suns are currently down 3-0 in this series against OKC, meaning they need to win tonight to keep this all going. However, as you just heard, a team has never come back from a 3-0 deficit in the NBA playoffs, and several OKC fans I spoke with know that, though they say tonight is not an automatic win for the Thunder.
I mean, maybe Devin Booker if he does good, and Dylan Brooks. I mean, that's mainly the two.
Despite the odds, I'm hearing a lot of optimism from Suns fans down here. Doors are open, tip-off just an hour away, seeing 61:37 on the clock in the court. And so get on down here if you have tickets. Light Up Mortgage Matchup Center, Ballin Over Schools, KTAR News.
Let's take a look at traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway, southbound near Cooper Road. Mesa, crash in the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Mesa Drive. And Tolleson with a crash at the Gore Point. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near 91st Avenue. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for a low of 58 degrees. Tomorrow's 86 for our high temp. And then a few clouds creeping in by Wednesday with a high of 88. And maybe some showers on Thursday. We'll be in the mid-80s then. Right now, it's 81 in Buckeye. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Attorney General may question the governor about pay to play. Will the interview happen? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Meghan McCain joins us every Monday at 3 o'clock. At 5:30, we play you some of the highlights. I call it the remix, Gatos.
Everything that happened over the weekend with the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. She's been there before.
Literally.
Many, many times. And she told us something I don't know if we've ever heard before. Take a listen.
I was actually supposed to go this year, and the only reason why I didn't is because I'm still nursing my son, and I could not get, logistically, it's known to be horrific. I've had horrible experiences, just like everybody else who's ever been. Getting in, getting out. The security is known for being terrible.
Oh.
It's like it's easy to sneak in. Like I have no idea how something bad has happened. Ronald Reagan was shot outside that hotel. Like
right, same hotel.
Something bad hasn't happened here before. But the only reason why I didn't go is because it's going to be too difficult for me to get in and out and home in time to nurse my son. So I decided not to this year, and here we are.
Meghan McCain's joining us. So the Wall Street Journal. Washington Post, my bad, says the Correspondents' Dinner lacked the highest security level despite the presence of Trump and top officials. I mean, my question is, how is that even possible? I don't know what the highest security level is, but if you have every single person who's in the United States government is in that room, how do you not have the highest security level?
I am so flabbergasted by this question as well. And like I said, for anyone that's ever been to the Washington Hilton, it's logistically, there's 3 different levels. It's you just walk into the lobby. Anyone can just go into the lobby where a lot of dignitaries, a lot of politicians and famous people are. You go into the first part where the red carpet is. People can just go to the bar, go to the area. A lot of people just go to the top area parties and don't go to the dinner. And all you have to do to get in is to have a physical paper ticket that I know I have heard of people forging to get in because you just have a paper ticket. You don't have to show ID. People weren't getting magged. I am shocked and appalled and horrified that, especially after so many assassination attempts on President Trump, that it somehow hadn't been changed. And I'm not trying to denigrate the Secret Service because I know those people do hard jobs, but the fact that shooter could have a room in the hotel and stay there, and that's how he got in with his guns. And my girlfriend Kennedy, who's on Fox News, she got a hotel room that day. The day of, she got a hotel room and checked into the hotel.
At the same hotel, you meant? At the Hilton.
The event is at, yes.
Yeah, because the way it was explained to me is the Hilton is still open, quote unquote, for business, aside from the event that's happening in the ballroom. And that's not unusual for things, but it's unusual, I guess you'd say, if the president's there.
It should have been moved a long time ago, and it is something that is talked about everywhere, like within the, DC is kind of a small town, and it should have been moved years ago. I really don't understand how it was even there to, staying this long. I'm horrified and so saddened that this happened. I'm grateful that it wasn't worse, but, we all know people in that room. We all were watching, and, even if you don't, the president's in there, the vice president, all chain of command. I mean, I think I heard that if, God forbid, something had happened, like Chuck Grassley would have been president, and he's like 89.
Right.
I mean, this is not rational.
Right.
And it's really scary, and I am so exhausted and drained and just I feel like a husk of a person with how many of these assassination attempts and how much political violence there is in the country. I was just talking to you guys 8 months ago about Charlie Kirk's assassination. I mean, it feels way too persistent, way too constant. And this guy that did it, he was an educated man. He was a teacher. He had a grad school.
Drove across country, right, to do this.
Yeah. I don't understand how these things keep happening.
Yeah. Meghan McCain is joining us on KTAR every Monday. Yeah, it's like a cheerleader culture of violence. You saw the Luigi guy shot the healthcare CEO.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then some people cheered. And then you saw Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. And some people cheered. And if Donald Trump got shot and killed, some people would cheer.
Rob Reiner and Bob Mueller died. And
absolutely.
Trump cheered.
And there's no doubt. There's a whole part of that, too.
It's a two-way street.
It absolutely
is. It is a two-way street.
It absolutely is. But it's like, there were something like 8,000 threats in 2023 from U.S. Capitol Police that they were investigating. And then, Bruce and I were going back and forth, did security work?
Yeah,
and
is this an example of security working or an example of security failing?
I was like, okay, well, the guy got close enough to shoot a Secret Service agent. I don't think the security worked, but Bruce thought it did.
It's hard for me to make that kind of assessment. The thing I don't understand is how there wasn't some sort of coordination between the hotel and the White House or whomever was putting this on, because again, I don't want to be too dark with you guys, but if that shooter had a bomb on him, if he had a suicide vest, I mean, he could have done a lot of destruction and damage. What if there were 6 guys running in with rifles into the lobby? What if there were more people? There are a lot of scenarios in which this could have been a lot worse.
And Megan, I get that. What I don't understand is, as far as I could tell, and maybe it'll come out here soon, the would-be assassin in this, it's not like he had a criminal record. He wasn't prohibited from checking into hotels in Washington, D.C. He wasn't on a radar, apparently, until he ran past, D.C. police at a checkpoint.
But shouldn't everybody be on a radar at a hotel?
How could everybody be on the radar?
I think everybody has to be on the radar if you're staying in a hotel with the president.
And you would look at this guy and go, it's a school teacher from California.
Yeah, I don't care. I would check every single person in that hotel.
Yeah. And you would go, nothing wrong with them.
People attend that dinner. I think they have to move it someplace else. I thought that years ago. I think that now.
Just from a security standpoint, you're saying.
Just from a security standpoint, and if they for some reason continue to do it, I'm with Gatos. They have to check every single. They should just not allow people to stay in the hotel for that day and just call it what it is. I don't know, because if you want the privilege of holding that dinner there, you should know. But again, I don't even know how you stop it. There's many people who just go to the bar upstairs.
Yeah, and you said the parties, right? That's a big thing with this.
There's you go to again, this sounds so bougie, but you go to the top room and different public, KTAR would be we're having a KTAR party. Okay. And there's different rooms that people rent on the middle floor where people can go into each network's or media outlet's party that they're having. There's a CBS one, Fox, whatever. And then people stay in there and mingle and socialize, and then they go down to the dinner. But a lot of people who don't have tickets, like staffers and interns who still want to dress up and go out, they can go to the party, or they can go to the area where the red carpet is, and there's huge crowds. And again, I'm not trying to be sound elitist, but the problem is anybody can come in and anybody could have a gun.
All right, there you have it, Meghan McCain. Just a snippet. Bruce, what do you like to call that now?
The remix.
Meghan McCain joins us at 3 o'clock, Mondays with Meghan. We give you a little of the remix towards the end of the show. You can catch the whole thing on the KTAR YouTube channel. It's a fascinating discussion.
Yeah. Coming up next, first off, Becky Lynn's going to get us up to speed on the headlines. Make sure you're up to date. And then
I need to be caught up.
Is this the?
I need to be caught up to speed.
The new deal breaker in dating these days.
One of many, but is this number one?
I got to tell you, I don't know if I'd have passed the test. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
When you look at Representative Yasemin Ansari files 6 impeachment articles against Pete Hegseth. So here we go again, impeachment. And people roll their eyes. It is just, if this is going to be the playbook, this will be the only thing that holds them back from a massive victory in November.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog security screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
KTAR News Flash.
546, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. New today, House and Senate Republicans say they have a, quote, serious balanced budget that would deliver one of the largest tax cuts in Arizona history.
We're the only known state advancing the full Trump tax cuts into state law. It eliminates taxes on tips and overtime, strengthens deductions for families and seniors, and ensures taxpayers will not have to refile their returns.
Earlier this month, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs promised to veto nearly every bill that reaches her desk until Republican legislators publicly release their budget proposal and return to negotiations. Now, in a statement sent to KTAR, Governor Hobbs' office confirmed she's looking at the details of the GOP proposal and added, quote, it's disappointing that legislative leadership continues to refuse to negotiate on Prop 123 and puts politics ahead of doing what's right for Arizona students and teachers. Also today, dozens of flights currently are delayed at Sky Harbor Airport. This is due to winter weather advisories in several states, including Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, Texas, and Illinois. So if you're heading to the airport, check your flight info before you go. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's get you home on the roads now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near Hayden Road. Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway, southbound near Guadalupe Road. Mesa again, crash blocking the right-hand lane. On the Loop 22, Santiago Freeway, eastbound near Power Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free Travertine included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Looking for honest and reliable automotive service in North Scottsdale? One choice is easy. Husband's Automotive, just down the street from Costco in the Scottsdale Air Park. Owners Dale and Lauren Husband have been getting rave reviews from their customers for over 30 years by putting integrity back into the automotive repair business. Integrity, fair pricing, and trust. You should expect that from your relationship with your repair shop. Come feel what it's like to be treated like family at Husbands. Check them out at husbandsautomotive.net today.
The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield because you're never going to have to paint again, and I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack, the caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I told my wife that I want to see what it's going to cost to do it because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something that I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
This is Jim Sharp. Last year's horrible Dragon Bravo fire, which burned nearly 150,000 acres on and near the Grand Canyon's north rim, should have been a lot smaller. Has the Park Service learned its lesson heading into this year's fire season? Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News on the app and the KTAR YouTube channel.
You know, I don't want to speak for you, Gatos, but I don't know if I would have made it past very many first dates if I was starting over today.
I was pretty good on first dates. I had brand new material every time I went.
Well, listen, I
didn't do quite well, but at times. But that's, you know.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm funny and a handsome devil, but it appears that according to a survey from the people that do surveys, more and more people are getting into finances. Not even on a first date. Sometimes before going on a first date, and your credit score might determine whether there's a second date. Your credit score.
Yeah, but how do you know you're going to get the right, the correct answer?
What do you mean? Oh, you mean that they won't lie to you?
Right.
Oh, yeah. Because, again, according to this, a lot of people say they might be exaggerating a little bit. They lied or exaggerated about their finances.
You sit down and you say,
I'm a trust fund baby.
You say, one of the things I don't want to be around, or one of the things I don't find attractive in a partner is debt.
Is poor.
Do you have any? Right? I don't know what to do.
I can't. How does that conversation go?
I don't know.
That's nuts, right?
Yeah, but this younger generation gets right to the point. Like, who did you vote for in the last election? Is huge, man.
Well, I think
it's a deal breaker for some people.
But I think you're looking at this. This has more to do with the fact that younger people feel so uncertain financially.
Yeah. But if you're Gen Z,
that money is the deal breaker.
Yes, but then the second question is, like, if you're Gen Z, do you still live with your parents? Because both of you may.
Ouch.
No, but
whose parents' house are we moving into?
Yeah, because a lot of Gen Zers are living with their parents to try and save up for a house or a down payment.
Or just that's all they have money for. Yeah. That's pretty amazing. How about this? A quarter of people under the age of 30 think dating apps should allow you to filter by credit score. Like, I only want to see people over a 680. I don't know. I don't even know what's a good score, by the way.
You know what? I have no idea.
I haven't paid attention. I think 800's perfect, right? I think.
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's
go with that.
The funny thing that I've always told people is I didn't get my first credit card until I was 40.
Really?
I didn't have one. Because I just never wanted to go into debt. I never wanted to pay for something I couldn't completely afford.
I'm saying in today's...
So I didn't do it.
These girls would have been like...
Are these women that are asking the men?
Why do I have a feeling that it's not guys asking girls about their money?
It can be the guys asking the girls.
I suppose there's a little bit of going that way, but from my personal experience, when I've been on dates, how much money they had wasn't the deal breaker in this.
Oh, I always asked how much money they had.
Oh, for God's sake.
I didn't.
Nothing of the sort.
Didn't matter.
Right?
No.
Oh, I just can't believe it.
No. So, what do you think the three big ones are? So, it's credit score, politics, and what? Credit score, politics, and is there another one?
I don't think it's religion like it used to be.
I think people
can get around that. I think people get around that.
I don't know.
I certainly think politics is bigger than it used to be. You know, I mean, you could go out with somebody for a couple months and have no idea what their politics were. Like, it just didn't come up in conversation.
So on these dating apps, I've never been on one.
Oh, I have.
Don't you find out a lot of stuff? It's not just the picture. Isn't there a bio? And
but it's the bio you're telling them about. That doesn't mean it's true.
Right.
Any more than what they're telling you is true.
Yeah. I mean, I bet some people would put their religion on it.
Sure.
No one would put their credit score on it.
Unless you had like a perfect credit score. Ladies, come get it.
No one's going to say, I voted for Trump or I voted for
Try to keep
Kamala.
that off, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, appreciate you guys spending time with us today. We also appreciate everyone on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ over there, Ali Oxenfree. We've got the First Lady of Outspoken, our producer, Miss Jewel. Thank you very much. Of course, that's Becky Lynn, Hall of Famer and pride of the great state of Tennessee. With your news and information and getting you home, that's our buddy Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. With your traffic. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's evening news is next. Bruce, oh, man, you are lucky to have me.
And Gatos, you are so darn lucky I put up with you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, we all like cash. No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing their money. Literally offering up to $3,000 off right now. Brand new, energy efficient AC systems with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Their cash for clunkers offer means we say goodbye to that old clunker AC and say hello to up to $3,000 off brand new AC while it lasts with cash for clunkers. Another example of how that difference is day and night. Plus, you can stay cool now and pay later with 0% financing for 18 months. Hey, a couple years ago, we had day and night replace our old AC. I'd fixed like 3 of the 4 previous summers. What was I even doing? This new technology, so much more efficient. We've saved so much more cash on our summer AC bills. And again, get up to $3,000 off brand new AC with day and night's cash for clunkers at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Schedule your free estimate at dayandnightair.com.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Summer's almost here. It's time to get swimsuit ready. Pool parties, beach vacations. For the confidence to look your best, just go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Red Mountain, you'll find the latest programs and medications to help you lose weight. From GLP-1 meds to their patented RM3, the signature medication and the fastest way to lose weight. The doctors specialize in weight loss to help you overcome issues that cause weight gain, slowing metabolism, hormone imbalance, menopause. Get a customized plan for your body. It's not an app. It's not a chatbot. Real medicine, real oversight, getting real results. Program starting as low as $149 per month. You could be 20 pounds lighter by this time next month for $149. The experts at Red Mountain will help get you the care you need and deserve at an affordable price. Meet with them in person or meet online. They'll ship medication directly to your door. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Hey, good Monday evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, the first court appearance for a man accused of trying to kill the president. Also tonight...
Boom! Goes Booker! 0.7 left!
We're going to head live to Mortgage Matchup Center for a little preview of tonight's Game 4 between the Suns and the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's coming up right after we get you on down the road tonight. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near Hayden Road. Mesa crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, southbound near Guadalupe Road. Mesa again, debris blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, westbound near Power Road. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 33rd Avenue and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, upper 50s around the valley. Tomorrow, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. Slight 20% chance of showers Wednesday and Thursday this week. Right now in Phoenix, 76 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
New details from the Justice Department following the first court appearance of the man accused of trying to assassinate President Trump.
In addition to 2 gun-related felonies, the suspect is charged with attempting to assassinate the president, a count that could carry a life sentence. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says there were hundreds of federal agents between Cole Allen and his ultimate target.
Law enforcement did not fail.
Blanche says 5 shots were fired by law enforcement, none of which hit Allen, who was ultimately tackled just before he reached the stairs leading to the ballroom. Blanche says the suspect is believed to have fired 1 round from his 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
A former FBI agent says Saturday night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner wasn't due to a lack of security, but a slow response. Steve Hooper joined the Mike Broomhead Show and says the Secret Service did its job.
They stopped the threat before it became a threat to the president. The president and the vice president were never threatened. They kept him out of the room.
Hooper adds more measures could have been taken, such as using only one elevator leading into the area where the dinner was held, as well as assigning a law enforcement officer to the elevator to monitor who entered the main floor of the event.
A woman taken to a hospital after a shooting involving Phoenix police near 40th Street and Indian School. Police say the woman was holding a knife while standing in the middle of the road about 1 o'clock this morning when a man offered to help her.
She ended up swinging the knife towards him. He left and police arrived, finding the woman with knife in hand.
Officers gave her repeated verbal commands. She started walking down the sidewalk. And when she started walking towards an occupied structure where an individual was outside, officers attempted to stop her with a less lethal round. That less lethal round was not effective on her. They then deployed their duty handgun or their duty rifle, injuring the woman.
DPS will now be taking over this investigation. Again, one woman sent to the hospital. She is expected to survive.
That's Adam Mincer with our TV partners at ABC 15.
Yesterday at the state prison in Florence, a gang-related inmate altercation left several hurt, with one in critical condition. No staff were injured. The Arizona Department of Corrections says visitation is canceled as the investigation continues.
Talking behind someone's back can now be classified as harassment. The Arizona Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that a person can harass another by saying things about them to other people, not to the victim directly. Chief Justice Ann Timmer clarified how Arizona's harassment law applies when harmful comments are made behind a person's back. It's not just who hears the words.
We put forward a budget that the state can afford while funding education, public safety, and child protection.
That's Arizona Speaker of the House Steve Montenegro announcing new state budget bills Republican lawmakers say will deliver one of the largest tax cuts in Arizona history.
Governor Hobbs should support this budget and sign it when it reaches her desk.
Let's get it done for Arizona.
Earlier this month, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs promised to veto almost every bill that reaches her desk until Republican legislatures publicly release their budget proposal and return to negotiations. In a statement sent to KTAR, Governor Hobbs' office confirms they are looking at the details of the GOP proposal and added, quote, "It's disappointing that legislative dealership continues to refuse to negotiate on Prop 123 and puts politics ahead of doing what's right for Arizona students and teachers."
Taking a look today at Wall Street, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ closed at record highs, driven by AI optimism, while the Dow fell. In fact, the Dow was down 63 points today, closing at 49,167. The NASDAQ rose 50 points, and the S&P was up by 8. For more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
With the Sun season on the line tonight, we head to the Mortgage Matchup Center right now and check in with our KTAR news reporter, Bowen Overstoles. Bowen, how are fans feeling about tonight's do-or-die Game 4 for the Suns?
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's packed down here. Fans are definitely showing up in full force. Of course, that's a question I brought to every Suns fan I've spoke today. How are you feeling? What are expectations for tonight? And, despite the fact that reversing the series and the Suns, extending this and even potentially winning this would be defying anything we've seen in the NBA before, a lot of fans are telling me they think it can happen. They think the Suns can pull it off. And there is a lot of optimism and hope here tonight.
So, Ballin, overall, how are the fans feeling about the season? Even though they know there's a pretty good possibility it could all just end tonight, I'm guessing they're glad the team made the playoffs, but are they just really bummed at the possibility they might not even win one playoff game?
Yeah, there is a kind of a range of feelings on this. One woman I spoke to said simply she's just happy to be here. She doesn't really care for a win or loss. She loves her Suns and she'll always show up. There was a gentleman I tried to speak to a couple minutes ago. I asked him how he's feeling tonight, and he said bad, really loud, and sort of just kept walking.
But he was there. He was there nonetheless.
Exactly. And there is a range of emotions. Overall, I would say there's a lot of optimism that we got to this point. I think Suns fans are appreciative we're in the playoffs if we're at all. But, yeah, I mean, there are some frustrations. I've heard some frustrations about Devin Booker today. A few fans are telling me they don't think he's been aggressive enough on the court, and that's part of why we're at 0-3 right now with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
So fans have a little bit of displeasure with Booker. They want him to get more involved, be that team leader. What would you say that the fans were most looking forward to ahead of tonight's tip, Bowen?
I think just being here. I think just the experience of being here. Yeah, exactly. Actually, a lot of people I spoke to, they've been to Suns games before, but this is their first playoffs game. So, regardless of where we are in the series or the performance, it is an opportunity for a lot of Suns fans to be at the first kind of game of this magnitude. So I think that is hitting for a lot of fans tonight.
And, I guess you can look at it this way. They're there. We made it to the playoffs, and we'll get them next year, right? The optimism will just continue on. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles down at Mortgage Matchup Arena, where the game's going to be tipping off in just about 20 minutes or so. Thanks, Ballin.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up in just a few minutes, the Phoenix Suns look to scorch the Thunder tonight. We just heard from Ballin Overstoles about what the Suns fans think. We're going to check in with an expert on tonight's contest. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. Text SWIM to 620-620 for a chance to receive free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. KTAR News Time, 6:07. And I've got to tell you, Becky Lynn, do I look fantastic? Because I am down over 10 pounds in the last 2 weeks here.
Do not tell me that. Do not tell me that.
I think that should be good news.
It is, because I would love to be in the same boat, but you do. You look fantastic. I know you've been working really hard at it.
I have been, and you could too. Everyone out there can. A bowling ball for me, gone basically. Over 40 pounds of pressure from my knees, gone. And it's all because of Soda, Diet, and Nutrition. No, not SODA, but SOTA. SOTA, Diet and Nutrition. You can check them out, sodadietandnutrition.com. Before I lost over 100 pounds years ago, I was that guy who felt exhausted when I'd get up. And I started to feel that way again recently. I packed on a bunch of weight over the last few months, so I turned to Soda Diet and Nutrition. What do I love about soda? It's just food. No pills, no injections. You can check out their website and see for yourself. They've got over 9,000 reviews from real clients and real people, just like you and me. Guys lose about 3 to 5 pounds per week. Women lose on average about 2 to 3 pounds per week. Join Soda Diet Nutrition now. Your partner joins free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Go to sodadietnutrition.com. That's SOTA, dietnutrition.com, or call them 866-800-SODA, SOTA. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Soda, it's state of the art.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free YMCA swim lessons while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Shop the nation's top brand AC units at prices far below retail at discountacunits.com, where savings is in the name. Save thousands on average at discountacunits.com. All backed by trusted and professional installation you can count on. Why pay more? Upgrade your comfort and keep more cash in your pocket. Visit discountacunits.com today.
DiscountACUnits.com. Trusted brands with the price that's same. Discount AC Units. Savings is in the name.
Yeah! Well, Donna here, imagine getting tossed into jail and losing everything you have because of an AI mistake. It's Tech Tuesday, tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It is 6:13. Thank you so much for joining us here on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn here with Joe Huizinga.
Thunder win it, 121-109. Oklahoma City takes a 3-0 lead, which, as we know in NBA history, has never been come back from.
Yeah, the Suns, they need a win tonight. We'll preview their pivotal Game 4 next. But first, let's get a check on traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Jarrow, thank you so much. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. Phoenix disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Hayden Road. And Mesa with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202 Santiago Freeway southbound near Guadalupe Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, we should see nice clear skies, low around 58 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny and 86. And we could see some clouds coming into the picture by Wednesday and maybe some showers Wednesday night into Thursday. Right now in Mesa, it's 77 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
The Suns, they struggled down the stretch of the season. They barely made it into the playoffs. They faced the best of the best in the Oklahoma City Thunder. And Phoenix's season on the line tonight after 3 straight losses to the Oklahoma City Thunder. So they're going to be at Mortgage Matchup Center in just a few minutes here. They're scheduled to tip off at 6:30. Mitch Veraldis, the host of the pre, half, and post-game shows for the Suns on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, joins us right now. Mitch, are you feeling a W tonight for the Suns?
Do you want me to be the contrarian or the
we want the truthful guy, the truthful optimist? What do you got?
I don't know why you guys love my pessimism so much in the evenings, but I, for one, am not feeling the optimism, unfortunately. I do, however, think it will be a close and competitive game all the way to the finish, similarly to what we saw when the Suns were in the playoffs against the Wolves a couple of years ago. I think at least the Suns will go down swinging, but I'm not optimistic that they will be able to get a W tonight.
So the Suns haven't kept any of the first 3 games within 10 points, but you think it's going to be close tonight?
This one more than the others, only because, in a sense, and I'm not trying to be the mind games guy here, but pride's on the line, in a sense. You don't want to be the team that goes down, gets swept, and does it in not even close fashion. The Thunder team, don't get me wrong, is the best in the NBA for a reason. I just think that the Suns have a little more fight left in them, something that we haven't really seen a ton of in this series, and maybe we'll get it tonight. So I'll be optimistic in that regard.
So how surprised would you be to see this series head back to Oklahoma City?
I wouldn't say very surprised. I would just be surprised in general if they were able to force a Game 5. It would clue into me that the Thunder are okay sacrificing one game. They get the win at home on Wednesday, something like that in that order. I have doubts in general of the Suns being able to pull that off, not just with the way that they've played against the Thunder so far, but missing a couple of key guys in Mark Williams and Jordan Goodwin for tonight. The Thunder just impose a bit more of a threat in certain areas where those 2 guys being absent, they'd be able to cover those blemishes up a little bit.
So if the Suns season does end tonight, what grade would you give them for the year?
I think without question to me, this season is an A+. And my reasoning for that.
An A+?
A+.
Even if they get swept?
A+.
Okay.
A+. Here's my reasoning. There was not a ton of high expectations about this team going into this year. I think their over-under win projection was at 30, somewhere around there. They finished with 45 regular season wins. That was 9 more than a year ago. A team with Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and Devin Booker as the face of the team lost 9 more games than this year's iteration. I think this season, in spite of potentially getting swept out of the first round, has been a tremendous success for this team.
So we're talking with Mitch Veraldis. He's host of the Suns pre, half, and post-game shows on Arizona Sports 98.7. If the Suns season ends tonight, you say you're giving them an A. So do you think
plus.
Yeah, don't sell me short there, Joe.
A plus. So do you think the team is in good position to be back in the playoffs again next year, though?
I would think that with this being a postseason team, there's at least a foundation there that they can build off of. That doesn't mean that this foundation is totally set. You know, you're remodeling your house, you got the kitchen done, but okay, now we got to work on the mudroom, or now we got to work on the upstairs bedroom. Like, there's still work to be done with this team. I'm curious how they spend the offseason and the limited resources that they have as well to be able to improve upon some of the deficiencies that we saw this year.
Is tonight's formula for a potential win the same as the other games? Shoot a bunch of those three-pointers and they all go in?
Shoot a bunch of threes and protect the basketball. Something that has been a bread and butter aspect of Oklahoma City's defense is their ability to force turnovers and create chaos, in a sense, and be able to score off of those turnovers. If the Suns can be a little more protective of the basketball, and if they can make a few more of those chucked up threes, so to speak, I think they'll be able to keep this one close and potentially even turn it into a win, force a Game 5 on Wednesday.
How good is Oklahoma City, Mitch? We haven't talked a lot about them. I know they're the defending champs in the NBA, but what are they doing that makes life so difficult for the Suns?
They play a very aggressive style of basketball. And what I mean by that is if you watch them on defense, like if you get a chance to watch tonight's game after the show tonight, you can see how up in the face they get. They get very handsy, for lack of a better word, to a lot of people's discontent, because it is a very close to fouling the opponent style of basketball. But they also just play with such an energy and a pace that is really kind of modeled in today's version of the NBA, going quick up the floor, trying to get buckets, and then playing very aggressive defensively to get yourself extra possessions, extra opportunities to score more points. And they've got the best player in the league right now in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's probably on pace to win a second straight MVP. So it's no surprise to me.
Sounds like a lot of attitude coming in. It kind of sets everybody else maybe back on their heels just a little bit when you're right about that. Almost fouling, but not quite.
Yeah,
that's going to rock some people.
It's so aggressive to the point that I think Game 2 really shone a negative light on the officiating style, specifically with this team and really against any team. It's not just an against the Suns thing, but there are certain calls that go a certain way, it seems, or it's perceived, with this particular team, with the way that they're being officiated, that almost gives them an inherent advantage when it really shouldn't, if we're being honest.
What do you think the odds are that the Suns will win it tonight and send it back to Oklahoma City?
Are you willing to bet a lunch tomorrow, perhaps? I'll give them like a 5-1. They've got the home crowd behind them. I do think that there is still some fight left in this team. But I still think it would be considered a long shot for them to outright win this game tonight.
Okay, well, we'll hope that pride you were mentioning earlier and the home court advantage come into play big time, and we get a win tonight. Fingers crossed.
One more for you, Mitch, real quick. We talked with our reporter, Bowen Overstoles, who's at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight for Game 4. He mentioned that some of the fans aren't so thrilled with the way Devin Booker has played the last couple games. Should fans be disappointed in Booker? We know he's the guy who's been with the team the longest.
Yes.
Does he need to step up and do more tonight? Has he let them down the last few games?
I think there's a bit of a balancing act when it comes to Devin Booker, whether it is him not shooting nearly as much as some of his teammates and maybe deferring a little bit too much. He's in a difficult spot because he's essentially the guy that is the number one shooter or the number one scorer, but he's also the number one playmaker and facilitator, the guy that moves around the basketball. He's in a precarious spot because more often than not, he'll be facing double teams. He'll be tasked with either scoring or trying to pass out to the open man. I would say that there's reason for disappointment in his efficiency when he's shooting, but I don't think we should be totally disappointed in him overall.
Becky Lynn, I'm giving Mitch a magnificent grade. We had Dismal Dave.
That's right.
Was that last week or 2 weeks ago?
It was right before the first game, I think, and we christened him Dismal Dave.
But Mitch said A+ for the Suns.
Marvelous Mitch.
Says 20% chance that they win tonight and get it to a Game 5. Marvelous Mitch and Dismal
Mitch.
Dave.
Yep, absolutely.
Dave's only dismal because he's a true Suns fan. That's the one difference.
Mitch Veraldez, host of the Suns pre, half, and post-game shows on Arizona Sports 98.7. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up, a second chance for a Phoenix charter school. We're less than 5 minutes away from that story and many more, and we'll check traffic again as well. KTAR News Time is 6:22.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
Good news if you've been frustrated by the orange cones. The westbound lane of the 202 to Arizona Avenue is
back open.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
The award-winning Home and Flower Show returns this weekend only at Westworld in Scottsdale. 300,000 square feet of vibrant floral displays and home inspiration, unlike anything the Valley has ever seen. With Arizona's best contractors, stunning landscape exhibits, the home, flower, and plant marketplace, live competitions, expert seminars, and more. You have to see it to believe it. Get your tickets now at mchomeshows.com and experience a home show redefined.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley real estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Tired of pool company gimmicks? Dolphin Pools is different. For 42 years, Arizona families have trusted Dolphin Pools. We're the Valley's #1 Google and Yelp rated pool builder, and now serving even more families with our new office in Surprise. Order today and swim this summer in the pool of your dreams. And with interest rates at their lowest in 3 years, there has never been a better time to start. Dolphin Pools, affordable luxury, built to last. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Hello, I'm Dr. Davis Romney, a radiation oncologist at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast cancer specialists offer expert oncology care, ensuring you start your personalized cancer journey within 24 to 48 hours. You can trust Ironwood for compassionate, specialized cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today.
At Ironwood Cancer and Research Center, innovation meets compassion, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Monday evening. It's 6:26. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight, ICE protesters speak out here in the Valley. And
a Phoenix charter school is getting a second chance after financial concerns thanks to the parents. I'm Shira Tanzer.
These stories coming right up after we get you home tonight. Let's check in at Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Enrique Garcia.
Baggy Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near Hayden Road. And then Mesa with a disabled vehicle also on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Mesa Drive. Tullison crash at the Gore I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 91st Avenue. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 33rd Avenue and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Perfect weather going on in the valley right now. Tonight's low 58 degrees, clear skies. Tomorrow, sunny, a high in the mid-80s for most of the valley. Slim rain chance Wednesday and Thursday evening. Right now in Scottsdale, it's 76 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Protesters hit the streets in Mesa and Phoenix to rally against the expansion of ICE detention centers here in Arizona and all across the country. It was part of a national day of action against ICE. Marianne Everly was among them and says she's concerned about who is being detained.
This is not what we voted for. Donald Trump said he was going to go after criminals. These are family people. These are people that come here and they add to our community.
Organizers say they're pushing for due process reforms as an expansion of detention capacity is happening statewide.
Eyes on Education.
Phoenix Modern is a charter school in Phoenix that's been flagged for financial concerns from the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools for multiple years now. Jonna Harris is a mom of 3 students and says the contract was about to be pulled by the board when parents stepped in, starting a nonprofit called the Valley Foundation of Arizona to save their kids' school. The transfer of charter was approved by the state board on April 7th, and Harris says the school will rely on state funding to run. To read more Education Solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education.
Germany is sharing criticism over President Trump's strategy with Iran.
And we've had some interesting comments from the German leader, the Chancellor Friedrich Merz, laying into President Trump's lack of strategy, as he puts it, comparing the war in Iran to Afghanistan, Iraq, saying that when you go into these wars, you have to have an exit strategy too, and really talking up, the Iranians' ability to negotiate.
That's ABC's Tom Sufi-Burridge.
A school aide at an Avondale school was arrested last week on allegations of having a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old. Detectives with the Avondale Police Department's Special Victims Unit arrested 22-year-old Yesenia Rodriguez. Police say the victim's stepmother reported finding inappropriate messages between Rodriguez and the victim. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office revealed Rodriguez was indicted on 6 counts of sexual conduct with a minor and 1 count of luring a minor for sexual exploitation.
I am so flabbergasted by this question as well.
That's Meghan McCain, daughter of late Senator John McCain and host of the Citizen McCain podcast. She joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos today and gave her reaction to reports that this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner lacked the highest security level, despite having the president and his top officials present.
I am shocked and appalled and horrified that especially after so many assassination attempts on President Trump.
McCain added that people were able to reserve a room at the hotel the day of the dinner.
Fuel costs are rising, and not just for cars. ABC's Mike Dubusky has more.
Low-cost airlines are asking for $2.5 billion in financial relief from the Trump administration. The goal is to help offset high fuel prices, according to the Association of Value Airlines. That trade group includes Allegiant, Frontier, Spirit, and Sun Country Airlines. Jet fuel costs have been on the rise amid the war with Iran, up 100% from the start of the conflict, according to the AVA. Last week, the trade group met with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And in sports tonight, the Diamondbacks have the night off. They split a 2-game series with the San Diego Padres in Mexico over the weekend. They're going to be in action tomorrow night in Milwaukee as they take on the Brewers. And the Sun season is on the line tonight. Down 3-0 to the defending NBA champions, Oklahoma City Thunder. Phoenix is hoping to win tonight's Game 4 and send that series back to Oklahoma City. Tip-off is scheduled for right now, and you can check out all the action on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner attack suspect has been charged. Appearing in court today, Cole Allen, 31-year-old from California is accused of attempted assassination of the President of the United States. Discharging his weapon is a separate charge, as ABC Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl explains.
One other thing interesting here and important is the question of the discharge of firearms. It sounds like what they were saying is that Cole Allen allegedly discharged his shotgun one time, and that a Secret Service officer discharged his weapon 5 times and ultimately did not strike Cole Allen. Interestingly, the only injury to Cole Allen was a scraped knee, according to Acting Attorney General Blanche.
U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro read and shared her thoughts on the suspect's manifesto.
You know, you can look at it and read it, and it may seem kind of la, but at the end, make no mistake, he says, I am targeting the administration officials. They are my targets, and I'm prioritizing from the top down, the highest ranking from the lowest.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked today if there'll be any changes when it comes to security protocols after this weekend's incident following the shooting that occurred at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has more.
There's going to be a meeting that the White House will hold with Secret Service, the leadership of the Department of Homeland Security, and the White House operations team to talk about the procedures and processes from Saturday night. But the White House was very clear today. They believe that the protocols worked. Our colleague Rachel Scott asked Caroline Leavitt that specific question, and she said, quote, the president said he believed the protocols worked. She said that the fact that the First Lady, the president, the vice president were pulled to safety so quickly that this all happened within seconds. She said that is not done if there was a lapse.
Now, the Secret Service is conducting an after-action review on possible lapses. Sources have also told ABC News that the suspected shooter used a staircase away from the public entrances and exits, and that he was a guest at the hotel. ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett talks about the difficulty of securing a hotel before high-profile events such as this.
The ability of any security apparatus to literally check 1,100 people checking in and out of rooms. It's not the same, but think about as you get on the metro in D.C. or New York or wherever it might be, I mean, you couldn't check people. The volume is too great. The atmosphere is such that it's just a built-in vulnerability.
Coming up, what sort of a defense will the accused White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter be able to put up? Our legal analyst will weigh in. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:34.
It's Gatos, and I hired Advanced Window Products, and I love my new windows. Advanced Window Products, right here in Phoenix. What does that mean for you? It means no middleman markup and faster turnaround times. You're a homeowner. Get custom-built windows for your exact home. That's what Advanced Window Products does. No generic sizes or retrofitted on site. Advanced Window Products builds your windows themselves right here in Arizona, so you get higher quality, better fit, and better pricing. How about this offer? Mention Gatos, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. 480-746-4280. Make your home quieter. Upgrade your curb appeal with windows built specifically for your home. Stop overpaying on electric bills. Your windows should pay you back. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. 480-746-4280. $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more and mention Gatos. AdvancedWindows.com.
We all want the confidence to spend more and make memories in retirement. Here's Greg Ayler talking about the impact that made on his parents.
My mom's a school teacher. My dad was a factory worker. So they lived their lives very responsibly and some would say frugally. She takes the entire family and the grandkids down to the islands for New Year's. I tell you what, they talk about that trip every time I see them.
Join Greg Ayler for a different look at retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Josh Dana, owner of Dana Bros Automotive and Diesel Service. Our family has been serving the East Valley with legendary service since the early 50s. We take care of all makes and models, but we are diesel specialists. We know diesels like nobody else and can fix the problems others can't. Cummins, Duramax, and Power Stroke diesel trucks are our passion. Our number one goal is to provide a quality service at a fair price and guarantee your satisfaction. Check out our reviews at danabros.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Summer is close, but April is a great time to get started on your new presidential pool. For a limited time, get $500 cash back and zero closing costs when you finance your new pool now through April 30th, 2026. Come on out to the Design Center in Gilbert. You can check out the latest in lighting, automation, and outdoor living features. See why Presidential Pools is Arizona's largest pool builder. Dive in today at presidentialpools.com.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
The Attorney General may question the governor about pay to play. Will the interview happen? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
It is 6:38. Good evening. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn here with Joe Huizinga. Officials at the Justice Department briefed reporters after the first court appearance of the man accused of trying to attack the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Here's more on that from ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy in Washington.
In addition to 2 gun-related felonies, the suspect is charged with attempting to assassinate the president, a count that could carry a life sentence. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says there were hundreds of federal agents between Cole Allen and his ultimate target.
Law enforcement did not fail.
Blanche says 5 shots were fired by law enforcement, none of which hit Allen, who was ultimately tackled just before he reached the stairs leading to the ballroom. Blanche says the suspect is believed to have fired 1 round from his 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Joining us now is KTAR News legal analyst Barry Marks. And Barry, Cole Thomas Allen, he's charged with 1 count of trying to assassinate the president, and that could result in a life sentence had he tried to kill someone else, or let's say, someone else was in the room who is not as elite as the president. Would the possible sentence differ if he was going after somebody else?
Yes, it can also carry life in prison for that as well. It's the standard for it is a little bit different, but in essence, the punishment for attempting to kill a president is the same as attempting, or is the same as actually killing someone else who's not the president. And the reason for that is they treat it, the law treats it more like a crime against the country as opposed to just a crime against a person. So it carries a significantly higher, more severe penalty than just killing the average person.
Barry, the accused shooter has 2 public defenders. If you were tasked with defending him, where would you start?
Well, obviously, we have a lot to learn about the shooter. The first thing I'd want to know is what is his mental state? There may be potentially an insanity defense here, but you have to. The insanity defense is actually very difficult. The bar for that is very high. And if you remember back in 1984, I think it was, or 1982, when John Hinckley Jr. tried to kill President Reagan, he was found innocent due to insanity. And that doesn't mean you get to go free, by the way. He was then sentenced to be in a mental institution. He was in there until about 2016. But after that, the uproar was very high that we would let somebody off for that. So the federal government and a lot of states created a law in 1984 that deals with this. So if you're trying to get off with an insanity defense, the standard is you have to show that it defines insanity very strictly, and it's specific things. You have to have a disease, a mental health disease that would lead to something like this, like schizophrenia or something like that. You can't just say I have, passive aggressive disorder or some other sort of mental diseases. It has to be or behavioral disorder, for example. It has to be like a psychosis that's really doing that. And then the burden of proof for a defendant now that has to prove that. To prove that, you have to do it by clear and convincing evidence, which is the highest standard. So it's very difficult. That's why you haven't seen that very much since John Hinckley Jr. But I think I would look for that first. The other thing I would determine is whether or not how much evidence is there proving he was trying to kill the president, as opposed to was he trying to kill someone under the president. So I haven't seen the manifest. Apparently he said some things about Trump, is what I've heard in the news. But if he was also there, or you could argue he wasn't necessarily trying to kill the president, he was trying to kill other people, that carries a lesser penalty. So that might be the second thing I'd look at to see if we could show that.
KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson with us right now. Barry, talk more about the insanity defense. I remember it was the Tucson shooter, Jared Loughner, who went after Gabrielle Giffords. I believe that they tried an insanity defense with him, and I don't remember exactly the outcome, but I remember that they had to restore his competency is what played out there. Is it possible that someone could be insane in the moment as opposed to insane, and that they could restore competency and then you could end up on trial later down the road?
Well, you could be on trial later or set free. I will say for Jared Loughner, there was a discussion, I guess, with his lawyers that he was going to try to use the insanity defense, the so-called insanity defense. Instead, he pled guilty and avoided the death penalty, and he was sentenced to life in prison. So he didn't actually use it in trial because he pled guilty. But what you do after you're found not guilty by reason of insanity is you can show, if at some point you can show that you're no longer legally insane, then you can you won't be retried, but you could be dealt with in that respect. So for example, with John Hinckley Jr., who tried to kill President Reagan, after he established he was no longer legally insane in 2016, he was released with certain conditions. And then I think it was in 2022, he was released altogether. So there's ways that, if you can get out of it after that, the punishment from that. Now that was obviously, 40 years, I guess, but there is an avenue there. If you can show you're no longer insane, that's a very difficult path. And under the new statute, again, very, very difficult to use an insanity defense and win.
Well, now supposedly this guy, what's his name, Cole Thomas Allen. They're saying he was a borderline genius. But then that manifesto, some of that has come out, and some of that, as you mentioned, is pretty wild. So I'm curious to know if, and it seems like an insanity defense might be the only thing that we have here to go on for him, for a defense attorney to go on. Would he have to have been diagnosed with some kind of condition before all this happened, or now that he's made this attempt, can they take him off to the doctor and say, oh yeah, he's got this?
Yeah, if you're going to try to use an insanity defense, you're going to have to be checked out by doctors, probably doctors on both sides. They'll have expert witnesses at trial who will have met with him and evaluated him, and then will provide opinions to the court about whether or not he's legally insane under the statute. So definitely some issues to deal with there. Again, it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if he's making statements to the police after his arrest. I don't know if there's more than just the manifest. I initially heard he wasn't speaking to the police or wasn't cooperating. I don't know if that's changed. Certainly if you're his attorney, you're going to tell him to not talk. But
right.
that doesn't. But they can also use the manifest and other things to try to use that as evidence to show his intent. And that's the biggest part here: is what was he trying to accomplish? One of the things I've read is he's talked about he couldn't believe the lack of security to some extent around the hotel, that he was able to take weapons on a train, that he was able to check into the hotel, that nobody checked his luggage. So was he there to test that out, or was he there to try to kill the president? It certainly looks like he was trying to kill the president, and that's what they've charged him with. But proving that, again, it's a separate statute that deals with that. Proving that has a separate standard, and they'd have to show that in order to convict him of it.
Barry, if let's say you and I are having dinner, and I sit down and I tell you, hey, I'm going to target the president at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. yeah, he's got all this Secret Service around him, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to get past all of them. I'm going to take some guns, some knives, and I'm going to get to the president, and I'm going to kill him. Wouldn't you say, Joe, you're insane? I mean, that seems like that alone, to go out and try to kill the president in any way someone seeks out to try to do it, seems insane to me, no?
Well, it can seem insane, but again, it's a much different thing. It's not just because you have the desire to do that doesn't mean that you don't know the difference between right and wrong.
Okay.
And that's really the question: is can they tell the nature and quality or the wrongfulness of their actions at the time of the crime? So if someone is just angry at the president and wants to kill him because they don't like his policies, there are people who get that angry about things and politically, and I guess we'll take it to that level. Not many people, but they can do that without necessarily being schizophrenic or having real mental disease, which is what you're going to have to show if you're going to use any sort of insanity defense. It's more than just I was so mad I did this, or isn't it? It wouldn't a normal, like we can look at anybody like you're saying, Joe. If I saw anybody who told me that, I'd look at them like they're crazy.
Yeah,
that does not mean it meets the legal definition of insanity.
Well, this is, they just had him in court today. We are just beginning to learn more about it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more and more about this story as the days go by. KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson, thank you so much for your insight into this.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
You too.
Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Regarding our highways, the only thing I have for you is in Mesa. We have a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Mesa Drive. And a look into the surface streets, Chandler with a crash involving a bicyclist, and Gilbert Road and Riggs Road, and Phoenix with a crash on 33rd Avenue and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, nice clear skies, 58 for our low. It has been a beautiful day. It was a beautiful weekend, and that's going to continue. Tomorrow's sunny and 86, and then by Wednesday and Thursday, we're still going to be in the 80s with a slight chance of some showers and even a few clouds. In Surprise, right now it's 73. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Coming up, just how secure was the White House Correspondents' Dinner? One prominent figure? She's got some serious doubts. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story. KTAR News Time, 6:49.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Make this Memorial memorable with Bunker to Bunker's 15th Annual Memorial Weekend Golf Tournament, presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses on Saturday, May 23rd at the Wigwam Golf Club and Resort. Open to the public, the 2-person scramble benefits the Tunnel to Towers Foundation and is loaded with a big raffle, competitions, breakfast, and a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $142. Make it the perfect Memorial Weekend. Stay and play vacation with our hotel specials. For details and registration, go to bunkergolf.com.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150, because look closely, you see hard work, Great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Jim Sharp. Last year's horrible Dragon Bravo fire, which burned nearly 150,000 acres on and near the Grand Canyon's North Rim, should have been a lot smaller. Has the Park Service learned its lesson heading into this year's fire season? Join LaDonna Harvey and me for Arizona's Morning News on the app and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Top stories tonight. Dozens of flights still delayed at Sky Harbor Airport tonight due to winter weather advisories in several states, and that includes Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, Texas, and Illinois. So if you are heading to Sky Harbor to head out somewhere else, be sure you check your flight info first.
This count is punishable by up to life in prison.
The man who authorities say tried to storm the White House Correspondents Association dinner with guns and knives has been charged with the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California, was charged today in federal court in Washington and did not enter a plea. Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche says an officer wearing a bullet-resistant vest was shot in the vest, but is expected to recover.
I am so flabbergasted by this question as well.
That is Meghan McCain, the daughter of late Senator John McCain and host of the Citizen McCain podcast. She joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and gave her reaction to reports that this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner lacked the highest security level, despite having the president and his top officials present.
I am shocked and appalled and horrified, that especially after so many assassination attempts on President Trump.
McCain added people were able to reserve a room at the hotel the very day of the dinner.
You ready to news volley here, Becky Lynn? Tackle a couple stories that didn't quite make the cut here?
Let's do it.
So I saw in the Axios Phoenix newsletter today that it was 139 years ago today, a little this day in history, that the first train robbery in the history of Arizona was pulled off. It happened east of Tucson. So I need to know, if you were to rob something from somewhere, where and what would you pick?
So not a train necessarily, just...
It could be if you want it to be.
It could be. That'd be hard to rob a train.
Remember in the last year or so, wasn't there a story that somebody got a bunch of Nike shoes off a train?
Nike shoes.
Yeah.
So that's your hot commodity that you can sell today. Wow.
And
Wow.
you're going to get away with it
Car.
too. So you're not going to
Car.
a car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
From
'cause
like a dealership or off a car holder?
Yeah. No. Well, you know what? I used to dream that those cars would just come falling off the back of the car haulers. I used to pick out the one I was going to get when it came rolling off the car.
Kind of like a vending machine,
Like a
just spits right out.
And now we have the vending machines. Yeah, that's it. It'd be a car.
Oh,
It'd
okay.
be my
Hey,
favorite car.
you could get a brand new car.
I could. Okay, 4 new cases of measles this past week from Maricopa County. The disease, which had largely been eradicated, saw more than 200 cases here in Arizona last year for the first time in decades. Joe, what should we do to keep people safe?
Oh, this is tough because I am immune compromised, and I am somebody who says, hey, if you can take a vaccine, take your vaccines. And I can get the measles, mumps, rubella, all those shots. I've got all those.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
The medication that I take suppresses my immune system, but I've got all the shots, and the odds I'd get measles are very, very, very slim. But for the people out there who can't get the shots, they really need the people who can get the shots to get them.
Herd immunity.
Yeah, and at the same point in time, if somebody just doesn't want to do it, should you force the shot on them? No, I don't think you should, which makes it really tough, though. I think we need to strengthen what the opt-outs look like. And if you're sending a kid to a school and it's simply, and you just say, hey, I just don't want them to get it, and you just say, religious exemption, how about more of an interview process? If it's really against your religion, I understand the opt-out. But if it really comes down to, well, we just don't want to do it, maybe then you need to be pushed a little bit more. Because the problem is we're going to end up with more cases of measles.
A lot of people had measles when they were younger, and, they'll say, well, it's not that bad. You get a little sick, and then you get over it, and then you've got the immunity.
If you get over it.
If you get over it. But I think about other conditions like polio.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a lot of people anymore have looked back at those old pictures of people in iron lungs.
Yeah.
And I knew someone who had polio, and he was a doctor in our hometown. And,
pretty awful.
He was able to be a doctor, but he was completely paralyzed. He had to use special tools to get around everything. And it was horrendous. And I think, what if you decide, I'm not going to take the polio vaccine anymore? Yeah. We were so happy as a country to finally eradicate polio because everyone was scared to death of it.
Yeah.
I certainly don't want to see those kinds of things coming back.
Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to opt out, but I think the process to opt out should be a little more difficult so that if you truly have an issue, then you can opt out. Otherwise, hey, maybe take the jab.
Absolutely.
Coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, could the Dragon Bravo fire have been avoided? Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey are going to talk with AZ Central investigative reporter Robert Anglin, who's going to make the case at 5:44. And it's a Tech Tuesday. Mashable tech editor Tim Worth will join at 5:14 with the latest from the tech world as well.
Okay, I've got a good news story for you tonight. When New York Giants kicker, and if I mess up his name, you let me know.
I gotcha.
Young Ho-Koo.
You got it.
Yay. He botched a field goal attempt during a Monday night game this past season.
Did.
Okay. Mark Toothaker laughed so hard he had a seizure.
Oh, my goodness.
And tests revealed he had a benign tumor in his head. So it was surgically removed, and he was home from the hospital that week, luckily with no lasting permanent damage. He is the stallion season manager at Spendthrift Farm, and he believes that this happening at home while he was watching the football game instead of when he was traveling saved his life. So he is going to be at the Kentucky Derby this week with the horse named Further Ado, thankful for what he considers a miracle, even though he's still happy he missed the